The story begins with a shocking announcement. At first, everyone believed the nightmare was finally over. A beautiful high school girl named Tomie had been brutally murdered. Her body wasn't just found. It had been cut into countless pieces and scattered across different locations, leaving the police completely horrified. The crime was so savage that even experienced investigators couldn't understand how anyone could commit such an act. Her classmates gathered at the funeral in complete silence. Their teacher blamed himself, believing he had failed to protect one of his own students after a recent school field trip. Rumors spread that some pieces of Tomie's body were still missing, and worst of all, the killer hadn't been caught. Every student wondered the same terrifying question: who could have done something this cruel? The police questioned everyone who had been with Tomie on the day she disappeared. Her closest friends explained that they had traveled together after the field trip before eventually parting ways at an intersection. They insisted they hadn't noticed anyone suspicious following her, but fear was obvious on every face. Nobody felt safe anymore. The following day, the school held a memorial assembly. The principal tried to comfort everyone, reminding the students to stay strong despite the tragedy. He warned them that the murder might still be nearby and advised everyone, especially the girls, not to walk home alone. The classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone accepted one painful truth: Tomie was gone forever. Then, the classroom door slowly opened. A calm voice broke the silence. "Sorry, I'm late." Every student froze. Standing in the doorway was Tomie herself, not injured, not covered in blood, completely alive. The entire classroom exploded into panic. Some students screamed, others stared in disbelief, while the teacher looked as though he'd seen a ghost. Only yesterday they had attended her funeral, and now she was casually walking into class as if nothing had happened. Within hours, the unbelievable news spread across the entire school. People whispered that the dead girl had returned. Some cruelly nicknamed her the zombie girl, while others couldn't stop staring because, despite everything, Tomie's beauty was almost impossible to ignore. Even the boys who had heard the horrifying rumors found themselves captivated the moment they saw her. One teacher, Mr. Takagi, couldn't ignore what he was seeing. He quietly approached Tomie and asked her to come with him to the teacher's lounge. Sitting across from her, he struggled to understand the impossible: if Tomie had really died, then who was the girl sitting in front of him? He nervously asked if she had a twin sister. Tomie simply smiled and denied it. Before he could ask another question, she suddenly threw herself into his arms and embraced him tightly. Mr. Takagi desperately tried to push her away, but Tomie only whispered something even more disturbing. She confessed her love and confidently declared that one day they would get married. Outside, confused students gathered in the hallway, unable to understand what was happening. Some insisted this had to be a ghost, while others argued that if Tomie was standing there alive, then maybe the police had made a terrible mistake. The classroom erupted into heated arguments. Some believed Tomie herself had become the key witness who would expose the murderer. Others insisted that if she was perfectly healthy, then everyone should simply be happy she survived. The arguments became so intense that Mr. Takagi completely lost control of himself, forcing the other teachers to restrain him before doctors were called. Meanwhile, the police confirmed something even stranger. The remains they had identified as Tomie's had already been cremated, and the dental records matched her perfectly. According to every piece of evidence, Tomie was supposed to be dead. As the days passed, Tomie's behavior became even more unsettling. She openly pursued Mr. Takagi despite his desperate attempts to avoid her. Whenever he tried to keep his distance, she complained to her friend Ryuko, unable to understand why everyone had suddenly become cold toward her. Even her classmates slowly began avoiding her. The atmosphere around Tomie grew heavier every single day, as though her very presence was poisoning everyone around her. And deep down, it felt like this impossible resurrection was only the beginning of something far more terrifying. What nobody realized was that Tomie's return wasn't a miracle. It was the start of a nightmare that would consume everyone who came too close to her. Ryuko desperately tried to convince herself that everything she'd witnessed was only a nightmare. Maybe Tomie had never died. Maybe the funeral, the investigation, and the horrifying discovery of her body had never happened at all. But before she could calm herself, she looked toward the bridge where Tomie had been standing only moments earlier. She was gone. Panicking, Ryuko rushed across the bridge, searching everywhere. Her school bag slipped from her hand as she ran, but she didn't even notice. Her heart pounded faster with every step. Soon she found Yamamoto, equally shaken by everything that had happened. The two of them admitted they were both on the verge of losing their sanity. Every impossible event seemed connected to Tomie, and they realized that if they kept pretending nothing was wrong, they would end up just like Mr. Takagi, whose mind had already collapsed. Finally, Yamamoto made a difficult decision. If we're going to stop this, we have to tell the truth. He explained what had really happened on the day Tomie supposedly died. During their geology field trip, the class had climbed a small mountain called Inariyama. Behind the shrine was a steep cliff where students often gathered during breaks. Most of the class was laughing, playing ball, and enjoying the trip. Tomie, however, stayed away from everyone. She wasn't interested in spending time with the girls. Instead, as always, her attention drifted toward Mr. Takagi. The other students joked that Tomie seemed addicted to chasing the teacher, while Ryuko quietly defended her, insisting they had known each other since childhood. but Tomie's obsession only grew stronger. She cornered Mr. Takagi again, whispering that she couldn't keep their relationship a secret forever. Then without hesitation she claimed she might even be pregnant. The teacher was horrified. He denied every word, trying desperately to escape while Tomie clung to him even tighter. Their argument became louder and louder until Yamamoto finally stepped in, pulling Tomie away from the terrified teacher. Tomie immediately turned her attention toward Yamamoto. She mocked him, provoked him, and humiliated him in front of everyone. Then she sneered at him with a cold smile. "What kind of monster are you?" Those words struck Yamamoto like a knife. His emotions finally exploded. Without thinking, he shoved Tomie with all his strength. The world seemed to freeze. Tomie stumbled backward, lost her balance, and before anyone could reach her, she fell straight over the cliff. The students rushed to the edge in horror. Far below, Tomie's body lay motionless. This time, she was undeniably dead. Yamamoto collapsed to his knees, horrified by what he had done. Tears filled his eyes as guilt consumed him. He begged someone to call an ambulance, but deep inside he already knew it was too late. Then something even stranger happened. Instead of blaming him, the classmates began defending him. Some cruelly claimed Tomie deserved it because of the pain she had caused everyone. Others insisted it had simply been an accident and that Yamamoto shouldn't throw his entire life away over someone like her. Little by little, the entire class convinced themselves to protect Yamamoto. No one would tell the police what had really happened. Together, they agreed to hide the truth forever. Make sure no evidence remained, the boys came up with an unthinkable plan. They gathered every tool they could find from their technical education class: saws, blades, hammers, and anything sharp enough to cut through flesh. The girls were sent away to keep watch while the boys carried Tomie's body to a secluded area. What happened next crossed every line of humanity. Fighting back tears and nausea, the students began cutting apart the body of the girl who had been their classmate only hours earlier. Some vomited. Some cried, others forced themselves to continue, believing it was the only way to erase the evidence. Even Mr. Takagi, broken by fear and guilt, stood there unable to stop them. The scene became a horrifying nightmare as Tomie's body was reduced to pieces. The boys tried to finish the gruesome task as quickly as possible, washing themselves afterward as if they could cleanse the guilt from their souls, but no amount of water could ever wash away what they had just done. And the most terrifying part was still waiting for them. Because Tomie's story was far from over. After that horrifying night, the students made one final promise: no one would ever speak about Tomie again. Mr. Takagi looked at the exhausted class and quietly apologized. This wasn't the school trip any of us wanted. Then he divided Tomie's remains into 42 separate pieces. There are 42 of us, so there will be 42 pieces. Each of you must throw yours away somewhere no one will ever find it. By one, the students silently accepted their burden. Some buried their piece, others threw it into rivers or forests. Ryuko, who had been Tomie's only true friend, was given perhaps the cruelest part of all: Tomie's heart. With tears running down her face, she carried it alone to a bridge and dropped it into the river below. Hopping the current would erase every trace of that nightmare forever. But fate had other plans. Not long afterward, Yamamoto and Ryuko finally gathered enough courage to report everything to the police. However, before they could make it inside the station, several classmates suddenly appeared. Someone had discovered where they were going. The group surrounded them, shouting that if Yamamoto confessed, every single one of them would be arrested. Panic instantly turned into chaos. Yamamoto grabbed Ryuko's hand and ran for his life through the streets while their own classmates chased them like hunters chasing prey. People screamed. Students tackled one another. Knives flashed in the darkness. One of the pursuers was even stabbed during the fight, yet the others barely cared. Their only goal was stopping Yamamoto before he reached the police. The chase became pure madness. Bodies crashed into walls, people tripped over each other, some laughed hysterically, others completely lost their minds. Yamamoto realized they would never escape, but before anyone could reach them, everything suddenly stopped. Standing in the middle of the street, as if she had never died, was Tomie, perfect, beautiful, untouched. Every student froze in absolute terror. No one could understand how the girl they had cut into 42 pieces was calmly standing before them. Tomie slowly looked toward Ryuko. "You and Yamamoto seem awfully close." Simple words shattered Yamamoto's already broken mind. Overwhelmed by guilt, fear, and Tomie's impossible return, he collapsed, begging for forgiveness. Ryuko tried to explain that nothing was happening between them, but it was already too late when people later found Yamamoto. His mind was completely gone. He had survived, but the person he once was had disappeared forever. 3 days later, Ryuko's family moved away from the town. Years passed. She later heard that several of her former classmates had committed suicide. Others disappeared. The entire class that had shared Tomie's secret slowly fell apart. Even now, Ryuko still can't explain what happened. She tells herself it must have been mass hysteria, a terrible nightmare. Because the truth is simply impossible to accept, yet deep inside, she no longer believes Tomie was ever a ghost. She believes Tomie was alive. One day, while walking along the beach near her new home, Ryuko noticed something strange. Half buried in the sand was a familiar wrapper. She instantly recognized it. It belonged to the package that had once contained the piece of Tomie she had thrown away. Confused, she looked around. The contents were missing. Then, from behind the rocks, a pale figure slowly emerged. It was Tomie, not fully restored, But growing, regenerating, reborn from a single discarded piece, she looked directly at Ryuko, smiling as if they had never been apart. And in that chilling moment, Ryuko understood one horrifying truth: no matter how many times Tomie is killed, no matter how many pieces her body is cut into, she always comes back. And this time, she had found Ryuko once again. The nightmare wasn't over, it had only begun. Just when everyone believed the nightmare had finally ended, another tragedy quietly began. Far away from the town, reporters learned that Mr. Takagi, the teacher involved in the horrifying field trip, had escaped from a psychiatric hospital. The doctors believed he had simply lost his mind. To the world, he was nothing more than a disturbed murderer haunted by guilt. They laughed at his claims that Tomie had never been an ordinary human. No one wanted to believe him, because believing him meant accepting something far more terrifying than murder. Meanwhile, in another town, a young girl named Yukiko Mio had been fighting a completely different battle. She had spent months trapped inside a hospital bed. Her kidneys were failing, and every day her condition grew worse. The doctors could only keep her alive while waiting for a suitable donor. Still, Yukiko never lost hope. She dreamed about returning to school, living a normal life, and staying beside the boy she loved. His name was Tadashi. He visited her almost every day, bringing apples and trying his best to encourage her. Even though she smiled, Yukiko knew the truth: without a transplant, she might never leave that hospital alive. Before leaving, Tadashi promised he would visit again soon, but as he walked away, Yukiko couldn't shake an uncomfortable feeling. Lately, something about him felt different, as if his heart was somewhere else. A few moments later, she looked out her hospital window and saw exactly why. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman was walking beside Tadashi. The two looked strangely close. Yukiko's heart immediately sank. Who was she? 2 days later, the mystery woman appeared at Yukiko's hospital room. She politely introduced herself. "My name is Ryuko Mizutani." At first, Yukiko expected a friendly conversation. Instead, Ryuko calmly delivered a shocking request. "I want you to stop seeing Tadashi." Yukiko stared at her in disbelief. Ryuko claimed Tadashi would be happier without her. She mocked Yukiko's appearance, her illness, even her dreams of becoming his girlfriend. Every word felt like another knife twisting into Yukiko's heart. Yukiko finally shouted for her to leave, but Ryuko simply smiled. Then she whispered something even crueler. "Tadashi told me how relieved he'll be when you die." Yukiko's face turned pale. She refused to believe it, but Ryuko continued mercilessly. She insisted Tadashi secretly hated being tied down by a sick girl, and only stayed because he pitied her. Yukiko broke into tears. At that moment, she completely lost control. She grabbed the nearest object and threw it at Ryuko. But Ryuko didn't even flinch. She only smiled, as if everything was unfolding exactly the way she wanted. The nurse rushed into the room after hearing Yukiko scream. Ryuko immediately acted like the innocent victim. Without questioning anything, the hospital staff escorted her outside. As Ryuko disappeared down the hallway, Yukiko whispered through trembling lips, "She's lying." But deep inside, a terrible seed of doubt had already been planted, and once that doubt begins to grow, Tomie never needs to lift a finger, because people destroy themselves, all on their own. What happened next would prove that Tomie's greatest weapon was never beauty. It was the darkness she awakened inside every human heart. Damage had already been done. After everything Ryuko had whispered into her ears, Yukiko could no longer hide her pain. When Tadashi arrived to visit her, he immediately noticed something was wrong. She wouldn't even look at him. With tears in her eyes, she quietly asked, "So, you love her?" Tadashi froze. Before he could explain, Yukiko revealed that Ryuko had already visited her. The room fell silent. Then with heartbreaking calmness, Yukiko forced a smile and whispered, "You don't have to come anymore. Goodbye." Those words struck Tadashi harder than anything Ryuko had ever said. Meanwhile, Yukiko's condition suddenly took a terrifying turn. Doctors rushed into her room after her kidneys rapidly began to fail. Her body was slipping into severe uremia, poisoning itself from the inside. There was no more time. She was immediately prepared for emergency dialysis. The doctors desperately searched for an explanation. Had she secretly broken her strict diet? Had she eaten something she wasn't supposed to? Nothing made sense. As machines surrounded her bed, Yukiko slowly closed her eyes, prepared to die. Even the doctors were shaken by her words, but they refused to give up while they fought to save her life. Tadashi was completely unaware of how close she was to death. Instead, he found himself spending more and more time with Ryuko. She acted cheerful, kind, almost innocent. She praised Yukiko's dreams and spoke as if she genuinely admired her. But something about her never felt real. Every conversation changed, every story about her past changed, even her name seemed uncertain. Whenever Tadashi asked simple questions about who she really was, she always avoided giving a straight answer. Instead, she distracted him with compliments, flirting, or expensive things she wanted him to buy. When she admired a pair of earrings in a shop window, Tadashi admitted he couldn't afford them. He was only a student, living on borrowed money. Ryuko simply smiled and walked away. As Tadashi called after her, she turned around with a confused expression. "Ryuko, who's that?" For a split second, she acted as though she'd never even heard that name before. At that moment, a chill ran down Tadashi's spine. Even her identity was a lie. As he watched her disappear into the crowd, disturbing memories suddenly flooded back. The strange encounter on the beach, the irresistible attraction he felt whenever she was near, And then, a newspaper article from 2 years earlier flashed into his mind. It showed the smiling face of a murdered girl. The resemblance was impossible to ignore, the same eyes, the same smile, even the tiny beauty mark beneath her eye. It was exactly the same face. Realizing he had been manipulated from the beginning, Tadashi finally made up his mind. He had to end this. He would apologize to Yukiko and never see Ryuko again, but fate had other plans before he could take another step. Familiar voice suddenly called his name, Tadashi. He turned around. Ryuko was standing right behind him. Smiling as if she had been waiting all along, she laughed softly. I scared you, didn't I? Then, without warning, she stepped closer. Love you. Tadashi couldn't even breathe. Ryuko wrapped her arms around him. She whispered that she didn't care about jewelry or money, that he was all she wanted. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he couldn't move. It felt as though something invisible had completely taken control of his body. I can't escape. Those words echoed inside his mind, and at that exact same moment, inside the hospital, a desperate scream shattered the night. Doctors rushed around Yukiko's bed, but it was already too late. The heart monitor had fallen silent. Yukiko was dead. Police quickly arrested the person responsible for her murder, and the prime suspect was none other than Tadashi himself. But was Tadashi really the killer? Or had Tomie once again turned another innocent life into a nightmare? The police wasted no time arresting Tadashi. Covered in blood and completely broken, he sat across from the detective, unable to understand what had just happened. The detective asked the obvious question. Why did you do it? Tadashi lowered his head. I don't know. Then he confessed something that made everyone in the room uncomfortable. The moment he saw her, he wanted to kill her, not because she had done anything to him, but because an uncontrollable urge told him to tear her body apart. He admitted that stabbing her hadn't satisfied him. He wanted to cut her into pieces. It wasn't hatred, it wasn't revenge, it was something far more disturbing, an instinct he couldn't explain. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, the doctor suddenly realized something unbelievable. The murdered woman had the exact same blood type as Yukiko. If one of her kidneys could be transplanted immediately, Yukiko might survive. The only problem was, nobody knew who the victim really was. No family had come forward. No one had claimed her body. Just when hope seemed lost, a strange man arrived at the hospital. He introduced himself as the girl's father. Instead of crying, instead of demanding justice, he simply laughed. He looked at the corpse and casually confirmed, "Yes, that's my daughter." Doctors stared at him in disbelief. He even called her by another name, Hanako, as though he barely remembered who she was. Then, almost casually, he turned toward the hospital director. "You need a kidney. If I know Hanako, want you to use it." Without asking another question, he signed the consent, then vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. No address, no explanation. Nothing. The surgery began immediately, and thanks to the emergency transplant, Yukiko survived. Days later, she was smiling again. The doctors called it a miracle. If she had remained on the waiting list, she never would have made it. Yukiko wanted only one thing: to thank the person whose sacrifice had saved her life. The nurse promised she would try to find the donor's family. Neither of them realized that answer would become their greatest nightmare. As Yukiko slowly recovered, something impossible began happening. She completely lost her appetite, yet somehow, her stomach continued growing larger every single day. At first, everyone assumed it was swelling after surgery. Then, without warning, Yukiko collapsed in agony. She screamed as unbearable pain ripped through her abdomen. Doctors rushed her into the X-ray room. What they saw on the screen made every person in the room go silent. Inside the transplanted kidney, something was growing, not a tumor, not an infection. Had arms, legs, a tiny skull. The doctors stared at the X-ray in absolute horror. It looked exactly like a human fetus, except it was growing directly out of the donated kidney. No medical textbook could explain what they were seeing. One doctor whispered, "How do we explain this?" There was only one choice left: emergency surgery. As they prepared the operating room, everyone desperately hoped the X-ray had somehow malfunctioned. Maybe it was only a machine error. Maybe they were imagining things. The scalpel touched Yukiko's skin. The operation began, and seconds later, every surgeon froze. Lying inside her body was a horribly mutilated human head. Its skin was torn apart, its eyes slowly opened, then it smiled. "My name is Tomie." Entire operating room fell into stunned silence. Even after being murdered, even after her organs had been transplanted into another person, Tomie had begun regenerating all over again. Death had never been enough to stop her. It had only given her another body to grow from, and with Tomie's horrifying smile filling the room, this nightmare finally came to an end. Even after the horrifying operation, the nightmare refused to end. Word spread through Morita Hospital like wildfire. Patients whispered about a kidney that had grown arms, a human head, and a face that refused to die. Soon the rumors became even darker. People claimed doctors were secretly performing surgeries in the middle of the night, removing organs without permission. Some even believed the creature still lived somewhere beneath the hospital, hidden inside the dark basement. Most dismissed the stories as superstition, but not everyone. One patient named Fumihito Sato couldn't ignore them anymore. Curious, he questioned a nurse about the strange rumors. She laughed them off, insisting patients always exaggerated stories. Still, something about her reaction didn't feel convincing. That night, Sato quietly slipped out of his room. He followed the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the silent hospital. Carefully, one step at a time, he descended toward the basement. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. Hidden around the corner, he overheard a tense conversation. The hospital director stood with several doctors, their expressions were grim. The rumors had gotten completely out of control, patients were becoming terrified, some were already requesting transfers to different hospitals. The director finally revealed the entire truth 1 month earlier. A teenage girl had arrived at the morgue after being murdered by her boyfriend. A mysterious man claiming to be her father appeared from nowhere. He called her Hanako, proved the kidney donation, then vanished forever. The transplant saved Yukiko's life, at least for a few days. Then the donated kidney began doing something impossible, like a seed taking root. It sprouted arms, legs, and finally, a human head. The doctors had no choice but to cut it out, but the horror didn't stop there. Inside a laboratory, the severed pieces were floating in glass tanks. One container held the monstrous kidney, another held the detached head, and unbelievably, the head was already regenerating. Fresh flesh was growing from its neck within hours. The young doctor stared in disbelief. It reminded him of flatworms, creatures capable of regenerating into entirely new bodies after being cut apart, except this wasn't a worm, this was a human being, or at least, something pretending to be human. The director blamed himself. He admitted that he had rushed the transplant because Yukiko would have died otherwise, but as Sato listened from the hallway, he heard one name that immediately caught his attention: Yukiko Mio. Without another thought, he rushed upstairs. Moments later, he quietly opened the door to Yukiko's room. Inside, a girl stood by the window. For one terrifying second, Sato thought it was Tadashi's girlfriend. His heart nearly stopped, but the girl turned around with a confused smile. She wasn't Tomie, she was Yukiko. She apologized for startling him. Sato awkwardly introduced himself as the patient from room 105. He explained he'd heard she had undergone surgery and simply wanted to check on her. The two quickly began chatting. Yukiko looked surprisingly healthy. She even smiled naturally. She admitted the pain was almost completely gone. When Sato mentioned Tadashi, Yukiko quietly admitted they used to be friends. Trying to be polite, Sato offered to make her some tea. As he left the room, the hospital director suddenly appeared in the hallway. For a split second, Sato thought he'd been caught listening to the secret meeting. The director scolded Yukiko for getting out of bed so soon after surgery, but Yukiko only smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore. Doctors assumed the powerful painkillers were simply doing their job. None of them realized something far more terrifying might already be healing her from the inside. And while everyone believed the nightmare had finally been contained, Tomie's regeneration had only just begun. The doctors couldn't believe what they were seeing. Only 2 days after surgery, Yukiko's massive surgical wound had already disappeared. It wasn't just healing, it was completely gone. Even the hospital director was left speechless. Something was terribly wrong. Dr. Tamura offered a frightening explanation. What if the transplanted monster's regenerative cells were still inside Yukiko's body? If even a tiny amount remained, those cells could be mixing with her own. The test results soon confirmed everyone's worst fear. The implanted kidney cells had already spread throughout Yukiko's entire body. At first, the doctors hoped it behaved like cancer. If it was cancer, maybe radiation therapy could destroy it. With no better option, they prepared an experiment. The regenerated monster floating inside the laboratory tank was placed directly under powerful radiation. Everyone waited, hoping the creature would finally die. Instead, the impossible happened. The radiation didn't weaken it, it made it grow even faster. Its tiny body regenerated before their eyes. Then, its eyelids slowly opened. The room fell completely silent. The creature looked directly at Dr. Tamura and spoke. "Doctor, will you remove me from here?" Neither doctor could believe their ears. The monster wasn't mindlessly alive. It could think, it could speak. Then it whispered something even more disturbing. Claimed someone had been secretly watching it from a nearby cabinet. Someone handsome, someone it had fallen in love with the moment it first saw him. The doctors exchanged nervous looks before either of them could react. The creature finally revealed its identity. "My name is Tomie." Name alone froze the room. Tomie begged them to take her out of the tank, to hold her, to kiss her. Dr. Tamura immediately shouted at the creature to stay quiet. Neither doctor wanted to hear another word. They hurried out of the basement, both shaken to their core. Tamura wanted the laboratory sealed forever, but the hospital director refused. If they ever hoped to save Yukiko, they needed to understand Tomie's regenerative abilities. Somewhere inside that monster, there had to be a weakness, otherwise, the cells spreading through Yukiko's body would never stop growing. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the doctor's terrifying discovery, Fumihito Sato couldn't stop thinking about everything he had overheard. He became convinced that the hospital was hiding something far worse than anyone imagined. That night, he quietly slipped out once again, determined to uncover the truth with his own eyes. He returned to the basement. The hallway was pitch black. Not a single sound echoed through the darkness. Sato slowly reached for the supply room door. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, he heard it. Soft footsteps. Someone, or something, was moving inside. His heartbeat instantly skyrocketed. With trembling hands, he grabbed the doorknob. The lock suddenly rattled on its own. Then kachak, the door unlocked by itself, and whatever was waiting on the other side was finally ready to meet him. The doorknob slowly twisted by itself. Every instinct told Sato to run, but curiosity was stronger than fear. As the heavy supply room door creaked open, he quickly hid behind the wall. A few seconds later, a tall figure calmly walked out of the darkness. The mysterious man climbed the stairs without saying a single word. Sato narrowed his eyes. Who was that? Once the stranger disappeared, Sato carefully slipped inside. The room was completely dark. He switched on his flashlight. Its beam slowly swept across the room. Until it stopped, his entire body froze inside a large glass tank. A beautiful young woman sat quietly in the water. The horrifying little creature the doctors had grown had completely transformed. The tiny monster was gone now. Sitting before him was a fully grown woman. Her long black hair floated gently in the water. Her flawless skin looked completely human. For a moment, she seemed peacefully asleep. Realizing he had intruded on something impossible, Sato immediately apologized and quietly backed away. "This place is giving me the creeps. I should just leave." Meanwhile, the mysterious woman slowly rose from the water. Drops of water rolled down her body as she stepped out of the tank for the very first time. Without hesitation, she wrapped herself in a nearby hospital sheet, then silently walked through the empty hallway, not toward the exit, but toward Yukiko's hospital room. Inside, Yukiko was peacefully sleeping. The woman quietly entered and softly whispered her name. "Yukiko." Half asleep, Yukiko opened her eyes. She stared at the stranger in confusion. "Are you?" The woman smiled gently. "It's me. Don't you remember?" Before Yukiko could answer, recognition suddenly hit her like lightning. Her face turned pale. She shot upright in bed. "What are you doing here?" Tomie smiled without the slightest emotion. "As far as Tadashi is concerned, actually did you a favor." Room instantly grew tense. Tomie revealed that Tadashi had once tried to kill her, and she believed Yukiko had been behind the entire plan. "You should stay away from me," Yukiko shouted desperately, but Tomie wasn't listening anymore. She calmly leaned over the frightened girl. Outside, the commotion finally caught the attention of the hospital staff. Dr. Tamura rushed into the room. The moment he saw the woman sitting beside Yukiko, he immediately recognized her. He couldn't believe his eyes. The regenerated creature had become unbelievably beautiful. For a brief second, even Tamura found himself staring, then reality came crashing back. He quickly pulled Yukiko away and shouted, "Step away from the girl." The next morning, the doctors made another horrifying discovery. The laboratory culture tank was completely empty. Only the preservation solution remained. Tomie had escaped. The hospital director could hardly process it. Just one day earlier, she had been nothing more than a tiny mass of regenerating tissue. Now, she had regenerated into a perfect adult woman, walked out of the laboratory, and vanished into the hospital. It was beyond science. It was beyond reason. Before leaving to investigate, Dr. Tamura gave one final warning: "Stay in this room until I return." But outside, somewhere in the hospital corridors, Tomie was already smiling, and whatever she planned next would be far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. The next morning, the doctors gathered outside Yukiko's room, still trying to understand the impossible events from the previous night. Dr. Tamura hesitated before speaking. He quietly asked the director if he'd noticed anything unusual about Yukiko's condition. At first, nobody knew what he meant, but the moment Tamura entered her room, his suspicions were confirmed. Yukiko looked different, not just healthier. She actually seemed taller. Even her hair had become shinier and more beautiful overnight. Yukiko herself couldn't explain it. She smiled awkwardly and admitted that she felt like she'd grown taller for no reason at all. She couldn't believe what she was seeing in the mirror. The sickly girl who had been slowly dying from terminal cancer was beginning to look healthier than ever. That was when Dr. Tamura reached a terrifying conclusion. The regenerated Tomie cells hadn't infected Yukiko. They had healed her instead of destroying her body. They had completely reversed her illness. It was nothing short of a miracle. If anything, Yukiko now looked healthier, stronger, and even prettier than before. Meanwhile, Sato finally visited her room. The moment he stepped inside, he almost failed to recognize her. Yukiko greeted him with a bright smile. Everyone had been telling her the same thing. She looked like an entirely different person. Then she confessed something before. She had always been sick. Small, plain, everyone ignored her. Life felt hopeless. But now, everything was changing. She could actually feel her body transforming from the inside for the first time. She felt confident. She even admitted she'd always dreamed about running through beautiful green fields with the person she loved. Then she shyly invited Sato to come with her someday. But only for a second. Her smile suddenly faded. She quietly admitted that in every one of those dreams, the person beside her had always been Tadashi. Sato forced a smile, but inside, those words hurt. He accepted her honesty, yet he couldn't hide his disappointment. To him, her sudden obsession with beauty felt completely different from the gentle Yukiko he knew. Those words struck a nerve. Yukiko suddenly exploded. She accused Sato of thinking she wasn't good enough anymore. She mocked his taste, insulted him, and cruelly laughed at him without holding anything back. Sato was left speechless. This wasn't the same girl. Unable to understand what had happened, he quietly decided to leave. Still recovering from surgery, he painfully stumbled down the stairs while Yukiko continued yelling after him. Then, almost instantly, her personality flipped again. She chased after him, only to start laughing at his pain. One moment she wanted him to stay, the next she mocked him for falling. Sato could only stare in disbelief, acting like a completely different person. Yukiko suddenly covered her mouth. A strange laugh escaped her lips. Then she whispered something that sent chills down Sato's spine. "Maybe that's exactly what's happening." She confessed she wanted to become beautiful, more beautiful than anyone. She even declared that once she left the hospital, she would find Tadashi herself. Sato slammed the door. He'd had enough. But as Yukiko stood alone, something strange happened. She suddenly realized the cruel words she'd spoken. She looked horrified. "Why am I saying such terrible things?" She touched her own face. As though it no longer belonged to her, far away, the doctors prepared to continue their research. They believed Tomie's regenerative power could completely revolutionize medicine. A discovery capable of changing the entire world. But before they could begin, someone shouted in panic, "Tomie!" Everyone rushed toward the laboratory, and there she was. Tomie had returned. She was calmly crouching beside another regenerating specimen, watching it with a quiet smile, as if she had been waiting for them all along, and whatever she planned to do next would push this nightmare to an even more terrifying level. Just when the doctors thought they had discovered a miracle, everything spiraled into absolute chaos. Tomie quietly stared at the regenerated creature lying on the laboratory floor without a word. She picked up a lighter. The doctors immediately realized what she was about to do. They screamed at her to stop, but it was already too late. With one tiny spark, the entire specimen burst into flames. The laboratory instantly filled with smoke as years of priceless research started burning before their eyes. The director desperately shouted for a fire extinguisher. Dr. Tamura rushed to protect Tomie from the spreading flames. Meanwhile, the director panicked. The extinguisher was gone. Someone had already moved it. Everything had been planned. The director couldn't believe it. That burning creature represented years of research, years of hope, and now it was turning into ashes. But Tomie simply looked at him with a calm smile. To her, it was never a priceless specimen. It was just another monster. Then she leaned close to Dr. Tamura. Almost whispering into his ear, she invited him to forget all this unpleasant business and come back to their condo together. That single sentence was enough to make Tamura snap back to reality. He shoved her away and shouted for her to stay quiet, but Tomie only smiled wider. Tamura clenched his fists at this point. He had already made up his mind. If he couldn't study the original creature anymore, then he'd simply use Tomie herself as the next research subject. Tomie looked almost hurt. She softly asked him if he couldn't see how much she loved him. Tamura refused to listen. Instead, he demanded to know where the missing fire extinguisher had gone. Tomie casually shrugged. "It wasn't me." At that exact moment, someone hidden inside a storage cabinet quietly opened the door. It was the mysterious young man in the striped shirt. He had secretly stolen the extinguisher earlier, but now he noticed something terrifying. The burning monster had already collapsed into nothing more than a smoldering pile of ash. His entire plan had failed. The doctors rushed in to control the fire while everyone focused on the flames. The striped shirt man calmly picked up a gasoline container lying nearby. He smiled. After all, if the doctors couldn't study Tomie, that worked perfectly for him. Meanwhile, Dr. Tamura believed he'd arrived just in time. He hurried toward Tomie, but before anyone could react, the stranger suddenly poured gasoline all over her. The room froze. Tamura stared in disbelief. He demanded to know who the man was. The stranger simply grinned, then casually revealed something shocking. He was Hanako's former boyfriend, the very man whose kidney had once been taken because of Tomie. He laughed, glad to hear the doctor remembered him. Then, without another word, he flicked away his cigarette. The burning cigarette landed directly in the pool of gasoline in an instant. The entire room exploded into a roaring wall of fire. Elsewhere in the hospital, patients suddenly heard people screaming, "Fire! Fire!" Sato froze. Smoke was already pouring through the hallway. He immediately remembered Yukiko. Ignoring the danger, he sprinted straight toward her room. The hallway was becoming an inferno, but Sato refused to leave without saving her. He reached her door and desperately pounded on it. "Yukiko, there's a fire. We have to get out." The door slowly opened. Sato sighed in relief. But the person standing inside was no longer Yukiko. The girl smiled with impossible beauty. Flowers decorated her hair. Her eyes carried that same hypnotic gaze. She thanked Sato for his kindness, then calmly corrected him. "My name isn't Yukiko." A terrifying smile spread across her face. "I'm Tomie." The last traces of Yukiko Mio had completely disappeared. Tomie had taken over her body, her mind, her entire existence, and once again, Tomie had returned to the world. But with the hospital consumed by flames, escaping alive was about to become everyone's greatest challenge. The hospital had already turned into a raging inferno. Doctors and nurses desperately searched every floor trying to rescue whoever was still alive. But for Tomie, none of it mattered. She calmly walked through the chaos with a faint smile on her face, as if the fire itself welcomed her. Meanwhile, thick smoke swallowed the building, and the flames quickly spread from floor to floor. The cursed hospital had finally reached its end. When morning arrived, firefighters searched through the burned ruins deep inside the basement. The fire at Morita Hospital was finally over, but somewhere else, a completely different story was just beginning. Heavy rain poured across the city as thunder echoed through the night. A lonely mansion stood in silence while lightning flashed across the dark sky. Inside, an elderly man quietly drank tea with his daughter. It seemed like nothing more than another gloomy evening. Then, the doorbell rang. The young woman walked toward the entrance, wondering who could possibly be outside in such terrible weather. As she slowly opened the door, she froze. Standing on the doorstep was a beautiful young woman, completely soaked by the rain. Water dripped from her hair and clothes as she politely lowered her head. In a soft voice, she apologized for disturbing them. She explained that she had been caught in the storm and asked if she could stay there for just one night until the weather became better. Her gentle smile made her look completely harmless, but anyone who knew the truth would have turned around and run, because the mysterious visitor was none other than Tomie, and once again, she had appeared in someone else's life. A few months later, the story shifted to Hanadagaka High School. Students were enjoying another ordinary day without realizing that fate was quietly pulling them toward disaster. Among them was a cheerful girl named Tsukiko Izumisawa, a member of the school's photography club. Unlike the others, Tsukiko had found a strange way to earn money. Whenever her classmates developed a crush on someone, she secretly photographed that person and sold the pictures to the love-struck students. To her, it wasn't anything serious. It was simply an easy business. She joked that she charged low prices only because they were friends. Her customers laughed. Even though they knew she was taking advantage of them one afternoon, Tsukiko noticed a boy named Yumezaki walking alone through the school. She smiled to herself. A perfect opportunity. Holding her camera, she walked over and casually started a conversation. Yumezaki immediately recognized her from the photography club and greeted her with a friendly smile. That was exactly what she wanted. She told him another girl wanted his photograph. The boy didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, he happily agreed to pose. Tsukiko snapped picture after picture while joking that she should probably start charging modeling fees. Yumezaki laughed along with her, completely unaware that his photos would soon be sold to strangers. As the photo session continued, another girl quietly watched from nearby. She never interrupted. She simply stood there in silence, waiting. When Yumezaki asked who wanted his picture so badly, Tsukiko casually pointed toward the quiet transfer student. Her name was Tomie Kawakami. She had only recently joined the school and served on the student ethics committee. That single answer immediately caught Yumezaki's attention later that evening. Tsukiko sat alone in her room, proudly looking through her growing collection of photographs. She laughed to herself. Her little business was becoming more successful every day. She even admitted that she occasionally stretched the truth to convince customers to buy more pictures. To her, it was all just harmless fun. Tomorrow would simply bring another customer, another sale, and even more money, or so she believed. The next day, one of Tsukiko's customers exploded with anger after hearing the price of Yumezaki's photographs. She couldn't believe how expensive they were and accused Tsukiko of charging far too much. But Tsukiko remained completely calm. She confidently claimed that every photograph had a different value depending on the person. Some people were ordinary, others were special. Before the argument could continue, someone quietly called Tsukiko's name from behind. Neither of them realized it yet, but that simple interruption marked the true beginning of another nightmare. And once Tomie enters someone's life, nothing ever stays ordinary again. Meanwhile, the mysterious transfer student finally stepped forward. With a calm smile on her face, Tomie looked directly at Tsukiko and quietly questioned what she was doing. She pointed out that secretly taking pictures of classmates and selling them for money wasn't just dishonest, it also went against the spirit of the school. If the teachers ever found out, Tsukiko could end up in serious trouble. According to Tomie, she wasn't only taking advantage of the girls buying the photos, but also of the boys whose pictures were being sold without permission. The students standing nearby immediately became nervous. One girl quickly tried to defend Tsukiko, insisting she wasn't actually selling anything and had only been showing some pictures to her friends. Even Tsukiko forced an awkward smile, claiming everything was just harmless fun, but Tomie wasn't convinced. Instead, she quietly asked one simple question. "How much were you charging?" The moment Tsukiko hesitated, Tomie already knew that. Wasting another second, Tomie ordered two nearby boys to check Tsukiko's bag. Tsukiko immediately tried to stop them, shouting for them to let go, but the boys obeyed Tomie without hesitation. Within moments, they found exactly what Tomie expected: an entire collection of photographs, not just a few, dozens of them, each one carefully organized and ready to be sold. Tomie calmly flipped through the stack while Tsukiko protested that those were her private belongings. Tomie ignored every complaint. To her, the evidence spoke for itself. Tsukiko demanded the photographs back, insisting they were important to her. Tomie simply smiled. Then in an almost mocking tone, she announced that the pictures had been confiscated. As a member of the school's ethics committee, she claimed it was now her responsibility to report everything. Still, she decided to give Tsukiko one chance. She wouldn't report her this time. With that, Tomie walked away carrying every single photograph, leaving Tsukiko completely speechless for the first time. Someone had beaten her at her own game. Later, Tsukiko couldn't stop complaining to her friends. She was furious. Not only had Tomie taken every photograph, but she had even taken the original negatives, making it impossible to sell new copies. Her friends tried to calm her down, but they admitted something strange. The new transfer student had already developed a frightening reputation around school. Rumors were spreading that several students had already gotten into trouble after crossing paths with Tomie. No one trusted her, and no one understood what she was really after. That warning sent a chill through Tsukiko. The following day, while eating lunch with her friends, Tsukiko continued venting her frustration. She joked that everyone told little lies from time to time, so what she had done wasn't a big deal. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that Tomie might expose her at any moment. Then another student suddenly approached. "Tsukiko, someone wants to talk to you." She looked up. Standing outside the classroom was Yamazaki. Tsukiko nervously stepped into the hallway. Yamazaki greeted her politely before admitting he had a favor to ask. His serious expression immediately made her heart race. Then he revealed the real reason. It's about the photographs. Tsukiko instantly assumed he wanted his own pictures back, but she was completely wrong. After hearing his request, Tsukiko walked away in disbelief. She couldn't understand him at all. He wasn't interested in recovering his own photographs. Instead, he wanted pictures of Tomie. Tsukiko became irritated. Why should she do someone else's work, and more importantly, why was Yamazaki suddenly so interested in that mysterious transfer student? The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Even so, curiosity won. Tsukiko secretly followed Tomie around the school while carrying her camera. Hidden behind bushes and school buildings, she carefully observed every movement. Whenever Tomie turned her head, Tsukiko quietly pressed the shutter. Click, another picture. Click, another angle. Tomie looked almost unnaturally beautiful from every direction. She barely needed to pose. Every photograph looked perfect. Then something unexpected happened. Without any warning, Tomie turned around and looked directly at the hidden photographer. Instead of getting angry, she smiled. She calmly told Tsukiko that if she wanted photographs, she could take as many as she liked. She even struck elegant poses and encouraged her to keep shooting. But then she added something strange. If Tsukiko wanted, she could print thousands of copies and scatter them across the entire school. The words sounded friendly, yet something about her smile felt deeply unsettling. As Tsukiko continued taking pictures, she carefully studied each frame. Every photo looked flawless. Still, she couldn't help feeling that something invisible was wrong, a tiny detail she couldn't explain, a flaw hiding somewhere beneath Tomie's perfect beauty. And the closer Tsukiko searched for that hidden imperfection, the deeper she unknowingly stepped into Tomie's terrifying world. Tsukiko couldn't believe what she was hearing. Tomie calmly stood in front of the camera, acting more like a professional model than an ordinary high school girl. She casually adjusted her pose before telling Tsukiko to step farther back. If you're the photographer, then act like one. Tsukiko obeyed almost without thinking. As she looked through the viewfinder, she couldn't help but admire Tomie. Every pose looked perfect. Every angle was flawless. Photographing her felt effortless. It was as if Tomie had been born to stand in front of a camera. Then, without warning, Tomie asked a question that made Tsukiko freeze. So, how much do you think these pictures are worth? Tsukiko awkwardly laughed, saying maybe someone crazy would pay a fortune for them. Tomie simply smiled. For your picture. Those words sent an uneasy feeling through Tsukiko's chest. At that exact moment, a familiar voice interrupted them. It was Mr. Tanny, the photography club advisor. His face was filled with disappointment. He accused Tsukiko of disgracing the photography club by turning photography into a business. According to him, the club's darkroom existed to create art, not to make easy money by selling pictures of classmates. Tsukiko exploded. She argued that he completely misunderstood the situation, but the teacher refused to listen. While they argued, Tomie quietly watched from the side. Then, she laughed to herself, caught red-handed. Knowing she couldn't win, Tsukiko suddenly gave up. With exaggerated sarcasm, she declared herself the worst student in school. If everyone believed she deserved punishment, then they might as well suspend her or even expel her. She didn't care anymore. She walked away before anyone could answer. Tomie smiled sweetly at the teacher. Thank you for your trouble. That innocent smile hid something much darker. Without realizing it, Mr. Tanny had become another pawn in Tomie's game. The next day, the principal officially suspended Tsukiko. She was ordered to go home and spend time reflecting on her actions, but instead of feeling guilty, she sat alone in her room thinking something didn't add up. She couldn't believe Yamazaki had been involved in Tomie's plan. He seemed too sincere, which meant Tomie had manipulated everything herself. That realization filled Tsukiko with anger. She silently promised herself one day, Tomie would regret what she had done. Meanwhile, Yamazaki headed to a photo lab. He developed the film he had secretly taken of Tomie and eagerly opened the envelope. At first, everything looked normal. Then he noticed something impossible. One photograph showed Tomie smiling, but behind her, another face had appeared. Horrifying, ghost-like figure with empty white eyes was staring directly out of the picture. Yamazaki blinked. Maybe it was just double exposure. He quickly checked another photograph. His blood instantly ran cold. Every single picture contained the same nightmare. Sometimes the monstrous face was hiding behind Tomie. Sometimes it seemed fused into her hair. Sometimes multiple eyes stared from impossible places. None of them had been visible when he took the photographs. He could barely breathe. How is this possible? Terrified but fascinated, Yamazaki made countless copies of the disturbing photographs. Then he climbed to an upper floor of the school, opened a window, and scattered every single print into the air. The photographs drifted across the entire campus like falling leaves. Students rushed toward them, wondering if someone had thrown money from the building. But as they picked up the papers, confusion spread everywhere. Every photograph showed Tomie, and every photograph revealed the same horrifying monster hiding beside her. Some students stared in disbelief, others recoiled in disgust. No one understood what they were looking at hidden nearby. Tsukiko watched the strange scene unfold. She picked up one of the photographs herself. The instant she saw the terrifying face, her expression froze, so she hadn't imagined it after all. There really was something horribly wrong with Tomie. Meanwhile, Yamazaki smiled to himself. He believed he had finally exposed the truth. He was certain the entire school would now see Tomie for what she really was, but before he could leave. A calm, familiar voice echoed behind him. Guys, Yamazaki slowly turned around, standing in the shadows. Tomie was already there, and the smile on her face made it painfully clear. She had expected this all along. Yamazaki's smile disappeared the instant he saw Tomie's face. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her eyes had turned completely blank, and for the first time, she looked genuinely terrified. A student grabbed her arm and hurried her away, breathing heavily. She whispered that she had overheard several boys talking. Planning to kill you? Yamazaki frowned, unable to believe it, but the girl insisted. Tomie had been furious after seeing the photographs. She wasn't pretending, she had been shaking with rage. If they find you, they'll murder you. A brief moment, Tomie's emotionless face became even more unsettling. She silently clenched her fist, whether she was frightened or plotting something far worse. No one could tell. Not long afterward, two intimidating members of the school's ethics committee began storming through the campus. Their faces were filled with murderous determination. Students stepped aside as they marched through the hallways, asking everyone the same question. Have you seen Tsukiko Izumisawa? Most students had no idea who she was. Finally, one boy pointed toward Building 2. The pair immediately rushed off, but by the time they arrived, Tsukiko was already gone. One student casually informed them she had walked by a while earlier. The ethics committee searched every room. Nothing. One of the boys finally muttered, "She's in the clear, at least." For now hidden safely away, Tsukiko finally reunited with Yamazaki. He thanked her for trusting him. Still confused, Tsukiko couldn't understand why Tomie would want her dead over something so small. Yamazaki shook his head. This isn't normal. He explained that Tomie had been trembling with pure rage. Whatever power she possessed, it wasn't human. According to him, people around Tomie fell into a strange trance. They became completely devoted to her. Even he admitted he had almost fallen under her spell. It was like being bewitched. He looked directly at Tsukiko. Those boys will do absolutely anything for her, even murder. Yamazaki made a serious confession. He apologized for dragging Tsukiko into all of this because now, her life was in danger too. Tsukiko asked the obvious question. If you knew that, why scatter the photographs? Yamazaki lowered his head. After a long silence, he finally admitted the truth. I was jealous of her. At first, Tsukiko stared in disbelief. Then, to her own surprise, she realized something. She wasn't jealous of Tomie, she was jealous because she had fallen in love with Yamazaki. But before either of them could say another word, the classroom door suddenly burst open. One of Tomie's fanatics attacked without warning. He wrapped a cord around Yamazaki's neck and pulled with all his strength. My orders came personally. I'm not letting anyone else get the credit. Yamazaki struggled desperately as the wire tightened around his throat. He could barely breathe. Thinking quickly, Tsukiko grabbed a bottle of photo developer from the darkroom shelf. Without hesitating, she blasted the attacker directly in the face. The chemicals hit his eyes instantly. He screamed in agony, clutching his burning face while stumbling backward. My eyes, my eyes. Using the brief opening, Tsukiko dragged Yamazaki away before anyone else could arrive. Later, back at home, reality came crashing down. Her mother stood in the doorway, furious. Where have you been? Weren't you supposed to be suspended and staying home? But Tsukiko barely heard a word. She quietly sat on the floor, exhausted. Everything had changed. What had started as a few strange photographs had become a deadly hunt. And now she knew one terrifying truth. Tomie didn't need to kill people herself. She only had to whisper a single command, and someone else would gladly do it for her. Tsukiko returned home, hoping she could finally catch her breath. Instead, her mother scolded her for skipping school and warned that she would tell her father everything once he returned. Without arguing, Tsukiko quietly accepted the punishment. She was simply too exhausted to explain the nightmare she had been living through. But just as her mother stepped outside, Tsukiko noticed two familiar figures standing below her apartment. It was Teichi and Kamata, the same boys who had been hunting her at school. Her heart nearly stopped. She rushed to the window and screamed for her mother to come back. No, but she was already too late. A soft knock echoed from the front door when Tsukiko looked toward the entrance. Her blood ran cold. Standing there with a sweet smile was Tomie. She calmly held a small shopping bag as if she were simply visiting a friend. Tsukiko immediately tried to stop her. She rushed toward the door, shouting for her mother to wait, but Tomie gently pushed past her. Oh, don't worry, she said with a smile. Your mother has already left. The words sounded polite, but they felt like a threat. Outside, Teichi and Kamata remained on guard. They weren't leaving. Inside, Tomie acted as though nothing strange was happening. Yamazaki suddenly appeared nearby and shouted toward the apartment. What are you doing here? Tomie simply smiled. I brought some refreshments. She casually pulled out drinks from her bag. When Yamazaki demanded to know why her followers were surrounding the building, Tomie laughed. Just my entourage. They follow me everywhere. Her innocent expression made the lie even more disturbing. Once inside the apartment, Tomie made herself completely at home. She sat comfortably on the floor, opened a drink and giggled, then she looked directly at Tsukiko. "So, you think someone wants to kill you?" Tsukiko immediately blamed Yamezaki's warning. Tomie laughed even harder. "That's silly." She claimed she had never even heard of Yamazaki. "Maybe," she suggested with a playful smile. "He simply loved Tsukiko so much that jealousy had driven him insane." Every sentence sounded perfectly reasonable, and that made her even more terrifying. Tomie apologized for getting Tsukiko suspended from school. She insisted she had only come to make peace. She even offered drinks and snacks. "It's not poisoned," she smiled sweetly. Tsukiko didn't believe a single word. Tomie casually mentioned that the photo incident had simply been bad luck. Then her eyes wandered across the walls. She noticed dozens of beautiful photographs decorating the room. "Were these all taken by you?" Tsukiko admitted most of them were, except one. A famous picture of Gaudi's architecture had been given to her by a friend. That single photograph immediately caught Tomie's attention. Almost effortlessly, Tomie began weaving another unbelievable story. She claimed she had lived in Spain before moving to Japan. She said she had been born in France. Her grandfather had supposedly been close friends with Picasso. Her family had lived inside a mansion designed by the legendary architect Gaudi himself. The stories became more extravagant with every sentence. Tsukiko listened quietly, but inside, something didn't feel right. Nothing about Tomie's stories matched reality. Tomie suddenly invited Tsukiko to visit her house someday. She even claimed her father wanted to meet her. Tsukiko finally couldn't stay silent anymore. She looked Tomie straight in the eyes. "You're lying. You can invent stories all you want. None of them make sense." Then she delivered the words Tomie had never expected to hear. "A pathological liar. Maybe you're sick." The room instantly fell silent. Tomie's smile froze for the first time. Pure shock appeared on her face. She stared at Tsukiko with trembling eyes. "Did you just call me sick? Did you just call me a monster?" Her expression twisted into something horrifying. She grabbed her head as if an unbearable pain had exploded inside her skull. She screamed louder and louder, collapsing onto the floor. "Stop, I won't forgive you," sighed Yamazaki. And the others heard the horrifying screams and rushed toward the apartment. When they burst inside, Tomie was crawling across the floor in agony. One terrified boy shouted, "Don't look," but it was already too late. The horrifying transformation had begun. And what everyone saw next would prove that Tomie was far more than just a beautiful girl. The moment everyone looked at Tomie, their blood froze. Half of her face had twisted into a hideous mass of flesh. A giant, pulsating growth pushed through her skin, covered in tangled veins and bulging eyes that seemed to stare in every direction. The room erupted into chaos. The boys instinctively backed away in horror while Tsukiko stood frozen, unable to believe what she was seeing. But then, the impossible happened. Tomie suddenly looked at them with fear in her eyes and desperately shouted, "Guys, what are you doing?" It was as if the real Tomie had briefly returned. Then she screamed again, "Cut this growth off, hurry, and then burn it." The monstrous growth had become something separate, something that was consuming her body from the inside. Without wasting another second, the boys sprang into action. One of them grabbed Tsukiko and tied her tightly to a pillar so she couldn't interfere. She struggled and screamed at them to stop. Meanwhile, the others searched the apartment for anything sharp enough to cut the creature away. A kitchen knife wasn't enough. "Find a hatchet." One of them raised the weapon high above his head while another tried to comfort Tomie. "Hang in there." The next instant, the blade came crashing down. Tomie let out a blood-curdling scream. Black blood splattered across the room as the horrifying lump was hacked apart piece by piece. Every strike echoed through the apartment. Every scream sounded less human than the last. Finally, the swollen mass tore free from her body. The boys staggered backward, completely exhausted. Blood covered their uniforms. Their hands trembled uncontrollably. They thought it was finally over, but then someone looked down. Tomie's head was gone. During the frenzy, they had accidentally chopped off her entire head instead of just the growth. Silence filled the room. One boy whispered, "We're murderers." Panic quickly took over. They argued with each other, blaming one another for what had happened. But then they all slowly turned toward the only witness left alive, Tsukiko. She had seen everything. Knife still in hand, they approached her. They tried to reassure themselves. "No one else knows. You saw the whole thing, didn't you?" Tsukiko shut her eyes, pretending to be unconscious, but nobody believed her as they searched the room for a solution. One boy suddenly noticed a camera sitting on the desk. Everything clicked. Tomie had been taking photographs. He remembered the strange pictures hanging all over Tsukiko's walls. What if she photographed us? What if she has proof? Instantly, their fear changed into rage. The camera had become even more dangerous than the corpse. Before they could decide what to do, something horrifying echoed across the room. A wet, gurgling voice. The severed, monstrous growth opened its grotesque mouth. Its countless eyes stared directly at them. Then it spoke. "Kill her. Tsukiko, burn me. If you don't, I'll wake up again." Creature sounded exactly like Tomie, yet somehow, it felt like something else was speaking through her. The boys hesitated. One of them noticed that the creature's personality didn't quite match Tomie's. It sounds like the growth. It's also just like Tomie. Terrified, they obeyed anyway. They carried the remains away, soaked in blood, determined to destroy every trace before anyone discovered the truth. They left the apartment with the body, leaving Tsukiko tied up and completely alone. Hours passed in total silence. The smell of blood filled the room. Tomie's headless body still lay on the floor. Tsukiko desperately tried to free herself, but the ropes refused to budge. Her mother wouldn't return for an entire week. She realized no one was coming to save her. Maybe, she thought, this was all just a nightmare. Maybe none of it was real then. Strange scraping sound echoed through the room. Tsukiko slowly opened her eyes. The headless corpse twitched. It rolled onto its stomach then, with slow, unnatural movements, it began crawling across the floor. Tsukiko watched in absolute terror as the body dragged itself upright without a head. One trembling step, then another. The lifeless body was standing. It staggered toward the wall where the photographs hung, moving as though it were searching for something, and at that moment, Tsukiko realized the nightmare wasn't over, because even without its head, Tomie's body was still alive. And whatever it was looking for could unleash an even greater horror. Tsukiko could only watch in helpless terror. The headless body slowly turned toward her, and then, impossibly, a rotten face began pushing its way out from inside the empty neck. It wasn't a real head. It was a half-formed nightmare, stitched together from decaying flesh, with bulging eyes staring in different directions and a twisted grin stretching across its face. Then, it laughed. Aha, aha, ahaha. The sound echoed through the silent apartment, making Tsukiko's entire body tremble. The creature swayed awkwardly on its feet before stumbling out of the room, still laughing to itself as though it had completely forgotten the terrified girl behind it. Tsukiko couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. She stared after the headless monster as it dragged itself down the hallway. Its arms scraped against the walls. Its feet shuffled unnaturally across the floor. Every step sounded wrong. The horrifying laughter slowly faded into the distance. Only then did Tsukiko finally begin struggling against the ropes with everything she had. After what felt like forever, the bindings loosened. One final pull, and she was free. Breathing heavily, Tsukiko rubbed her aching wrists and looked around the room. Blood covered the floor. Tomie's body had left a trail of dark stains everywhere it had crawled. The photographs she had treasured were ruined, splattered with blood and torn during the night's chaos. She tried wiping the stains away again and again. But no matter how hard she scrubbed, Tomie's blood refused to disappear. It was as if the apartment itself had become permanently cursed. Trying to calm herself, Tsukiko forced out a nervous laugh. This has to be a dream. Has to be. No monster could survive without a head. No corpse could stand up and walk away. None of what she had seen made any sense. If it was only a nightmare, then maybe all she had to do was wait until she woke up still shaking. She decided the safest thing to do was clean the room before anything else happened. She reached toward the light switch, hoping that turning on the lights would somehow make everything feel normal again. But deep inside, she already knew this wasn't a dream. The blood wouldn't disappear. The laughter had been real, and somewhere inside the house, Tomie's headless body was still wandering in the darkness. The nightmare had only just begun. Just when Tsukiko thought the nightmare was finally over, the laughter returned. Her heart nearly stopped. The headless body she thought had wandered away suddenly appeared in the doorway once again. Slowly, the rotten face peered out from the open neck, its lifeless eyes locking onto her. Then it called her name. Tsukiko. The creature stretched both hands toward her like a child begging for a hug. But the next second, its expression twisted into pure hatred. Die! Without warning, it lunged forward and wrapped its icy fingers around Tsukiko's throat. She clawed desperately at its hands as her vision blurred. Jaya! Suddenly, Tsukiko's eyes flew open. She gasped for air and sat upright in bed, soaked in sweat. It was just a dream. Relief flooded over her. Everything had been a nightmare. Tomie hadn't really turned into a monster. Nobody had really cut off her head. She buried her face in her hands, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. But as she looked across the room, her blood froze. The wall was still stained with dried blood. The ruined photographs were exactly where she had left them. Nothing had changed. It hadn't been a dream at all. Everything had really happened. Realizing the danger she was in, Tsukiko immediately decided to call her parents and then go straight to the police. She rushed toward the phone. But when she picked it up, nothing. The line had been cut. Someone had made sure she couldn't call for help. With no other choice, she prepared to run to the nearest public phone before anyone could stop her. Meanwhile, Across town, Teichi and Kamada were already heading back toward Tsukiko's apartment. Neither of them knew whether she had escaped. They only cared about one thing. If Tomie ordered it, they would kill Tsukiko without hesitation. Kamada tried convincing himself that tying her up had been enough. But the conversation quickly shifted back to the real problem. Tomie's severed head. That thing wasn't Tomie anymore. It had become something far more terrifying. Neither burning it nor taking it home seemed like a good idea. As they walked, Kamada suddenly lowered his voice. Teichi, someone's been following us. Both boys stopped. A man in a gray suit stood several meters behind them. He wore glasses with one lens covered by an eye patch. His face was bruised, yet his expression remained strangely calm. Teichi stepped forward aggressively. "What's your business?" The stranger answered without hesitation. "I've come to see Tomie." The boys immediately became suspicious. "Who the hell are you?" The man looked almost desperate. "Please let me see her. I'll go insane if I don't." At the same time, Tsukiko discovered the dead phone line and ran outside, determined to find help before it was too late. As she hurried through the streets, she wondered if Tomie's case even counted as murder anymore. After all, how could someone be considered dead if they simply stood back up and walked away? Back near the apartment, Teichi finally lost his patience. He threw a punch, sending the mysterious man crashing to the ground. "Stay away from Tomie, you bastard." But instead of fighting back, the stranger quietly muttered, "Why are you helping me?" Teichi froze. The man gave a bitter smile. "I tried to kill you before. I tried to kill Tomie too. It seems getting beaten finally brought me back to my senses." Then looking directly at Teichi, he said, "Take me to the police." For the first time, someone who had fallen under Tomie's spell had actually broken free. Before anyone could react, Teichi suddenly remembered Tsukiko. "Damn it, she's loose." Both boys immediately abandoned the injured stranger and sprinted toward the apartment, determined to catch Tsukiko before she escaped. The mysterious man collapsed against the wall, unable to move. Moments later, Tsukiko arrived and found him lying there alone. Weakly opening his eyes, he whispered, "They're just a couple of thugs." Realizing he was badly hurt, Tsukiko helped him sit up. He looked at her with exhausted eyes. "I tried to kill you." She stared at him in confusion. Then he asked the one question she never expected. "Why are you helping me?" And before she could answer, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Teichi and Kamada were coming back. With Tsukiko cornered once again and a mysterious survivor finally regaining his sanity, the terrifying truth behind Tomie's curse was about to unfold. Tsukiko quickly carried the injured Yamazaki back inside her apartment. His body was burning with fever, so she gently laid him on the bed and promised to bring him some water. As she stepped into the kitchen, she noticed something strange. Unlike the rest of the apartment, the kitchen hadn't been touched. Everything was exactly where it should have been. Still holding the hot water bottle, she carefully filled it with hot water before walking back toward her room. The moment she opened the door, she froze. The apartment had been completely trashed. Drawers were ripped open, furniture overturned, and every corner had been searched. She immediately understood why. The killers had been looking for the camera that contained evidence of Tomie's murder. Unfortunately for them, they had taken it. Tsukiko couldn't help but sigh. "Of course they did, as if I could have hidden it while I was tied to a table." But then another thought crossed her mind. If they searched the apartment once, they'd almost certainly come back. Just as that realization hit her, the doorbell rang. Tsukiko's heart nearly stopped. She carefully looked through the peephole, expecting Teichi or Kamada to be waiting outside. Instead, standing at the door was her cheerful classmate Michiko. Completely relieved, Tsukiko hurried to open the door. Michiko smiled casually. "What is it? I just came to check on you. It's Sunday, you know." Then she noticed the hot water bottle. "Do you have a fever?" Trying to stay calm, Tsukiko simply invited her inside. But before letting her in, she nervously asked, "Did you see anyone outside?" Michiko looked confused. "No, why?" Inside the apartment, Michiko immediately noticed Yamazaki lying on the bed. She blinked in surprise. So, who's he? Trying desperately to protect her friend, Tsukiko lied. He just happened to stop by. But Michiko wasn't convinced. She leaned closer with a teasing smile. Come on. If you two are dating, just tell me. Embarrassed, Tsukiko shook her head. No, that's not it. Still smiling mischievously, Michiko asked. Have you two kissed? Tsukiko's face instantly turned red. Michiko. She quickly explained that Yamazaki was simply sick with a fever and nothing more. Realizing she had embarrassed her friend, Michiko apologized. She admitted she only assumed something romantic was happening because Tsukiko had recently been suspended from school and now had a boy alone in her room. But Tsukiko couldn't laugh. Inside her head, panic was growing. She wanted to tell Michiko everything. About Tomie. About the murders. About the monsters. But dragging an innocent friend into this nightmare felt horribly wrong. Instead, she forced a smile. Thanks for coming. But I think you should leave. Michiko looked disappointed but nodded. As she walked toward the door, Tsukiko quietly apologized to herself. Under normal circumstances, having your best friend tease you about a boy would have been something cute. Now, it only made her feel guilty. Once Michiko finally left, silence returned to the apartment. Tsukiko checked on Yamazaki. He had finally regained consciousness. His eye was badly bandaged, and his fever was still intense. She gently asked how he was feeling. He managed a weak smile. My eye's okay, I washed it out. Then his expression suddenly changed. He stared into empty space. Tomie. Tsukiko immediately looked around. What about Tomie? I heard hers. She called my name. The room fell completely silent. Tsukiko tried to reassure him. It was probably just a dream. We've been the only ones here. Yamazaki slowly turned his head toward her. You've been here this whole time. She nodded. Yeah. I'm watching over you. After a long silence, Yamazaki whispered. I tried to kill you. So why are you being so kind to me? Evening slowly settled outside. Tsukiko decided to make him some porridge, hoping he could finally eat something. Yamazaki quietly asked. Will you stay by my side for a while? She smiled softly. Of course. Outside the apartment building, hidden in the darkness, two familiar figures stared up toward her window. Teicha and Kamada had returned. One of them quietly muttered. Looks like she's back. The hunt had begun again. Inside the apartment, Tsukiko tried feeding Yamazaki. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swallow a single bite. His breathing suddenly became heavier. His entire body started trembling. Then, without warning, he let out a horrifying scream. Ah! Before Tsukiko could react, Yamazaki grabbed her tightly, his eyes filled with terror. It's Tomie. She's calling me. Outside, the killers were closing in. Inside, Tomie's voice had already reached Yamazaki's mind, and what happened next would prove that no locked door could keep Tomie away. Yamazaki clung desperately to Tsukiko, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. His fever had become so intense that he could no longer tell reality from hallucination. No matter how many times Tsukiko tried to calm him down, he refused to listen. I'm telling you, she's here. Tomie is somewhere in this house. He insisted he could hear her calling his name. Tsukiko gently held his shoulders and tried to reassure him. It's just the fever, we're alone, come on, lie back down. For a brief moment, it looked like he had finally calmed down. Then suddenly, Yamazaki froze. His eyes widened as if he had heard something impossible. Yamazaki. A soft voice echoed through the room. He slowly turned his head. It's Tomie. Without another word, he shoved Tsukiko aside and stumbled out of the bedroom. Still weak from his injuries, Yamazaki wandered through the destroyed apartment like a man under a spell. Tomie. Where are you? His voice echoed through every room. Tsukiko chased after him in panic. Yamazaki, don't. Please stay away from that room. But he couldn't hear her anymore. The only voice reaching him was Tomie's. He stepped into the wrecked room where Tomie had been murdered. The place was still soaked with memories of violence. Yamazaki looked around frantically. Tomie, show yourself. Then, he noticed something impossible. The carpet. It was moving. At first it only rippled slightly. Then it began swelling upward like something underneath was trying to force its way out. Tsukiko stared in horror. The carpet had absorbed Tomie's blood the night she was killed. Now, that blood was moving. Suddenly, a pale hand burst through the fabric. Another hand followed. Then a face. Slowly, a woman's body pushed itself out of the carpet as though the floor itself were giving birth. It was Tomie. Her eyes remained closed as her body continued pulling itself free, dripping with dark, sticky blood. Yamazaki didn't hesitate for even a second. Instead of running, he rushed toward her. He gently cupped Tomie's face with trembling hands. The horrifying smile on his face showed that he had completely fallen under her spell. Meanwhile, Tsukiko could only watch in absolute disbelief. Tomie opened her blank white eyes. A tiny laugh escaped her lips. Hey. Without any hesitation, she whispered. His lips belong to me. Yamazaki is mine. Then she slowly turned toward Tsukiko. We're in love. You're only in the way. Kiss me again, Yamazaki. The words sounded less like a request, and more like a command. Outside the apartment, Tsukiko suddenly made a desperate decision. If she couldn't stop Yamazaki, she would at least get help. She climbed onto the balcony railing and grabbed the apartment's drain pipe, carefully lowering herself toward the floor below. Behind her, Tomie's eerie laughter echoed through the night. Hey. Tsukiko looked back one last time. Tomie. Just as she prepared to keep climbing, a deafening crash shattered the silence. Smash! The apartment window exploded into thousands of pieces. Glass rained across the room. A figure forced his way inside through the broken window. It was Kamada. Still gripping a metal pipe, he landed inside the apartment with murderous determination. Tsukiko's face turned pale. Everything was collapsing at once. Tomie had returned. Yamazaki had lost his mind. And now, the killers had finally broken into the apartment. With Tomie reborn, Yamazaki completely under her control, and Kamada crashing into the room with a weapon in hand, the nightmare was only just beginning. Kamada climbed through the shattered window with a metal pipe in his hand, grinning like a predator that had finally cornered its prey. When he spotted Yamazaki kneeling beside Tomie, he burst into laughter. Well, look who else is here. He casually joked that since they lived so high above the ground, he could simply shove Yamazaki off the balcony and everyone would think it was suicide. Then he tightened his grip on the pipe. Let's start with you. Tsukiko immediately threw herself over Yamazaki's unconscious body, desperately trying to shield him. Yamazaki. But Kamada kept advancing. He raised the metal pipe high above his head. Come on, run. At the very last second, Tsukiko grabbed Yamazaki by the shirt and yanked him backward across the floor. Kamada's swing missed. Instead, the metal pipe slammed directly into Tomie's face. Glass shards buried themselves even deeper into her skin. Her beautiful face became even more grotesque. For the first time, Kamada looked horrified. Tomie. He stared at the damage he had caused. What have I done? Instead of screaming, Tomie calmly looked back at him. You broke my window. And now I've got glass stuck in my face. Her voice remained cold, almost annoyed. Then she quietly added, if you're the one who hurt me, you should fix it. In an instant, Kamada completely forgot why he had come there. The murderous rage disappeared from his face. He dropped to his knees like a guilty child. I'll fix it. I'll take care of everything. Tomie immediately began insulting him. You're filthy. Dirty. Vulgar. You disgust me. Throw away that iron pipe. And leave. Without even questioning her orders, Kamada obediently dropped the weapon. Why yes. I'll be more careful. I won't bother you anymore. The man who had broken into the apartment to kill her had become her obedient servant within seconds. Outside the apartment, Kamada quietly climbed back over the balcony railing. Without another word, he disappeared into the darkness. Tsukiko watched in stunned silence. She couldn't believe Tomie had driven away a murderer with nothing more than a few words. But Yamazaki barely noticed. His eyes never left Tomie. Tomie reached both hands toward him. Yamazaki, please, get me out of here. That single plea erased every trace of reason left inside him. Yamazaki rushed forward and grabbed the strange membrane binding Tomie's body to the floor. I'll help you. Just hang on. He pulled with all his strength. The sticky flesh stretched farther and farther. But it refused to tear. Tomie smiled happily. Now we can live together. This room will be our world. We'll even raise our children here. Yamazaki became frantic. Why won't it come off? What is this stuff? He kept pulling harder, determined to free the woman he loved. Watching everything unfold, Tsukiko felt completely helpless. She realized Tomie wasn't simply human anymore. No matter how many times she died, she always came back. Like a lizard growing a new tail. Always with the same beautiful face. Maybe she was a ghost. Maybe she was a witch. Whatever she truly was, she had completely enslaved Yamazaki's mind. Tomie looked up at him with fake concern. Oh, there are so many glass shards in my face. I'll remove them for you. Ignoring Tsukiko's desperate cries, Yamazaki gently reached toward the shards embedded in Tomie's skin. One by one, he carefully pulled them out. Blood slowly trickled down her face. Oh no. You're bleeding. He leaned in closer, trying to help her even more. And at that exact moment, without warning, a massive jet of thick black liquid suddenly exploded out of Tomie's body. It blasted across the room with terrifying force, turning the nightmare into something even more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. Just when Yamazaki thought he was saving Tomie, her monstrous body revealed another terrifying secret, one that threatened everyone trapped inside the apartment. The thick black liquid blasted across the apartment like a living flood. Instead of stopping, it kept pouring out of Tomie's body, spreading over the floor in every direction. Yamazaki stared in complete disbelief as the strange substance clung to his hands like sticky plastic. What is this? The nightmare had become even more impossible to understand. Outside the apartment, the sound of police sirens echoed through the neighborhood. At the same time, down on the street below, a crowd gathered around Kamada's lifeless body. The impact had driven a horrifying spike of bone straight through his chest. Everyone whispered in shock as officers rushed to secure the scene. Looking up at the shattered apartment window, one policeman concluded that the boy must have fallen from above. But nobody had actually seen it happen. Just then, a scream came from the apartment. She's dead. Back upstairs, Yamazaki collapsed onto the floor. It's my fault. I killed Tomie. Tsukiko desperately tried to comfort him. No, none of this is your fault. Before either of them could react, someone outside pointed toward the apartment. There they are. Police officers stormed into the building and raced up the stairs. Loud banging shook the apartment door. Open up, police. The officers burst inside, only to freeze. The room looked like a disaster zone. Furniture was overturned. Glass covered the floor. A huge pool of dark liquid soaked the carpet and walls. And lying in the middle of it was what looked like Tomie's remains. One officer frowned. What in the world happened here? Another stepped into the puddle and immediately grimaced. It's completely soaked. Everything about the scene felt wrong. Tsukiko gathered her courage and told them everything. She explained how Tomie had been murdered. How she somehow came back to life. How Kamada attacked them. And how he suddenly threw himself from the balcony. The officers exchanged confused looks. To them, it sounded completely impossible. One officer laughed nervously. So you're telling us this plastic sheet is a monster? But Tsukiko pointed toward the strange mass on the floor. Then explain that. The officer bent down for a closer look. After carefully examining it, his expression changed. It wasn't a body at all. It was just an ordinary sheet of thick plastic. The same kind people placed underneath carpets. The horrifying creature Tsukiko had seen had somehow vanished without leaving a trace. Days passed. The investigation continued, but it only became more confusing. Kamada's death was officially ruled a suicide because witnesses had seen him fall. Yamazaki had disappeared after the incident, leaving police with no answers. Laboratory tests confirmed that the enormous amount of blood inside the apartment was human. Even stranger, it didn't match either Yamazaki or Kamada. The detectives admitted they had enough blood to prove someone should have died. But there was no victim. Without a body, there was no murder case. The entire investigation had reached a dead end. Unable to forget everything she had witnessed, Tsukiko finally returned home. She broke down in tears before her father. She told him how another girl had humiliated her, calling her a monster and spreading horrible photos throughout the school. "I can't take it anymore. I don't want to go back." Her father gently tried to comfort her. But Tsukiko had already made up her mind. She would leave school behind. Several days later, Tsukiko gave her official statement to the police one last time. She insisted Kamada had climbed into the apartment through the broken window before everything happened. The detectives listened carefully. But despite all their questions, nothing explained the mysterious blood or Tomie's disappearance. With no victim and no evidence, the case remained completely unsolved. Soon afterward, Tsukiko returned to Hanadagyaka High School to say goodbye. A classmate hurried over in surprise. "Is it true you're leaving?" Tsukiko nodded quietly. "My family is moving. I caused too much trouble. Maybe this is some kind of punishment." She apologized to her friend, who embraced her with tears in her eyes. Tsukiko forced a faint smile, believing the nightmare was finally over. Completely unaware that Tomie's curse was far from finished. Just when Tsukiko thought she had escaped Tomie's influence forever, fate was already preparing another terrifying encounter that would prove no one can ever truly leave Tomie behind. Tsukiko's classmate stopped her just before she left. Without saying much, she handed Tsukiko a sealed envelope. "Here, take this." Confused, Tsukiko opened it. Inside was one of Kusakawa's surviving photographs. "A farewell gift," her friend smiled. "A lot of his pictures survived, and some of them are actually beautiful." As Tsukiko prepared to leave, her friend admitted something she had wanted to say all along. "You know, I believe you, I believe your story." For the first time since the nightmare began, someone finally believed everything Tsukiko had experienced. She smiled with tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Michiko." Her friend promised they would always stay best friends, while Tsukiko quietly admitted she was still worried about Yamazaki. Even though the investigation wasn't over, he had already suffered more than anyone else. Meanwhile, Tsukiko's family packed up their apartment and prepared to move away forever. Her father thanked the movers while reminding them not to bother loading the old carpet. "Throw it away, there's no way we're taking that thing with us." The stained carpet, the one that had witnessed Tomie's impossible resurrection, was rolled up and tossed aside like ordinary trash. No one realized they might have just discarded something far more dangerous than they could imagine. Not long afterward, Tsukiko visited Yamazaki in the hospital. His injuries had healed enough that he no longer needed the eye patch. He looked exhausted but calmer than before. "I think I've finally gotten over her." Tsukiko smiled with relief. Then Yamazaki asked the one question that had been haunting him. "That thing under the carpet, what do you think it really was?" Tsukiko had already reached her own conclusion. It wasn't Tomie herself. It was her blood. She explained that Tomie's blood had somehow remained alive. It had longed to become Tomie again, so it wrapped itself around the plastic sheet beneath the carpet, using it like skin in an attempt to rebuild her body. Yamazaki sat silently, trying to process the horrifying explanation. Tsukiko looked at him with a bittersweet smile. "I guess that means the lips you kissed weren't really Tomie's after all." Yamazaki forced a weak laugh. "I suppose that's my only consolation." They both hoped that nightmare had finally come to an end. Outside the hospital, however, the mystery continued growing. News reports spread across the city about the bizarre case. Police revealed they had recovered an ordinary plastic sheet bearing the unmistakable imprint of a human face. Experts proposed countless theories. Some believed a murderer had stretched plastic over a victim's face before dismembering the body. Others insisted the sheet had somehow molded itself around the victim's features. But no explanation truly fit the evidence. Most disturbing of all, Tomie's body was still missing. And because of that, Yumezaki remained the primary suspect. One afternoon, while staring out the hospital window, Yumezaki noticed something strange in a nearby junkyard. Someone had dumped the rolled-up carpet from Tsukiko's apartment among a pile of discarded trash. For some reason, the sight filled him with unease. He couldn't explain it. Then, as the hours passed, the rolled carpet began to change. Its surface slowly swelled outward. The bulge grew larger and larger, until it no longer looked like an ordinary carpet at all. Yumezaki's heart sank. That swelling, it doesn't look natural. The nightmare everyone thought was over had only been sleeping. Deep inside that abandoned carpet, something was growing once again, and when it finally emerged, Tomie's return would be more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. As Yumezaki stared out the hospital window, his worst fear suddenly became reality. The abandoned carpet lying in the junkyard didn't stay still. With a loud thump, strange bulges began rising beneath its surface. At first they looked like random lumps spreading across the discarded trash like some living disease. Yumezaki froze. What does this mean? Then the bumps changed. One after another, dark strands pushed through the surface. Hair. Long black hair. The bumps kept growing until dozens of heads covered with flowing black hair emerged from beneath the carpet. Day after day there were more. The entire junkyard slowly filled with them. Although none of the figures turned to face him, Yumezaki already knew exactly what he was looking at. There wasn't the slightest doubt anymore. Every single one of them was becoming Tomie. The living blood hidden inside that carpet hadn't created just one new body. It was creating an entire army. For some reason, Yumezaki couldn't bring himself to tell anyone. He knew no one would ever believe him, and besides, who would think to inspect an ordinary junkyard? So he waited. Deep down, he knew the day would eventually come when those things finally awakened. And then, it happened. One night, Yumezaki quietly slipped out of his hospital bed and returned to the dump. The moment he arrived, a terrible feeling washed over him. They've noticed me. His heart pounded as hundreds of silent figures slowly turned in his direction. Then all at once, every Tomie stretched out her arms toward him. Their voices merged into one horrifying chorus. He could hear them screaming, laughing, calling his name. Yumezaki. Hold me. Yumezaki. Hold me. Hundreds of identical faces reached for him, desperate to embrace him. The nightmare hadn't ended at all. It had multiplied. And somewhere inside that endless sea of Tomies, Yumezaki realized there would never again be just one Tomie to fear. There would be countless versions of her, each one craving the same thing. This marks the chilling conclusion of Tomie, Kiss, proving that no matter how many times Tomie dies, her obsession and her curse can never truly be destroyed. Just when Tsukiko thought the nightmare was finally over, a low rumble echoed through the night. At first everyone assumed it was distant thunder, but the strange sound refused to stop. Outside an old mansion, two elderly neighbors looked toward the dark sky. They hadn't seen the old man living inside for quite some time. He rarely left the house anymore, only occasionally showing his face through a window. His daughter was still around, but something about the place felt wrong. The endless rumbling only made the atmosphere even more unsettling. Inside the mansion, the old man calmly sat smoking his pipe while a beautiful young woman gently played with the fish in a large tank. Then she smiled. Finally found where she is. Is it all right if I bring her here? The old man barely hesitated. Of course, I'd love to meet her. Girl thanked him with an innocent smile, but the moment she turned away, the old man quietly muttered, "You don't have to pretend." He knew the sound outside wasn't thunder. It was something far more unnatural. Meanwhile, in another town, Tsukiko Izumisawa was trying to leave her past behind. She had almost forgot everything that happened with Tomie, almost. Then a letter from her best friend Michiko arrived. The moment Tsukiko read it, every terrifying memory came rushing back. The letter mentioned Yumezaki. he had disappeared without a trace. Tsukiko couldn't ignore it. She was certain Tomie had something to do with his disappearance. Determined to uncover the truth, she hurried outside to visit Michiko, but before she could leave, a white sports car screeched to a stop beside her. The driver's window slowly rolled down. A woman wearing dark sunglasses smiled. "Long time no see, Tsukiko." Tsukiko's face immediately turned pale. There was no mistaking that voice. "Tomie." Tomie laughed. "Not running away this time, are you?" Tsukiko wanted nothing to do with her. "Have nothing to say to you." But Tomie didn't seem offended. Instead, she casually asked, "So, you don't want to see Yamazaki?" The moment Tsukiko heard his name, everything changed. He's at my place," Tomie continued. "He's become so thin I'm afraid he'll break if I even look at him." Tsukiko's heart skipped a beat. She had been searching for Yamazaki all this time. Without realizing it, Tomie had found the perfect bait. After a long moment of hesitation, Tsukiko gave in. "I'll go." A satisfied smile spread across Tomie's face. "Then get in." The sports car sped away, carrying Tsukiko straight into another nightmare. Soon they arrived at the mysterious mansion. As Tsukiko stepped out, a large black bird perched above the entrance let out a harsh, eerie cry, as if warning her to turn back. Tomie simply smiled. "What do you think? Pretty impressive, isn't it?" She led Tsukiko inside and introduced her to the elderly man she called her father. The old man greeted her warmly. "My daughter has told me a great deal about you." Then his expression became strangely fascinated. "Seen the photographs you took of my daughter, your eye for detail borders on the supernatural." He even admitted his own camera had recently been stolen from his room. Before Tsukiko could process his strange comments, she interrupted him. "Please, tell me where Yamazaki is." Tomie immediately stepped in. "Oh, father, don't tease her." The old man burst into laughter. The atmosphere suddenly became even more unsettling. Something about this house, something about Tomie's so-called father, felt deeply wrong, and Tsukiko was beginning to realize that walking through those doors may have been the biggest mistake of her life. Tsukiko demanded to know where Yamazaki was, but instead of answering, the old man revealed something far more disturbing. According to him, Tomie didn't actually care about love. She only cared about herself. To her, men were nothing more than decorations. Trophies to satisfy her endless vanity. She loved watching them fall hopelessly in love with her, only to destroy them once they had completely lost themselves. And when those obsessed men finally realized the truth, their love turned into hatred. Many became so consumed by madness that they wanted to cut Tomie into pieces. Tsukiko listened in stunned silence. Everything he said matched the horrifying stories she had already witnessed. But then, the old man revealed an even darker secret. Whenever Tomie experienced severe trauma, she didn't simply heal, she multiplied. Another Tomie would literally grow from her own body. He claimed his life's work was preventing those clones from being born. At first Tsukiko thought he was insane, until the old man pointed toward a sealed glass container. Inside the jar, floating in a strange chemical solution, were two horrifying human heads, both of them. Where Tomie, one face looked almost complete, the other was still slowly forming as if it were alive. The old man proudly explained that the acid prevented them from fully regenerating. But even then, Tomie's unbelievable healing ability constantly fought against the chemicals. He looked at Tsukiko with excitement, then made an unbelievable request. "Please, help me with my research." Before Tsukiko could even answer, he casually added the details. He wanted to inject her with Tomie's bodily fluids, along with several other experimental substances. Tsukiko immediately backed away. "No way." The old man desperately tried to stop her. Just then, Tomie calmly walked toward the laboratory. Without saying a word, she ignored her father's panic. The old man screamed for her to close the container holding the acid. If the lid stayed open, the poisonous fumes would burn everyone's throats. Tomie didn't even look at him. Instead, she coldly reminded him that they had played this game many times before. She was tired of being treated like a laboratory animal. The old man insisted he was trying to cure her. Tomie simply smiled. "If you're really trying to help me, then why do you keep treating me like this?" For the first time, their fake father and daughter relationship completely collapsed. Then, without warning, Tomie wrapped both hands around the old man's throat. The old man screamed in terror as she slowly squeezed harder and harder. She whispered almost playfully, "You're so shy." Then she turned toward one of the mansion's old armored suits. Almost like waking a sleeping servant, she softly called, "Wake up, darling." The empty suit suddenly moved, its helmet slowly turned. The rusty armor grabbed a sword and stepped forward. Tsukiko froze. The old man could only scream in horror. Tomie calmly pointed upstairs. After her, the living knight immediately charged. Its sword crashed through furniture as Tsukiko barely escaped with her life. She sprinted through the mansion's endless hallways while the heavy footsteps of the armored monster echoed behind her. Every corner looked exactly the same. Every hallway seemed to stretch forever. Finally, exhausted and gasping for breath, Tsukiko reached another corridor. Then she froze. Tomie was already standing there, arms crossed, waiting. It was as if escape had never been possible. Behind Tsukiko, the armored knight slowly emerged from the darkness. Trapped between both of them, panic began to overwhelm her. Then she noticed a barely opened door. Maybe, just maybe, there was another way out. She slipped inside. Instead of freedom, she found an old man locked behind iron bars. He desperately grabbed the prison door. "Help me," the prisoner claimed. He was the real owner of the mansion. The man Tsukiko had been talking to all along was nothing but an imposter. Tsukiko couldn't believe what she was hearing. Before she could react, Tomie calmly entered the room. She looked at the prisoner with a knowing smile. "Mr. Takagi." The old man immediately began laughing nervously. Tomie leaned closer, her voice almost gentle. Wonder if you really wanted to heal me, or if you had another motive all along, Mr. Takagi insisted that he had been imprisoned by the fake old man and his daughter. Then, as the armored knight continued searching the halls outside, he finally decided to reveal the truth. It all began one stormy summer night, and with those chilling words, the real mystery behind the mansion was finally about to unfold. The imprisoned old man finally revealed what had happened. Years ago, during a violent storm, a young woman arrived at the mansion completely soaked by the rain. Feeling sorry for her, his daughter invited the stranger inside and even offered her a place to stay for the night. But the woman hadn't come alone. Standing silently behind her was a strange man whose empty eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. He barely spoke a single word, yet something about him felt deeply unnatural. The old man admitted he should have thrown them out immediately. Instead, he welcomed them. It became the biggest mistake of his life. By the next morning, the mysterious pair had completely taken over the mansion, pretending to be the rightful owners while continuing their twisted experiments. Just then, a deep rumbling echoed through the corridors. Tsukiko looked around nervously. Thunder, the prisoner quickly shook his head. No, that's not thunder, his face filled with terror. That's my daughter. According to him, the experiments had transformed her into something beyond human. Every scream, every groan shaking the house was born from endless pain and rage. He begged Tsukiko to run before she became the next victim. At that exact moment, the living suit of armor continued marching closer, its sword scraping against the stone floor with an eerie metallic screech. The prisoner desperately yelled for Tsukiko to escape. The armored knight suddenly smashed through a nearby door, forcing Tsukiko to sprint down another endless hallway while the monster relentlessly chased her. She turned another corner, only to discover a dead end. Her heart nearly stopped. The knight slowly approached, sword raised. Out of options, Tsukiko grabbed the only thing nearby, a large metal basin. Trying to sound brave, she shouted, "I'm armed." The armored figure didn't hesitate. It swung its sword. Tsukiko hurled the basin with all her strength. The metal bowl smashed into the knight's helmet, knocking it completely off. For one brief second, everything became silent. Then something horrifying burst out from behind the broken door. A gigantic mass of flesh slowly dragged itself into the hallway. It wasn't one body, it was dozens, countless faces. Every single one of them was Tomie. Eyes blinked from every direction, mouths opened and closed. Long arms stretched unnaturally across the floor, grabbing anything within reach. The monstrous creature immediately wrapped its endless limbs around the armored knight, pulling it into its massive body. Even stranger, inside the empty armor wasn't some ghost. It was a real man, Teichai. Tsukiko stared in disbelief. All those faces, they were Tomie's. Every inch of the monster was covered with copies of her face, as if hundreds of incomplete Tomies had fused into one gigantic living nightmare. She suddenly realized why she'd been brought to this mansion. This creature, could it actually be the old man's daughter after years of those horrific experiments? As Teich struggled to escape the monster's grasp, Tsukiko knew she couldn't help him. With tears in her eyes, she promised she'd return for the prisoner. Then she ran, waiting calmly on the staircase. Was Tomie? She wasn't frightened, she wasn't surprised, she simply smiled. "You really are a lucky girl, Tsukiko." Behind her, the gigantic creature continued swallowing the armored knight while Tomie watched without the slightest emotion. Then Tsukiko confronted her. "Tomie, your true nature is finally revealing itself." Tomie only smiled even wider. "My true nature, but nothing lasts forever." The first time, those words made Tomie's confident expression falter. She insisted nothing Tsukiko said could ever shake her. But Tsukiko had already noticed something important: the camera. It was still sitting nearby. As Tomie reached down to pick it up, Tsukiko quietly warned her one last time. "Better be careful. Because I can be very decisive." And with Tomie's smile slowly fading, the terrifying confrontation between the two girls was only just beginning. Just when Tsukiko thought she had found a way to expose Tomie, everything took an even darker turn. Teich suddenly grinned with an unsettling smile and whispered, "Tsukiko, please, let us experiment on you." His voice no longer sounded like his own. It was as if something inside him had completely taken control. Before Tsukiko could react, one of the giant creature's countless arms shot forward and wrapped itself around Teich's neck. The monstrous mass of Tomie faces dragged him backward without mercy. At the same time, Tsukiko lunged for her camera. This was her only chance. She raised it toward the nightmare and pressed the shutter. A blinding flash exploded through the hallway. The burst of light fired again and again, like a strobe, illuminating every horrifying detail hidden in the darkness. The gigantic creature let out a deafening scream, every face covering its body twisted in agony as the camera kept flashing. Then everything disappeared into chaos. After that, Tsukiko remembered nothing. The next thing she knew, she was outside the mansion, running for her life. Soon afterward, the police arrived. They searched every room of the enormous house. The old man was finally rescued from the locked room upstairs, but the mansion itself was completely empty. There was no Tomie, no mysterious couple, not even the gigantic monster. It was as if every trace of the nightmare had simply vanished. Tsukiko handed the police the photograph she had desperately taken during those final moments. Unfortunately, almost every single picture had been ruined. The frantic movement and constant flashes had left nothing but blurred images, except for one. One photograph had survived, but it didn't show Tomie. It didn't capture the monster. Instead, the picture revealed only the silhouette of a lonely young woman standing on the staircase. slowly disappearing into the darkness as though the mansion itself had swallowed her forever. And with that haunting image, the terrifying mystery of the mansion finally came to an end. But knowing Tomie, no ending ever truly lasts, because wherever beauty, obsession, and desire exist. Just when it seemed the nightmare inside the mansion had finally ended, another terrifying story was already beginning. Far away, deep in the snow-covered mountains, a group of experienced hikers pushed through the freezing wilderness. The weather had been getting worse with every step. Their leader glanced at the darkening sky and warned everyone that they had to keep moving before sunset. Nobody argued. In these mountains, getting trapped after dark could easily become a death sentence. As they climbed along a narrow ridge, one of the hikers suddenly stopped. "Hey!" His voice immediately caught everyone's attention. He pointed toward a crack in the rocky cliff. At first, nobody understood what they were looking at, then they saw it. A woman's body. She wasn't lying on the ground, she was wedged upright inside the rock itself, almost as if the mountain had swallowed her whole. The group froze. One hiker whispered in disbelief, "Is that a corpse?" But something felt wrong. The body looked far too perfect, and somehow, it didn't look dead. The team's strongest climber carefully made his way toward the woman. The closer he got, the stranger everything became. There wasn't any blood, no obvious injuries, only an unbearable stench rising from the narrow crack where her body had been trapped. He slowly reached out, his fingers were only inches away. Suddenly her eyes snapped open. Before anyone could react, the startled climber lost his footing. The icy slope collapsed beneath him, sending him sliding straight toward the edge of the mountain. His backpack vanished into the abyss as his teammates screamed his name. Thankfully, he managed to stop himself before falling over the massive cliff. The others rushed to help, but the rescue came with a terrible realization. The woman was still alive. Leaving her behind wasn't an option. The team decided to save her first and worry about the missing climber's gear later. Working together, they carefully pulled the mysterious woman free from the rock. She was freezing, barely conscious. Every word that left her lips was weak and trembling. "I'm so cold." She begged them for something warmer before she froze to death. Without hesitation, their leader removed nearly all of his own winter clothing and wrapped it around her. The others stared at him in disbelief. Giving away his protection in weather like this was incredibly dangerous, but he refused to watch someone die from the cold. Soon, the rescued woman was bundled inside a sleeping bag while the leader continued hiking wearing almost nothing but his underwear. The freezing wind cut across the mountain like a knife. His companions kept insisting he should put his clothes back on. Instead, he suddenly barked at everyone to stay quiet. The sharp tone shocked the entire group. No one understood why he had become so aggressive. Silence filled the snowy mountain as the wind howled around them. Then another problem appeared. One of the hikers nervously admitted what nobody wanted to hear: they were lost. The climber who had fallen had been carrying their tent. Night was approaching fast. The others suggested setting up an emergency camp with the equipment they still had, but the rescued woman immediately refused. "I don't want to stay here overnight, take me somewhere warm." The leader looked at her for a long moment, then quietly agreed. And with that decision, the exhausted group continued deeper into the frozen mountains, completely unaware that rescuing this mysterious woman might become the greatest mistake of their lives. The rescued woman suddenly begged the captain to forget about camping and take her to the cabin instead. She insisted she could make it, but the others had finally had enough. One of the hikers snapped at the captain, warning that if they kept marching through the worsening storm, every single one of them would die. He couldn't understand why the captain was risking everyone's lives for someone they had only just met. The captain didn't even answer. His face looked completely drained. The freezing wind screamed across the mountain as he silently pushed forward. Then the mysterious woman quietly began telling her story. According to her, she had come to the mountain with her boyfriend, but he had abandoned her. The rookie immediately frowned. "What kind of man leaves someone behind out here?" The woman lowered her eyes and softly replied, "He deserted me." The others exchanged uneasy glances. Something about her story didn't feel quite right. Meanwhile, the captain kept insisting that he would never leave her behind, even if it killed him. Watching his behavior become more irrational by the minute, one of the hikers whispered, "The captain's really lost it." Not long after, the woman suddenly collapsed into the snow. She could barely move anymore. Weakly, she admitted, "I can't walk any farther." Without hesitation, the captain knelt beside her. "Climb onto my back." The others tried to stop him. He was already half naked, exhausted, and close to freezing to death. There was no way he could carry another person, but the woman looked past him and pointed at the rookie instead. "I'd rather he carry me." The captain's expression instantly darkened. "No. He doesn't have the experience. But he's much more attractive." For a brief moment, nobody said a word. The captain forced a smile, but something inside him clearly snapped. In the end, he ordered the rookie to carry her anyway, claiming they didn't have time to argue. As the blizzard grew stronger, the group struggled forward through knee-deep snow. Visibility dropped lower and lower. The wind became so violent that every step felt like walking through a wall. Then the captain began acting even stranger. He kept muttering under his breath. "Crap." Again and again, his breathing became heavier. His eyes looked wild. Suddenly he stared at the rookie carrying the woman and asked, "So, how does it feel having such a beautiful woman on your back? Does it excite you?" The rookie ignored him, but the captain's voice became darker. Eventually he stopped walking altogether. He glared at everyone with bloodshot eyes. "I can't go on, I can't walk anymore." Then his expression twisted into pure madness. He looked at the woman, slowly tightened his grip around his ice axe and smiled. "I've got an idea." His teammates stared at him in horror. Then the captain raised the axe and screamed, "We can share her, just split her down the middle." For a second, nobody could believe what they had just heard. The captain had completely lost his mind. Before anyone could react, he burst into hysterical laughter and wandered off into the blizzard, disappearing into the white storm. The remaining hikers rushed to the woman instead. She had been struck during the chaos and blood stained the snow beneath her arm. Thankfully, the wound wasn't fatal. The rookie quickly lifted her onto his back. And together they searched desperately for shelter before the storm claimed all of them. Just when hope was fading, a small emergency cabin finally appeared through the blizzard. The survivors stumbled inside and lit a gas stove. For the first time in hours, they were warm. As the rookie prepared to bandage the woman's injured arm, she calmly smiled and rolled up her sleeve. "There, it's already healed." He stared in disbelief. The deep wound from only moments ago had completely disappeared without leaving even a scar. She looked him straight in the eyes and quietly said, "I heal really fast." The rookie could only sit there in stunned silence. It was becoming clear that this woman was no ordinary survivor, and the more time he spent with her, the more her presence seemed to carry a name, a history, a weight he hadn't yet begun to understand. For now, he only sensed it. Trying to make sense of everything, he admitted that this trip wasn't a vacation at all. He had climbed this dangerous mountain searching for his missing older brother, who had disappeared nearly a month ago. There were no records proving his brother had even entered the mountain. Only a single witness who claimed to have seen him heading up alone. The woman listened carefully, then leaned forward with growing interest, and what she asked next would change everything. Inside the emergency shelter, the rookie finally explained why he had climbed this deadly mountain. His missing brother had never gone hiking without registering his trip first. According to Hamaguchi, that was a strict habit he never broke. If his brother really came here without leaving any record, then something terrible must have happened. The woman listened quietly before revealing another surprising detail. She actually knew Hamaguchi. Not only that, her boyfriend and Hamaguchi used to climb this mountain together all the time. They were practically a team. That single sentence immediately made the rookie even more suspicious. Could these disappearances somehow be connected? Outside, the blizzard howled against the tiny cabin while the freezing temperature continued to drop. Trying to distract themselves, the rookie offered to light a fire. Then curiosity got the better of him. He asked the question that had been bothering him ever since they met. "How long were you lying there, naked?" He expected her to answer with a few hours. Instead, she smiled. "A month." The rookie froze. That was impossible. No human could survive even a single night under those conditions, but she calmly insisted it was true. "My boyfriend brought me here a month ago and left me all over this mountain." The rookie blinked in confusion. "Left you all over?" She smiled even wider. "He chopped me into pieces and scattered me across the mountain." For a moment, the rookie wondered if the freezing weather had finally driven her insane. But she continued speaking as though she were remembering an old romance. She explained that after being cut apart, she somehow came back to life not because she wanted revenge but because she wanted to see him again. She even laughed softly. I wonder what he'll think when he sees me after scattering me across the mountainside. Then her expression became strangely gentle. I hated him, but maybe I'm still in love with him. The rookie didn't know whether to believe a single word, then she leaned closer. I wanted you alone, you remind me of him, especially your eyes. Before he could react, she quietly spoke a name. Tetsuya Tanemura. The rookie's heart nearly stopped. That was his missing brother's name. Silence filled the cabin. As Tomie drifted to sleep, the rookie couldn't stop staring at her face. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off her. She was unbelievably beautiful, and looking at her stirred emotions he couldn't even explain. Then a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Maybe she had been telling the truth. Maybe his brother really had cut her body into pieces, but something still didn't add up. If that had really happened, then who exactly was lying beside him now? The answer refused to come. Lost in those disturbing thoughts, he unconsciously reached for the knife beside his sleeping bag, almost as if another force had taken control of his body. A strange impulse whispered inside his mind. It wasn't hatred. It wasn't fear. It was an overwhelming urge to stab her. Before he even realized what he was doing, he drove the knife into her. Tomie instantly gasped and sat upright. The rookie stared at his own trembling hands in complete horror. What have I done? She looked directly at him. Her expression wasn't angry, it was almost disappointed. Softly she whispered, "You're just like him." The rookie immediately dropped the knife and begged for forgiveness. He swore he had no idea why he attacked her. It felt as though something else had controlled his body, but Tomie simply crawled away, repeating one heartbreaking phrase. "Forgive me, please forgive me." Outside, unaware of everything happening inside the cabin, Hamaguchi struggled through the raging blizzard alone. Exhausted and barely able to stand, he finally decided he couldn't continue any farther. Just as he searched for a place to survive the night, he noticed someone standing beneath the snow-covered trees. His breathing stopped. The figure slowly turned toward him, and what Hamaguchi saw next made his blood run cold. Battling through the merciless blizzard, Hamaguchi finally reached the hooded figure he had spotted in the snow. At first he thought the person might still be alive, but the moment he got closer his heart sank. The body was completely frozen. Judging by its condition, it had been dead for a very long time. Confused, Hamaguchi carefully pulled back the blanket covering the corpse, and then something moved. From inside the frozen chest, a pale hand slowly reached out. A woman's face emerged from the rotting body itself. Her eyes were completely white. Blood dripped from her lips as she smiled. She had been hiding inside the corpse all along. Hamaguchi stumbled backward in terror. He couldn't even process what he was seeing. The dead body remained frozen in place, yet this second woman clung to it lovingly, almost like a child embracing someone precious. Her expression wasn't filled with rage, it was filled with affection. Watching this impossible scene, Hamaguchi could only whisper, What is this woman?" Meanwhile, far away through the raging snow, another identical woman slowly walked away into the blizzard, leaving Hamaguchi standing there in complete disbelief. The mystery was finally solved, the Tomie searching for revenge, the Tomie inside the cabin, and the Tomie embracing the frozen corpse. They were never ordinary humans. She truly had been torn apart, and every scattered piece of her body had continued living on its own. Her revenge had already begun. But the mountain's nightmare was far from over. But that wasn't the end of the nightmare. Far away from the frozen mountains, hidden deep among endless cliffs, stood a small and isolated village. Just a short distance away, a massive waterfall crashed into a quiet basin below. For generations, the place had been peaceful, until a strange series of suicides turned the beautiful waterfall into a cursed landmark feared by everyone. And according to the villagers, everything started with the arrival of one completely ordinary-looking traveler. He wasn't a warrior, he wasn't a criminal. He was nothing more than a traveling salesman carrying a mysterious black briefcase. The man calmly walked from house to house, greeting every villager with a polite smile. "Good afternoon. What dreadful weather we're having today." His friendly attitude made him seem harmless, but hidden inside that briefcase was something no normal person should ever possess. He stopped at an elderly woman's house and politely asked if she had a few minutes to spare. The old woman immediately refused. She wasn't interested in buying anything. Still smiling, the salesman didn't leave. Instead, he casually asked about her children. The old woman sadly explained that all of them had moved away to the city, leaving the village emptier every year. The salesman immediately saw an opportunity. Slowly opening his briefcase, he revealed a tiny ribbon-wrapped package. Then with an unsettling smile, he whispered that the package contained the essence of a girl who had once been very dear to him. He claimed that if she buried it somewhere in her garden, watered it regularly and cared for it patiently, a beautiful daughter would eventually grow from the ground. Not only would the girl mature into a perfectly normal human, but she would grow up, marry, have children, and bring new life back to the dying village. It sounded completely insane. Naturally, the old woman looked at him like he had lost his mind. When he finally asked for 50,000 yen, she immediately made an excuse and hurried inside her house, leaving the salesman standing there alone. Still, he refused to give up. He spent the entire day visiting every single house in the village, offering the same bizarre package to everyone he met, but every single villager rejected him. Eventually, only one curious resident accepted the strange bundle, the moment the ribbon was untied. Everyone's curiosity instantly turned into horror. Inside wasn't a magical seed. It was nothing more than a disgusting, rotten lump of flesh. Disgusted, the villager immediately threw the horrifying object straight into the trash. Meanwhile, the salesman continued approaching more villagers. But by now, word had spread across the entire village. Everyone knew about the lunatic carrying rotten meat inside gift packages. This time, instead of listening, the villagers exploded with anger. They chased him through the streets, shouting for him to leave before he could trick anyone else. The salesman sprinted away with his briefcase, desperately trying to escape the furious crowd. The chase led him onto the narrow mountain path overlooking the gigantic waterfall. Completely surrounded, the salesman suddenly stopped running. Instead of panicking, he smiled, slowly opening his briefcase one last time. He asked the villagers, "So, if I do this, you'll let me go?" Before anyone could answer, the briefcase burst open. Hundreds of identical ribbon-wrapped bundles shot into the sky before raining down into the roaring waterfall below. The villagers watched in complete confusion as every single package disappeared beneath the rushing water. The salesman simply shrugged. "Oh dear, what a loss." With nothing left to sell, he quietly walked away forever. No one realized they had just witnessed the true beginning of the nightmare. Because sometime after those mysterious bundles vanished into the waterfall, people began coming to the basin as if they were being irresistibly called there. One after another, villagers started throwing themselves from the cliffs. The deaths became so frequent that discovering another body slowly became a horrifying routine. But the strangest part wasn't the suicides themselves. When rescuers finally recovered the corpses, the bodies looked as if something beneath the water had been feeding on them. Every victim was covered in deep bite marks. Their flesh had been gnawed away, as though countless unseen creatures had been waiting beneath the waterfall all along. And with every new corpse, the mystery surrounding the cursed waterfall only grew darker. The nightmare didn't stop. Even after countless deaths, young men continued throwing themselves into the cursed waterfall because somehow, the water kept calling them. Years later, two teenage friends ignored every warning and came to the infamous basin for one reason only: fishing. One of them laughed at the stories. "People say this place is cursed. The fish here must be huge." His friend wasn't nearly as confident. Fishing beside a place known for endless suicides made his skin crawl. Still, they cast their lines into the dark water for several quiet minutes. Nothing happened. Then suddenly, his fishing rod bent violently. "I got one." Whatever had taken the bait was unbelievably heavy. The line refused to move. His friend rushed over to help as they struggled together, convinced they had hooked the biggest fish of their lives. But then, the waterfall itself changed. A gigantic human face slowly emerged from the crashing water. Its eyes were completely white, its mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and it let out a horrifying scream that echoed through the canyon. The boys froze. The fishing line snapped. The monstrous face disappeared beneath the surface, only for something even worse to float upward. It wasn't a fish, it was the bloated corpse of a woman. The boys stared in complete disbelief. Had they actually hooked a dead body? One of them immediately ran to get help, believing someone had simply dragged another suicide victim from beneath the waterfall. Meanwhile, the other couldn't stop staring at the silent corpse drifting through the water. Then, without warning, the body suddenly dove beneath the surface. Seconds later, the boy who had gone for help jumped straight into the basin himself. His friend screamed after him. At first he thought he was trying to rescue the corpse, but the seconds kept passing, then the minutes, and his friend never came back up. Terrified, he dove into the freezing water after him. Deep below the surface, he found him, but his friend wasn't alone. Hidden between the rocks floated a beautiful naked woman with impossibly long black hair. She looked peaceful, almost asleep. The young man instinctively reached toward her. Then he noticed something impossible. Her body wasn't floating freely. It was rooted into the cliff itself. Countless thick roots extended from her back, burrowing deep inside the mountain like the roots of an ancient tree. Confused, he whispered, "Is this her other half?" Before he could understand what he was looking at, the darkness around him exploded. Dozens, hundreds, no, an entire swarm of Tomies emerged from every direction. Some looked flawless, others were half-rot. Some were nothing more than decomposing corpses with empty white eyes. Every single one of them was Tomie. They surrounded his friend completely. The Tomies wrapped themselves around him like starving predators, laughing as they pulled him deeper into the darkness. Then one of the Tomies turned toward the terrified boy, smiled sweetly. and reached out with both arms. "Hey there, handsome, want to cuddle?" The terrified fisherman tried to swim away, but the Tomies grabbed his legs, his arms, his entire body. Their cold hands dragged him deeper and deeper beneath the water while their twisted laughter echoed through the basin. By some miracle, he managed to tear himself free and escape to the surface. When the villagers searched the waterfall later, they found only the mangled remains of his missing friend. Not a single trace of the Tomies remained. Naturally, nobody believed his unbelievable story. People dismissed it as trauma caused by witnessing another suicide. Time slowly passed, the memory faded until one horrifying day, the cursed basin revealed that the nightmare had never ended, because from the silent black water, dozens of pale hands slowly began rising to the surface, and one by one, more white-eyed faces emerged from the depths. Every single face was Tomie, as if the waterfall itself had become home to an endless army of Tomies, and what those Tomies wanted next would plunge the entire village into absolute terror. Days passed, but the horror hiding beneath the waterfall refused to stay buried. One night, the impossible finally happened. From the surface of the cursed basin, the pale Tomies slowly climbed out of the water one after another, completely silent. Their long black hair dripped endlessly as they walked in perfect formation. Not a single one spoke, not a single one even blinked. It looked less like a group of people, and more like an army marching under someone's invisible command. The strange procession slowly left the waterfall and headed straight toward the village. Meanwhile, a young boy enjoying dinner with his father suddenly noticed movement outside the house. "Dad, come here." The father looked through the window and immediately froze. An endless line of identical Tomies was calmly walking past their home. Every single face looked exactly the same. Every pair of empty white eyes stared forward without emotion. The father could barely believe what he was seeing. What a strange parade. The little boy, however, wasn't curious. He was terrified. "Dad, they're scaring me." More villagers looked outside. Panic slowly spread through the neighborhood. Everyone witnessed the same impossible sight. Dozens of identical Tomies silently wandering through the village in the middle of the night. No screams, no attacks, no words, just endless footsteps echoing through the darkness. Then, just as mysteriously as they had appeared, the Tomies quietly scattered into the surrounding forest and vanished into the night, as if they had never existed. No one could explain where they came from. No one knew where they had gone. But from that night onward, everyone realized the nightmare had only begun. The cursed waterfall wasn't just claiming lives anymore. It was creating more Tomies, and somewhere in the darkness, those silent figures were already preparing for their next move. What happened after the Tomies disappeared would shock the entire village, and that nightmare begins. The nightmare at the waterfall was over, or at least, that's what everyone believed, but Tomie never stays gone for long this time. Her story began with an artist whose life had suddenly become the envy of everyone around him. His name was Mitsuo Mori, a young painter whose latest exhibition had become an unbelievable success. People couldn't stop talking about his artwork. Gallery visitors filled every room. Every painting had already been sold. Critics praised him as one of the brightest new talents in modern art. To the outside world, Mitsuo was living his dream, but behind all that fame, he blamed everything on one person, Tomie. According to Mitsuo, meeting her had completely changed his life. She wasn't just another model, she had become the greatest source of inspiration he had ever known. His masterpiece was even named after her, a haunting portrait that perfectly captured her terrifying beauty. The painting made him famous overnight, yet strangely, instead of feeling proud, he couldn't stop thinking about Tomie herself. As the exhibition continued, people showered him with endless compliments. They called him a genius, a pioneer of contemporary art. Even the gallery owner congratulated him. Every single painting had sold out. His future looked brighter than ever. When asked where his inspiration came from, Mitsuo smiled. "It all comes from Nana, the woman who had modeled for many of his paintings." He praised her talent, claiming she constantly inspired his creativity. Meanwhile, crowds surrounded the young artist asking for autographs. Everyone wanted to meet the rising star, but hidden among the visitors, someone else had quietly arrived, a girl with impossibly long black hair. She wandered silently through the gallery, studying every painting on the walls. Then, Mitsuo noticed her. The moment their eyes met, everything around him seemed to disappear. He couldn't look away. Her beauty was unlike anything he had ever seen. What a bewitching girl. Unable to resist, Mitsuo excused himself from the crowd and approached the mysterious visitor. Trying to sound confident, he asked, "So, what do you think of my paintings?" The girl slowly looked at him, then smiled. "Well, you're talented." A brief moment, Mitsuo felt relieved, but her compliment didn't last long. "It's your model. She's the real reason your paintings are so good." Caught off guard, Mitsuo could only stare. Then the girl giggled before adding, "If you changed models, I bet your artwork would become even better." Those words stayed with him long after the exhibition ended. Later that evening, back at his studio, he couldn't stop replaying the conversation in his head. His model Nana noticed he seemed distracted. She smiled warmly, completely unaware of what was bothering him, but before Mitsuo could answer, laughter suddenly echoed through the house, a familiar, unforgettable laugh. Both of them turned toward the doorway. Standing there, with that same beautiful smile, was Tomie, as if she had never disappeared. And from that moment on, Mitsuo's perfect life was about to fall apart. The moment Tomie repeated Mitsuo's own cruel words, his face turned completely pale. Those weren't just random insults, they were the exact things he had secretly said about Nana. Before Mitsuo could explain, Nana's heart shattered, she believed every word, tears filled her eyes as she rushed out of the house. Mitsuo desperately chased after her, trying to stop her before it was too late, but she was already gone. Silence filled the room, then Tomie calmly looked at the devastated artist without the slightest bit of guilt. She simply smiled. You realize what you've done? Mitsuo asked angrily. I needed Nana, she was my partner. Tomie shrugged as if it meant nothing. Then why not make me your new model? Her confidence was overwhelming, as though she already knew what his answer would be. Unable to resist her beauty, Mitsuo slowly accepted. He asked for her name. The mysterious girl smiled. My name is Tomie. From that moment on, everything changed. Tomie settled comfortably inside his studio as if she had always belonged there. She mocked the idea of searching for Nana again. According to her, no woman in the world could ever compare to her beauty. Then she looked directly at Mitsuo. Can you preserve my beauty forever? She wasn't interested in an ordinary portrait, she wanted something immortal, a masterpiece that future generations would admire forever. Tomie believed her beauty deserved to live long after she was gone. Mitsuo accepted the challenge. With complete confidence, he promised to capture her eternal beauty on canvas. He believed no camera could ever do her justice. Only a true artist could. For an entire week, he painted without rest, brushstroke after brushstroke, certain he was creating the greatest masterpiece of his life. Finally, the portrait was complete. Proudly, he turned the canvas toward Tomie, but the reaction he received was nothing like he expected. Tomie stared at the painting for only a second, before bursting into laughter. Loud, cruel, endless laughter echoed through the studio. She mocked the portrait without mercy. This doesn't even capture a fraction of my beauty. Then she looked straight into Mitsuo's eyes. I thought you were a real artist. I guess I overestimated you. Those words struck harder than any weapon. Before Mitsuo could stop her, Tomie walked away. I'm going to find someone who actually deserves to paint me. The front door slammed shut. Mitsuo stood frozen. Can't be happening. At first, he tried convincing himself she was simply arrogant, just another spoiled, beautiful girl, but deep inside, he knew the painful truth. The portrait really had failed. It didn't capture Tomie's presence, not even close. Soon afterward, he invited Nana back to continue working together. He tried painting her once again, hoping everything would return to normal, but something had changed. The inspiration was gone. Every brushstroke felt empty. Nothing looked right anymore. Frustration consumed him. Finally, he snapped in a fit of rage. He destroyed his own painting. He even lashed out at Nana, cruelly insulting the woman who had supported him all this time. Confused and heartbroken, Nana could only stare at him. She had no idea why he had changed so suddenly, but Mitsuo wasn't listening anymore. His mind had already become obsessed with only one person, Tomie. He rushed back to his studio, determined to recreate her face entirely from memory. This isn't Tomie. Again, he destroyed the canvas over and over and over again, no matter how hard he tried. Every portrait felt wrong, every painting looked like a fake. The real Tomie was still impossible to capture, and little by little, the brilliant young artist began losing both his talent and his sanity. But this obsession was only beginning, and what Tomie would demand next would push Mitsuo far beyond the edge. After destroying painting after painting, Mitsuo could think of only one name: Tomie. Her face haunted every waking moment. Unable to escape his obsession, he wandered into a lonely bar, drowning himself in drink. That's when an old acquaintance spotted him. It was Masuda, another artist. Surprised to see the once promising painter looking so miserable, Masuda sat beside him and tried making conversation. He mentioned that Mitsuo's upcoming exhibition had suddenly been postponed. Something clearly wasn't right. Then the conversation shifted to another famous artist, sculptor named Iwata. According to Masuda, Iwata's career had exploded overnight. His newest exhibition was attracting incredible attention, and the reason was a mysterious model, a girl named Tomie. The moment Mitsuo heard that name, his heart nearly stopped. Masuda even pulled out a few paparazzi photographs. They showed Tomie walking beside Iwata, but something about the pictures was deeply disturbing. The camera had captured her face in a horrifying way. One side remained breathtakingly beautiful, while the other looked twisted into a grotesque nightmare. Yet somehow, even in that monstrous form, she was still strangely captivating. Masuda laughed it off. Photos came out blurry, but Mitsuo wasn't listening anymore. His thoughts raced. So after leaving him, Tomie had gone straight to another artist. Was it possible that Iwata had succeeded where he had failed? Had he finally managed to capture Tomie's impossible beauty? The thought burned inside Mitsuo. Without wasting another second, he rushed into the night. As he ran through the city streets, another terrifying possibility entered his mind. Maybe this had all been planned. Maybe Tomie wasn't choosing artists at all. Maybe someone was deliberately sending her from one genius to another, destroying them one after another. And there was only one person who could have done it: Iwata. Fueled by suspicion, Mitsuo stormed toward the sculptor's workshop. He pounded violently on the door. Iwata, open up. At last, the door slowly creaked open. Standing before him was the sculptor himself, older, calm, and strangely emotionless. Iwata greeted Mitsuo as though nothing was wrong. Trying to remain calm, Mitsuo casually asked about his famous Tomie series, but Iwata immediately shut him down. Tomie collection isn't for sale, isn't even for public viewing. That answer only made Mitsuo more suspicious. Why hide them? Unless there was something terrible inside, he demanded to see the sculptures. Iwata refused again and again. Finally, Mitsuo snapped. He shoved the old sculptor aside and forced his way into the workshop. Iwata desperately tried stopping him, but he wasn't strong enough. The old man crashed onto the floor, breathing heavily. Mitsuo searched every room then. He found them, an entire mountain of smashed sculptures, broken heads, severed arms, shattered bodies. Hundreds of ruined statues lay scattered across the floor, each one clearly depicted Tomie, but every single sculpture had been deliberately destroyed. Mitsuo stood frozen. He couldn't understand it. If these were masterpieces, why would Iwata destroy them all before he could think any further? A familiar voice echoed behind him. Mr. Mori. He slowly turned around. There she was, Tomie. Completely unharmed, without hesitation, she rushed into Mitsuo's arms, trembling, pretending to be terrified. With tears in her eyes, she cried, Mr. Mori, thank goodness you came. She claimed Iwata had gone insane. According to her, the sculptor had suddenly tried to chop her into pieces, and Mitsuo had arrived just in time to save her. Once again, Tomie stood before another broken artist, another destroyed masterpiece, another life ruined by the impossible task of capturing her beauty. But Mitsuo still had no idea that the horrifying truth hiding inside Iwata's workshop was far worse than anything he had imagined. Tomie clung tightly to Mitsuo, tears streaming down her face. Between sobs, she cried that Iwata had created countless sculptures of her. Each one had been perfect. For the first time, she truly believed her beauty would last forever. But then, without warning, Iwata destroyed every single sculpture. Now she wailed in despair, claiming that her eternal beauty had been stolen away. Watching her cry, Mitsuo's heart completely melted. He gently held her shoulders and made her a promise. Don't cry, paint you again. This time, I'll create the perfect portrait. Moment those words left his mouth, Tomie's tears instantly vanished. A bright smile spread across her face. She hugged him tightly, overflowing with happiness, and just like that, she had found her next artist. Time passed. Later, Mitsuo sat quietly inside his studio. Across from him, Tomie posed gracefully in a chair, as beautiful as ever. As he stared at her, he couldn't stop smiling. Just seeing her again filled him with overwhelming joy. Then Tomie suddenly spoke. You know, Mr. Mori, this wasn't the first time. Confused, Mitsuo looked up. Tomie calmly explained that every man who became obsessed with her eventually tried to kill her. Not only that, they all wanted to cut her body into tiny pieces. She said it so casually, as though she were talking about the weather instead of frightening Mitsuo. Her words unlocked something inside his mind. Suddenly, everything made sense. The twisted paintings, the horrifying photographs, Iwata destroying every sculpture. They had all seen something no ordinary person could understand. His hands began moving across the canvas almost by themselves, brushstroke after brushstroke. His masterpiece finally emerged. Half of Tomie's face remained impossibly beautiful, the other half transformed into a hideous nightmare, a writhing mass of flesh, eyes, and rotting skin. Mitsuo stared proudly at his work. At last, he believed he had captured her true beauty. Smiling with excitement, he showed the painting to Tomie. This is it, my masterpiece. I finally painted the real you. A brief moment, Tomie simply stared, then, her expression twisted into pure rage. What is this? She screamed that the portrait was disgusting. She called him the worst painter in the world. To her, the painting wasn't art, it was an insult. She accused Mitsuo of portraying her as a monster. Frantically, Mitsuo begged her to look closer. He insisted the portrait wasn't mocking her, it was revealing the truth. But Tomie refused to listen. Then, something unexpected happened. She burst into laughter, louder and louder, until the entire room echoed with her mocking voice. Her endless laughter drove Mitsuo completely over the edge. The last thread of his sanity snapped. Still laughing, Tomie never saw him reach for the heavy blade. A split second later, blood exploded across the room. Mitsuo hacked at her again, and again, and again. By the time he stopped, Tomie's body had been reduced to scattered pieces. Silence filled the room. Days passed. Mitsuo remained frozen before the remains, unable to understand what he had done. Then, something impossible began to happen. The severed flesh started moving. Tiny pieces stretched and pulsed. Eyes formed inside shapeless lumps. Little mouths opened. Small limbs crawled across the floor. Every fragment of Tomie's body was growing. Each piece slowly transformed into another Tomie. Dozens, then hundreds, of miniature bodies writhed across the room like living nightmares. Mitsuo finally understood the horrifying truth. Tomie could never truly die. Every piece of her body would regenerate into another complete Tomie. As he watched the endless multiplication, his own body continued to weaken. He could barely stand anymore, knowing he wouldn't survive much longer. He spent his remaining days surrounded by countless newborn Tomies, waiting only for death. And even after one Tomie dies, countless more are always waiting to be born. But the nightmare wasn't over. Somewhere else, another man had already fallen under Tomie's spell. Breathing heavily, he gripped a knife with trembling hands. His mind repeated the same terrifying thought over and over. Tomie doesn't belong in this world. Rid of her. Consumed by madness, he charged straight at Tomie, determined to kill her. At the last second, he drove the knife into her body. Tomie collapsed to the ground as blood soaked through her dress. Before the attacker could strike again, a young man named Tetsuo rushed in after hearing the commotion. Shocked by the scene, he yelled at the attacker to stop. Startled, the man fled the area, leaving Tomie bleeding on the street. Tetsuo immediately knelt beside her. Her wounds were severe, she could barely breathe. Realizing there wasn't enough time to wait for help, he prepared to call an ambulance. But Tomie weakly grabbed his hand. With fatting eyes, she whispered, Take me to your home. Tetsuo hesitated. It made no sense, she needed a hospital, yet something about her desperate voice made it impossible to refuse. A short time later, Tetsuo secretly carried Tomie into his apartment. He carefully laid her on a futon and examined her injuries. The bleeding refused to stop. He wanted to call a doctor immediately, but Tomie suddenly stopped him. Barely conscious, she warned him not to tell anyone she was there. According to her, someone had hired an assassin to kill her. When Tetsuo asked who would want her dead, Tomie simply smiled weakly. She claimed it was nothing more than jealousy, the same jealousy she always awakened in everyone around her. Then she made one final request: if she died, he must bury her somewhere completely isolated. No one could ever find her body. She begged him not to cremate her. Instead, she wanted to remain exactly as she was. Although Tetsuo couldn't understand why, he promised. Days later, Tomie finally stopped breathing. Keeping his promise, Tetsuo drove deep into the mountains, far away from civilization. In the middle of a silent forest, he dug a lonely grave with his own hands. As he lowered Tomie into the earth, he couldn't understand why he was honoring the last wish of a girl he barely knew, but something inside him refused to abandon her. After covering the grave, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over, or so he believed. Just as he turned to leave, a strange sound echoed beneath the fresh soil. At first, he thought it was only his imagination. Then the ground moved again. Suddenly, a muffled scream burst from underground. "Me out of here!" Frozen in horror, he stared at the grave. There was no way Tomie was dead, yet her voice kept calling his name. Unable to ignore it, Tetsuo frantically began digging with his bare hands. Finally, he uncovered Tomie's face. She was alive, barely gasping for air beneath the soil. Relieved, Tetsuo tried to pull her out, but the moment he grabbed her, Tomie screamed in panic. "My head!" Pull from my chest. Confused, he looked closer, and that's when he saw it. Something impossible, something that definitely hadn't been there before. Beneath Tomie's neck, another face had begun growing from her body, a tiny pale head, its eyes slowly opening, its skin still forming. Tetsuo could only stare in absolute disbelief. The horror had only just begun. Tetsuo's entire body froze. The horrifying face growing from Tomie's neck suddenly opened its eyes and started talking. It angrily ordered him to cut it free from Tomie's body. Tetsuo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just moments ago, that face didn't even exist. Now it was speaking, begging, screaming. Although every instinct told him to run away, he picked up the knife once again. Carefully, he began slicing through the flesh connecting the two heads. The newborn face shrieked in unbearable pain. Every cut echoed through the silent forest. Finally, with one last pull, the grotesque head separated from Tomie's body. Long strands of flesh snapped apart as it fell into Tetsuo's trembling hands. Panting heavily, he stared at the nightmare he was holding, but before he could even process what had happened, the severed head calmly gave him another order: now burn Tomie's body. Strange head insisted that if Tomie's corpse wasn't completely reduced to ashes, something even worse would happen. Tetsuo hesitated. He had promised Tomie that he would never cremate her. Keeping that promise, he refused. Besides, he didn't even have anything to start a fire. The creature let out an irritated sigh, then mocked him for being too weak to make the difficult choice. Not knowing what else to do, Tetsuo carried the living head back to his apartment. The strange creature immediately started complaining. The table was uncomfortable. It demanded a soft pillow instead. Completely exhausted, Tetsuo reluctantly placed it on a cushion. The horrifying head smiled in satisfaction. Only then did Tetsuo finally notice something unbelievable. The wounds had already begun healing. Its skin looked more human with every passing minute. Even the beauty mark beneath its eye was identical to Tomie's. Terrified, Tetsuo whispered, "What are you?" The head ignored the question. Instead, it demanded food, trying to be kind. Tetsuo cooked an ordinary meal, but the creature spat it right back out. It complained that it wasn't fit to eat. It demanded expensive delicacies, caviar, foie gras, luxury food that Tetsuo could never afford. When he admitted he had no money, the head became furious. It screamed that staying trapped inside the apartment was unbearable. Then it ordered him to take it into town immediately. Unable to deal with its endless shouting, Tetsuo wrapped the living head inside a cloth and carried it through the crowded streets to everyone else. It looked like he was simply carrying a package, but hidden inside, the creature never stopped talking. First it demanded jewelry, then it changed its mind moments later. It wanted antique shops, then suddenly, a fancy French restaurant. Its endless complaints drove Tetsuo closer and closer to losing his sanity. Back at home, days continued to pass, and something even more horrifying happened. The creature's body had begun regenerating little by little. A neck formed beneath the head, then shoulders, then skin. It was slowly becoming another Tomie, but as her body continued growing, her expression suddenly changed. She stared directly at Tetsuo, then screamed at the top of her lungs, "Kill her! Kill that woman!" Confused, Tetsuo looked around the room. There was no one else there. The newborn Tomie glared at him with hatred. She shouted that the woman buried in the forest had returned. According to her, the original Tomie was alive again, and now there were two of them. She blamed Tetsuo for everything. If he had ignored Tomie's final wish and burned the body, none of this would have happened. But now, it was already too late, and somewhere deep inside that lonely forest, another Tomie had already begun to awaken. The next morning, unable to ignore the warning any longer, Tetsuo rushed back to the forest. The moment he reached the shallow grave, his heart nearly stopped. The earth had been completely disturbed. Frantically, he dug through the loose soil with his bare hands, but the body was gone. For a terrifying second, he wondered if the impossible had happened. Had Tomie actually risen from the dead? Trying to calm himself, he forced another explanation into his mind. Maybe someone had simply found the grave and stolen the body, but no matter how hard he searched, there wasn't a single trace left behind. When Tetsuo returned home, the growing head seemed completely unsurprised. So it casually asked, "Gone, wasn't she?" The creature had grown even larger overnight. Its body was regenerating at an unbelievable speed. Tetsuo could only stare in horror. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't stopping. That very night, someone quietly climbed the apartment stairs. Outside room 202, a strange young man stood smiling. Without warning, he smashed straight through the window. The deafening crash jolted Tetsuo awake. He shot upright in bed just as the intruder calmly stepped inside. Panicked, Tetsuo shouted that he had nothing worth stealing, but the stranger wasn't interested in money. His eyes wandered around the room with obsessive excitement, then he smiled. "Give me the woman." Confused, Tetsuo asked, "What woman?" The man slowly pulled out a knife. "I know she's here." Hiding her, then like a hunter searching for prey, he began tearing apart the apartment. He ripped open closets, flipped furniture, searched every corner while muttering to himself, "Kill her, burn her." His smile only grew wider. Tetsuo could only watch in confusion. Then a voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Tetsuo, tackle him." The intruder froze. He looked around in shock. There was no body, only a voice. Before he could react, Tetsuo charged. The two crashed into each other and slammed onto the floor. The knife flew wildly between them as they struggled. The stranger desperately tried reaching for it. "Have to kill her. I have to." Tetsuo demanded to know who he was talking about. The man's expression turned almost love-struck. "Tomie." He explained that he had met a beautiful girl only yesterday. The moment he saw her, he fell completely in love. She told him an evil woman had tortured her and abandoned her in the mountains. Now he had come to kill that cruel woman. Listening from across the room, the growing Tomie let out a frustrated scream. She mocked Tetsuo for refusing to burn the original body. If you'd cremated her, none of this would have happened. According to her, the woman buried in the forest had returned, and now she wanted revenge. The crazed stranger begged Tetsuo to hand over the evil witch. But before anyone could make another move, a calm female voice interrupted everyone. The room fell completely silent. Inside a tiny wastebasket, a beautiful woman's head slowly rose into view. It was the original Tomie. She smiled sweetly, then looked directly at the intruder. "So, you're the one she sent to kill me?" The confused man stared between the two identical women. He couldn't understand why Tomie was suddenly inside a trash can. The original Tomie laughed softly, then pointed toward the regenerated one. "That's not me. That's the woman you're looking for." Immediately the second Tomie exploded with rage. "Tetsuo, kill this idiot." Use the knife, now trapped between two identical women, each ordering him to kill the other. Tetsuo realized his nightmare had only just begun. Tetsuo's mind finally snapped, unable to tell which Tomie was real anymore. He grabbed the knife with trembling hands, raised it high into the air, and screamed. The crazed assassin smiled. This was exactly what Tomie had wanted. "Now," the command echoed through the room. Without another thought, Tetsuo drove the knife straight down. The blade plunged deep into the assassin's chest. His body jerked violently. It went still. The room fell into complete silence. Only Tomie's cold, emotionless eyes remained fixed on Tetsuo. Some time later, Tetsuo wandered through the crowded streets alone. The nightmare still haunted him. The assassin's final words refused to leave his mind. Before dying, the man had confessed that someone ordered him to assassinate Tomie, and now he was searching for the woman responsible. Unable to understand any of it, Tetsuo asked the tiny Tomie growing inside the basket, "If you came from her body, are you two trying to kill each other?" Tomie simply smiled. She claimed every Tomie believed she was the original. Every duplicate hunted the others, each one trying to erase every rival until only one remained. "I am Tomie. One of me is enough." Those words sent a chill down Tetsuo's spine. How many Tomies already existed? How many more could appear? The thought alone nearly drove him insane. As he wandered aimlessly, something suddenly caught his eye. A familiar girl stood quietly beneath the trees, long black hair, perfect face. It was Tomie, or at least someone who looked exactly like her. Tetsuo froze, then another terrifying thought entered his mind. What if this one was the real Tomie? Carefully, he walked toward her. She slowly turned, looked directly at him, and smiled. "Oh. Tetsuo, right?" She remembered him at least. It seemed like she did. She followed him without hesitation, completely innocent, completely trusting. Meanwhile, Tetsuo's thoughts became darker and darker. He convinced himself this was his chance. He would lure her somewhere deserted, kill her, and finally burn the body, end this nightmare forever. But as they walked together, Tomie gently wrapped her arms around his. She thanked him for saving her life. She remembered everything, how he treated her wounds, how he cooked dinner for her, how he took her shopping, the restaurants, the gifts, even the necklace he bought her. She described every memory with warmth and affection. Tetsuo's face slowly twisted in confusion. None of that had happened, at least not with her. Panicking, he stopped walking. "No, I buried you. You died. There was another Tomie. Duplicate. The one who stayed with me wasn't you." Tomie only stared at him with genuine confusion. She insisted none of that was true. She had never died. She had always been with him. Everything he described, the corpse, the parasite, the duplicate, she calmly dismissed as nothing more than a hallucination, a phantom created inside his own mind. She gently held his shaking shoulders. "Been deceived. There's only one thing left to do. You have to destroy the phantom controlling you. Back. Kill that fake Tomie. Only then," she promised, the two of them could finally be happy together. As Tetsuo stood there, completely broken, unable to tell reality from illusion anymore, back at the apartment, The tiny Tomie inside the flower-patterned basket slowly lifted her head, her eyes widened. A terrifying smile spread across her face while the dead assassin still lay behind her. She silently watched as the final pieces of her plan fell perfectly into place. But that wasn't the end of Tomie's nightmare. Just when it seemed like the madness had finally settled, a completely different story began, one that started with nothing more than a small wooden box years ago. A young girl named Chai was searching through her father's study, hopping to borrow a pen while opening one of his desk drawers. She noticed something unusual hidden deep inside. It was a small wooden box. Curiosity got the better of her. She slowly lifted the lid and immediately froze. Inside rested several silky black locks of hair. The strands shimmered unnaturally, almost as if they were still alive. They were unbelievably beautiful, far too beautiful to simply be someone's old keepsake. For a long moment, Chai couldn't take her eyes off them. The next day at school, she secretly showed the mysterious box to her best friend Mickey. The moment Mickey saw the hair, she gasped. She had never seen hair that beautiful before naturally. She assumed it must belong to someone close to Chai's father, maybe an old girlfriend, maybe someone he had loved long before getting married. Even Chai admitted the mystery had been bothering her ever since she found it. When Mickey asked if she could touch it, Chai hesitated for only a second, then handed over the box. Neither of them realized that tiny decision would change everything from that day onward. The box became an obsession. Every afternoon after school, Chai would sit alone in her room, quietly staring at those glossy black strands. She couldn't stop imagining the woman they once belonged to. Was she incredibly beautiful? Could she have been her father's secret lover? Or maybe the hair had belonged to Chai's grandmother when she was young. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find an answer. Finally, she decided there was only one person who could explain everything: her father. But before Chai had the chance, something unexpected happened downstairs. Her father had entered his study. Moments later, the entire house echoed with drawers slamming open. Books were scattered across the floor. He searched every shelf, every cabinet, every corner of the room. Then his face suddenly turned pale. The wooden box was gone. Cold sweat rolled down his face. He desperately wondered who had taken it. His wife, his daughter, whoever it was. They had stolen something incredibly important. Terrified, he rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, Chai was quietly studying in her bedroom. Her father suddenly appeared at the door. His eyes looked strange, almost frantic. He nervously asked if she had entered his study recently. The question caught Chai completely off guard. For a second, she almost confessed, but something stopped her instead. She simply denied it. Her father forced a smile, said it was nothing, and slowly walked away. Watching him leave, Chai realized one thing: whatever was inside that box, it wasn't just valuable, it was a secret. When her father had desperately tried to hide days passed, the atmosphere inside the house grew tense. Chai's father blamed his wife for the missing box, but never found any proof. Then, one evening, Chai noticed something impossible. The hair inside the box had become longer. She stared at it in disbelief. There was no mistake. The strands had definitely grown. Hair wasn't supposed to do that, not after being cut, not after sitting inside a wooden box. The only explanation was impossible. The hair was still alive. The next day, she brought the box back to school. Mickey immediately noticed the difference. The strands were much longer than before. At first, the girls laughed nervously. It was creepy, but fascinating at the same time. Mickey even joked that she'd love to have hair that beautiful. Without thinking, she picked up one loose strand and casually placed it against her forehead, but the joke instantly turned into a nightmare. The strand suddenly clung to her skin like glue. No matter how hard she pulled, it refused to come off. Her smile disappeared. Panic quickly took over. Mickey tugged harder. The strand stretched, but remained firmly attached. Chai rushed over to help, yet nothing worked. The mysterious hair had bonded itself to Mickey's head. She screamed in frustration, while Mickey nervously insisted maybe it wasn't so bad after all. The hair was beautiful, but Chai wasn't comforted. Something about it felt horribly wrong. This wasn't ordinary hair anymore, it was alive. It had chosen a new host. Trying to calm the situation, Mickey suddenly asked an unexpected question: "Can I keep the box over summer vacation?" Chai blinked in surprise. She didn't understand why Mickey wanted it, but school was ending the next day, and with her father desperately searching the house, maybe giving the box away for a while wasn't such a bad idea. After thinking it over, she finally agreed. Mickey smiled brightly, thanked her, carefully hugged the wooden box, and walked away. Chai quietly watched her leave, completely unaware that she had just handed over something far more dangerous than a box of beautiful hair she had unknowingly passed along. The beginning of another terrifying nightmare. And what happened to Mickey after taking that box was far worse than either of them could have imagined. Summer vacation quietly passed, but Chai could never forget that strange dream. Night after night, the mysterious woman kept appearing before her. Her skin was unnaturally pale, her beauty almost unreal, and those endless black strands of hair flowed around her like they had a life of their own. The vision only lasted for a moment, yet it felt more real than reality itself. When Chai suddenly opened her eyes, she sat upright in bed, breathing heavily. Who was that woman? Why did she appear only to her? And for some reason, deep inside her heart, she was certain the hair belonged to that beautiful stranger. Before Chai could make sense of it, her mother called from downstairs. It was Mickey. She wanted Chai to come over immediately. Apparently, there was something she absolutely had to see. Chai didn't hesitate. Coincidentally, she also had something important to tell Mickey about the woman she'd seen in her dreams. The moment Chai arrived, She excitedly described every detail: the woman's flawless face, the tiny beauty mark beneath her eye, her crystal-clear voice, and of course, that unbelievably beautiful hair. Before Chai could finish, Mickey's expression suddenly changed. She stared at her in complete disbelief, then quietly whispered, "You saw her too." Chai froze. She wasn't the only one. Mickey confessed she had seen the exact same woman. Even stranger, the woman had introduced herself. "My name is Tomie." The moment Chai heard that name, a cold shiver ran down her spine. Now there was no doubt whatever lived inside that box was somehow connected to Tomie herself. Then Mickey nervously smiled. "I hope you won't be mad." Before Chai could ask why, Mickey pulled out a much larger box. The moment the lid opened, Chai's eyes widened. The tiny bundle of hair had multiplied into an enormous pile. Silky black strands overflowed from every corner. It looked almost impossible. Chai stared in complete shock. "Where did all this come from?" Mickey simply laughed. She admitted she had cut the original hair into dozens of smaller pieces. It had only been a guess, but every single strand started growing on its own. Before long, the tiny box couldn't contain them anymore. The hair kept multiplying endlessly. It wasn't dead anymore, it was thriving. Mickey seemed fascinated instead of fright. She told Chai to wait until summer break ended, then she'd understand everything. As the days passed, the visions became even stronger. Now Chai could actually hear Tomie's voice. Every word echoed clearly inside her mind. Meanwhile, she spent almost the entire summer locked inside her room, completely hypnotized by those visions. Even when her parents argued outside, she barely noticed. Nothing mattered anymore. Except Tomie. Eventually, school reopened. The students chatted as usual, until someone unfamiliar walked into the classroom. Every conversation stopped. Everyone stared in silence. Standing there was an unbelievably beautiful girl with impossibly long black hair. Even Chai couldn't breathe. The face, the hair, it was identical to the woman from her dreams. Then the girl smiled, mourning Chai. At that exact moment, Mickey quietly whispered to herself, "It worked." Later that day, Chai finally confronted her. She couldn't understand what had happened. "What about your own hair? Where did it go?" Mickey calmly explained. Her original hair had gradually fallen out. Tomie's hair had completely replaced it, and surprisingly, she wasn't upset at all. She actually preferred it this way. Then she looked directly into Chai's eyes. "There are plenty more. Don't you try it too?" Those simple words planted a dangerous thought inside Chai's mind. But before Chai could answer, class had already begun. She tried to focus on the lesson, yet her eyes kept drifting toward Mickey. The teacher suddenly called her name, asking her to read from the textbook. Mickey slowly stood up. The classroom fell completely silent. Then, instead of opening her book, she turned toward Chai. A warm smile spread across her face. "Always been beautiful," she softly whispered. "But now, my hair is beautiful too. Once, it belonged to you." The entire classroom stared in complete confusion, while Chai felt her blood run cold, because deep down, she realized this was no longer just hair. It was Tomie, slowly taking someone's life over one strand at a time. Back in class, something was clearly wrong with Mickey. She no longer acted like herself. Whenever Tomie spoke, Mickey answered as if they were having a normal conversation. To everyone else, it sounded like complete nonsense. The teacher completely lost his patience. He demanded an explanation, but Mickey only smiled sweetly, promising she would do anything for Tomie. The classroom fell into uneasy silence. Only Chai understood what was happening. She watched helplessly as Mickey whispered to someone nobody else could see. At that moment, painful feelings settled inside her chest. She wanted to speak to Tomie too, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only listen from afar. Days passed, and Mickey's appearance became the center of attention. Everyone admired her unbelievably smooth, silky hair. Classmates begged to know her secret. Instead of hiding it, Mickey smiled and revealed a handful of those black strands. Then she calmly told everyone, "If you want hair like mine, just grow these. When you've got enough, stick them onto your head." Students laughed, thinking it was nothing more than a strange joke, but Chai knew better. Every strand carried something terrifying. Meanwhile, Chai's obsession only grew stronger. Every night, she lay perfectly still on her bed, waiting for another vision. Outside her room, her parents argued constantly. Her father had become strangely obsessed with the mysterious hair. He couldn't stop talking about its incredible beauty, its silky texture, its impossible shine. To him, those strands had become more precious than anything else. He even accused Chai's mother of stealing them, yet she had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. The arguments became louder, more violent, until the apartment itself felt cursed. But Chai barely noticed. All she cared about was finally speaking to Tomie herself. Night after night, she begged for a response, yet no matter how hard she tried, Tomie completely ignored her. Instead, she only spoke to Mickey. That realization slowly crushed Chai. Why Mickey? Why not her? A week later, Mickey suddenly came to visit. The moment she stepped into Chai's room, she immediately understood everything. Chai hadn't been to school for days. She had been lying in bed, waiting endlessly for another vision. Tears filled Chai's eyes. She confessed everything. No matter what she did, Tomie simply refused to answer her. Mickey listened quietly, then opened her school bag. Inside was another wooden box completely filled with the living hair. She gently placed it beside Chai, then smiled. "Problem isn't whether she'll talk to you. You just don't have enough." Planted countless strands. "You've only got one, the rest, cover your head with it." Really is that simple. Those words sounded less like advice and more like an invitation into something far darker. Meanwhile, Chai's parents were falling apart. Her father had completely lost himself. He wandered through the apartment with wild eyes, laughing to himself, ignoring work, ignoring reality, obsessed with seeing Tomie again. The moment he walked into Chai's room, he suddenly froze, standing beside his daughter's bed. Was Tomie herself. Without thinking, he rushed toward her. His trembling voice echoed through the room. "Been waiting for you." But before he could get any closer, Tomie calmly stopped him. She hadn't come for him, she had only come to see Chai. Heartbroken, the old man could do nothing except watch. As Tomie quietly walked away, he chased after her desperately, begging her not to leave, but she never looked back. She simply disappeared into the distance, leaving him standing there, completely consumed by an obsession that was only growing stronger. Little did Chai realize. Accepting those strange strands of hair would soon pull her even deeper into Tomie's terrifying world. As Chai became more desperate to hear Tomie's voice, she finally accepted Mickey's horrifying advice. Without hesitation, she pressed more of Tomie's living hair against her own head. At first, nothing happened, but moments later, thin black strands began creeping beneath her skin. They spread across her face like tiny veins, wrapping around her eyes, her cheeks, even her lips. Instead of screaming, Chai smiled with tears in her eyes. Beautiful. Beautiful Tomie. For the very first time, she could finally hear Tomie speaking directly to her. Chai laughed with pure joy. The pain no longer mattered. All she cared about was that Tomie had finally acknowledged her. Her mother rushed into the room, only to freeze in horror. Chai's face had become completely covered with writhing strands of hair. She begged her daughter to stop, but Chai ignored every word. She could only hear Tomie's voice now. An ambulance was called immediately, and Chai was rushed to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctors delivered unbelievable news. They managed to remove the hair growing across Chai's face, but the scans revealed something far worse. One single strand had pierced through her skull and burrowed deep into her brain. The doctor admitted he had never seen anything like it. The strand was still alive, still growing, and pulling it out could destroy her brain. Even worse, it had likely caused the visions and voices Chai had been hearing all along. There was no safe way to remove it. All they could do was hope they found another solution before it was too late. Meanwhile, Chai's father remained completely consumed by his obsession. He spotted Mickey walking home from school and immediately chased after her. Desperately, he begged her to let him speak with Tomie. Mickey calmly closed her eyes, as if listening to someone beside her. Then she smiled. "Tomie says she doesn't want to talk to you." Answer shattered him. With tears in his eyes, he confessed everything. He had fallen in love with Tomie the moment they met. He had done everything for her, but she rejected him, leaving him completely broken. Then Mickey quietly asked, "So, you're the one who killed her?" The old man's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he admitted it. Yes, he had murdered Tomie, but even after taking her life, he still couldn't stop loving her. At that exact moment, something horrifying began happening to Mickey. Tiny strands burst from beneath her skin. More and more hair erupted from every pore of her body. Within seconds, her face disappeared beneath a writhing mass of black hair. The strands spread uncontrollably, covering her arms, her legs, her entire body. She staggered forward, completely engulfed by the endless black hair. The old man watched in absolute terror, unable to believe what he was seeing. Before long, there was almost nothing left of Mickey's body. Only a monstrous cocoon of living hair remained, as Tomie's terrifying curse consumed yet another victim. But if everyone who touched Tomie's hair met the same fate, what exactly was waiting to emerge from that living mass? But if everyone who touched Tomie's hair met the same fate, what exactly was waiting to emerge from that living mass? The answer never came. Instead, the story shifted to a completely different nightmare. Far away from Chai, people whispered about a wealthy family living inside a massive mansion on the edge of town. Everyone knew the name, the Hinata family, but nobody spoke about them without lowering their voice. According to the rumors, every young girl they adopted eventually died. One person quietly mentioned that yet another adopted daughter had just lost her life. Another replied that they had stopped counting long ago. To the neighbors, the mansion itself felt cursed. Every death was conveniently labeled as an accident or an illness. But no one truly believed that. Some even claimed the old couple had powerful connections with the police. No matter how suspicious another girl's death looked, nothing was ever investigated. The case would simply disappear. And life outside the mansion continued as if nothing had happened. But behind those elegant walls, a horrifying secret was waiting. People whispered that the elderly couple treated every adopted daughter like a precious doll. They dressed them in expensive clothes, admired their beauty, and kept them locked away from the outside world. At first, the young girl living there quietly endured everything. The old woman lovingly measured her body for another beautiful dress, while the old man smiled at her as though she were a priceless treasure. They praised her youthful beauty over and over again, completely ignoring the fear in her eyes. Finally, the terrified girl gathered enough courage to ask a simple question. Could she please leave the mansion? Even just for a little while. The answer came immediately. The old couple burst into laughter. They mocked her innocence, insisting that if she ever stepped outside, she would simply run back to the orphanage and abandon them. Then their smiles slowly became even more disturbing. The old woman reached toward the girl's smooth skin, admiring it with hungry eyes. Before the frightened girl could react, the old woman suddenly leaned forward and sank her teeth into her arm. The girl screamed in agony, but instead of stopping, the old man eagerly joined in. Both of them began biting her, as though they were trying to steal the very youth from her body. The old woman laughed hysterically. If you won't share your youth, just have to suck it out of you. Panicking, the girl fought back with everything she had. She kicked the old man away, shoved the old woman aside, and bolted from the chair. She sprinted through the mansion as fast as she could, but the old couple chased after her, laughing like children playing a game. Every door she reached was locked. There was nowhere to escape. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the halls, growing closer every second. Then, the horrifying tale suddenly ended. The storyteller simply shrugged. Maybe it was only a rumor, maybe it wasn't, but one thing was absolutely true. Every single girl adopted by the Hinata family had died under mysterious circumstances inside the mansion. Everything looked strangely peaceful. The old woman sobbed endlessly over the death of yet another adopted daughter. She cried that fate had cursed them, wondering why every girl they welcomed into their home always died. The old man quietly comforted her. According to him, perhaps it was karma. Perhaps destiny had decided they were never meant to be parents. The grieving woman confessed what she truly wanted: not wealth, not luxury. She only wished for a beautiful young daughter, someone she could dress up, comb her hair, and admire every single day, someone who reminded her of the youth she had already lost forever. But after so many deaths, no orphanage would ever trust them with another child again. The dream she treasured most had become impossible at that moment. Their longtime housekeeper, Satoko, gently tried to comfort her. She reminded the old woman that she had faithfully served the family for more than 30 years. If they needed someone to care for them, she would gladly do everything a daughter could. But those words only made the old woman's expression even sadder. She thanked Satoko for her loyalty, yet quietly admitted it wasn't enough. She didn't want another servant. She wanted a young girl, someone who could bring back the beauty and happiness of her younger days. Later that night, Satoko finished all of her duties and politely wished the old master good night before leaving the room. Outside, heavy rain poured over the silent mansion. As she walked through the hallway, she suddenly noticed one of the windows had been left open. She sighed, turned around, and went to close it. But the moment she looked outside, her heart nearly stopped. Lying motionless beneath the rain was the body of a young girl. Who was she, and what kind of nightmare had truly been unfolding inside the Hinata mansion? The young girl lying beneath the pouring rain looked completely lifeless. The old housekeeper immediately called for help, and within moments, the elderly couple rushed into the garden. The old man gently turned the girl's body over, trying to wake her. At first, she didn't respond, but then, a faint groan escaped her lips. She was still alive. The couple wasted no time carrying her inside, where a doctor quickly examined her. Surprisingly, he couldn't find a single injury. According to him, she had simply collapsed from complete exhaustion. All she needed was food, warmth, and rest. As the doctor prepared to leave, the old couple quietly stared at the mysterious stranger sleeping in their guest room. Neither of them had any idea who she was, until her eyes slowly opened. The old man leaned closer. "Where are you? What is this place?" Confused, the girl looked around before introducing herself. "My name is Tomie." Name meant nothing to the couple, but what she said next instantly captured their hearts. She quietly explained that she had nowhere left to go, no family, no home. When they asked about her parents, she calmly revealed that they had died in a plane crash just the day before. After wandering the streets for hours, the rain had finally overwhelmed her. The old woman covered her mouth in shock. Her heart immediately melted with pity. The old man hesitated, but the old woman could no longer hold back. She begged her husband to let the poor girl stay in the mansion just for a little while. Tomie looked at them with gentle eyes, then softly whispered, "Living here with you would be like a dream." Those simple words completely destroyed the last of the old woman's resistance. She desperately pleaded with her husband, "Please, let's adopt her." The old man slowly nodded. Meanwhile, the loyal housekeeper Satoko quietly watched everything unfold. Something about the story bothered her: a plane crash that killed the girl's parents. Surely something that major would have filled every newspaper, yet she couldn't remember hearing a single report. The thought lingered in her mind, but she said nothing. The following morning, the mansion felt strangely different. The old woman arrived carrying a beautifully handcrafted dress. She proudly presented it to Tomie, explaining that she had made it especially for her. Tomie smiled sweetly. "Thank you, mother." The moment she heard that word, the old woman's eyes filled with tears. She could hardly believe it. Tomie had called her mother. Tomie embraced the elderly woman and continued showering her with affection. She promised she would always be her wonderful daughter. Whatever the old woman wished, she would gladly do. The old woman laughed with happiness she hadn't felt in years. After asking Tomie to get some rest, she sent Satoko upstairs with dinner. When Satoko entered the room, she politely served the meal, but Tomie barely glanced at it. Instead, she frowned with clear disappointment. She asked if this wealthy family truly considered such ordinary food acceptable. Where was the caviar? Where was the foie gras? This wasn't a meal worthy of someone like her. Satoko calmly explained that it wasn't luxurious, but it tasted good. Tomie simply shrugged. "Doesn't do much for me." Then, without even thanking her, she coldly warned Satoko to try harder next time, otherwise she could easily convince mother to fire her. Satoko quietly lowered her head, hid her frustration, and left the room without another word. Outside, the old woman couldn't stop smiling. She proudly admired Tomie from a distance, completely blinded by her beauty. Soon, Tomie appeared wearing the elegant dress. The elderly couple stood speechless to them. She looked absolutely perfect. The old woman eagerly brushed Tomie's long hair, carefully styling every strand. When she finally finished, Tomie admired herself in the mirror. Then she politely asked, mother. I go outside, the old couple happily agreed, watching Tomie dance gracefully through the garden. They couldn't stop laughing with delight. The old man smiled at his wife. Adopting Tomie had been a miracle for the first time in years. The mansion truly felt alive again, but neither of them realized that welcoming Tomie into their home would soon become the greatest mistake of their lives. The old woman's love for Tomie only continued to grow stronger, wanting to make her happy. She bought Tomie a beautiful diamond ring. Tomie slowly admired the sparkling jewel on her finger, then smiled sweetly. Mother, it's marvelous. The old woman beamed with pride. She couldn't stop staring at Tomie. To her, the girl looked absolutely perfect, but then, without warning, tears began rolling down her wrinkled face. Tomie immediately rushed over in concern. She gently asked what was wrong. At first, the old woman insisted it was nothing, but Tomie refused to let the matter go. She softly begged her not to hide anything. After a long silence, the old woman finally confessed. Ever since Tomie had arrived, she had been terrified, not because of Tomie, but because of horrible rumors spreading through town. According to the gossip, an elderly couple living nearby had a terrifying secret. People whispered that they adopted beautiful young girls, only to imprison them, drain away their youth, and eventually torture them to death. The old woman trembled as she spoke. She desperately assured Tomie those stories were lies. Still, she worried people might start believing them. Tomie quietly lowered her eyes, as though remembering something painful. Then she admitted she had overheard those same rumors while wandering through town before collapsing in the garden. The old woman looked horrified, but Tomie quickly smiled through tears, pretending to comfort her. It's only cruel gossip. Yet, when the old woman begged to know exactly what people had said, Tomie's expression slowly changed. She reluctantly described every horrifying detail. According to the rumors, the old couple became obsessed with young beauty. They supposedly held girls captive, clinging to them like parasites, trying to steal their youth. As she spoke, tears streamed down Tomie's face. The old woman immediately denied everything. She insisted no one could ever do something so monstrous. Tomie nodded, but quietly excused herself. That night, she visited the old man. He happily welcomed her inside. The old man smiled proudly. Ever since Tomie had entered their lives, his wife seemed happier than she had been in years. But instead of smiling back, Tomie suddenly looked frightened. She slowly pulled back her sleeve, revealing strange dark bruises covering her arm. The old man gasped. Before he could even ask what happened, Tomie burst into tears. She cried that Mother terrified her. Whenever they were alone, the old woman would suddenly attack her. She claimed Mother grabbed her, bit into her skin, and screamed that she wanted to be young again. Tomie insisted those bruises were proof. She begged the old man to believe her, warning that if nothing changed, she would eventually lose her mind. The old man stood frozen. He had spent 40 years beside his wife. Nothing about Tomie's story sounded possible. Surely, there had to be some terrible misunderstanding. But Tomie kept crying. She demanded to know whether he believed his wife, or the bruises on her arm. Finally, she left him with one chilling promise. Just wait until tomorrow, then you'll see. The next morning, everything appeared perfectly normal. The old woman cheerfully brushed Tomie's long hair. Smiling as always, she complimented her flawless skin and beautiful hair. But then, something inside the old woman suddenly snapped. Her face twisted into something horrifying. Her eyes bulged, her mouth stretched unnaturally wide. She lunged at Tomie, grabbed her arm, and sank her teeth deep into the girl's flesh. Tomie screamed in absolute terror. She begged Mother to stop, but the old woman only bit harder, making grotesque slurping sounds as if she were desperately trying to drink something from Tomie's body. The old man rushed into the room. Completely horrified, he yanked his wife away from Tomie, demanding to know what she was doing. The old woman looked around in complete confusion. She stared at Tomie, then at her own trembling hands. She couldn't understand what had just happened. The old man was furious. He scolded his wife for attacking their daughter. The old woman broke down sobbing. She apologized over and over, insisting something was terribly wrong with her. Later that night, still trembling with guilt, she confessed everything to Satoko. Ever since Tomie told her those horrifying rumors, she couldn't stop thinking about them. The terrifying images filled her mind day and night. The fear grew stronger, until it completely consumed her. Eventually, she lost control. She swore she never wanted to hurt Tomie. She didn't even understand why she had done it. Satoko quietly comforted her, promising she knew the old woman would never intentionally hurt anyone. But hidden beneath the tears, Tomie's faint smile suggested everything was unfolding exactly as she had planned. The old woman's terrifying confession changed everything. For the first time, someone finally believed she wasn't a monster. As Satoko comforted her, the old woman admitted something strange. The more she thought about Tomie, the more suspicious everything became. Tomie's story about her parents dying in a plane crash didn't match any records. Satoko had searched everywhere, yet no such accident had ever happened. Then there were the rumors. Tomie hadn't simply heard them. She had carefully planted them inside the old woman's mind. Looking back now, it all felt too perfect, almost as if Tomie had planned every single step from the beginning. The old woman sighed. She sadly accepted that Tomie probably wouldn't stay with them much longer. After everything that had happened, the girl would surely leave. Instead, she looked lovingly at Satoko with tears in her eyes. She thanked the loyal maid for standing beside her through everything. Then, she made an unexpected offer. She asked Satoko to become her official adopted daughter. After all, Satoko had no family left, and unlike Tomie, she had always remained loyal. Satoko was overwhelmed. She could barely speak. Just then, the old woman casually asked for a glass of water. Satoko hurried away, but moments later, A loud crash echoed through the mansion. She dropped the tray and rushed back upstairs. When she opened the bedroom door, her entire world collapsed. The old woman was hanging from the ceiling. She had taken her own life soon afterward. The old woman was buried, standing silently beside the grave. Tomie showed almost no emotion. Meanwhile, Satoko couldn't stop crying. She blamed herself for leaving the room. If only she had stayed, maybe none of this would have happened. She tearfully remembered the old woman's final wish. She had wanted to adopt Satoko, to make her part of the family. From that day forward, Satoko became the sole caretaker of the mansion. Months passed. Tomie remained there, living comfortably as if nothing had happened. But one afternoon, Tomie suddenly began insulting Satoko over the smallest mistake. The soup was slightly too salty. Tomie exploded with anger, calling her incompetent. Satoko quietly apologized, but inside, something much darker surfaced. As she carried the empty dishes away, her thoughts became terrifying. For 6 months, she had secretly poisoned Tomie's meals, enough poison to kill an ordinary person many times over. Yet Tomie remained perfectly healthy. Not even a single symptom appeared. Satoko couldn't understand it. Why wasn't the poison working? Realizing subtle methods had failed, she decided to take a far more brutal approach. That rainy night, she quietly picked up a thick rope. Smiling to herself, she whispered that it was fitting. After all, it had also been raining on the night Tomie first arrived. But before Satoko could make her move, a horrifying scream shattered the silence. She rushed toward the sound, only to freeze in disbelief. The old master stood over Tomie's body, repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. Blood covered the floor. Tomie's body had been hacked into pieces. Old man stood there, covered in blood, panting heavily. When Satoko asked what had happened, he confessed through trembling breaths. The moment he looked at Tomie, an uncontrollable urge to kill her overwhelmed his mind. He couldn't explain it. He simply lost control. He begged Satoko to believe him, but before either of them could recover, the old man suddenly realized something. If Satoko called the police, everything would be over. Without another thought, he turned the blood-stained knife toward her. Satoko screamed and ran for her life. The old man chased after her through the mansion, determined to silence the only witness. Then, something impossible happened. Behind them, Tomie's mangled corpse twitched. A finger moved, then an arm. The shredded body slowly dragged itself across the blood-soaked floor. As news of the tragedy spread, everyone believed the old master had murdered his adopted daughter, then taken his own life. Satoko survived, and with the entire family gone, the enormous estate would eventually belong to her. But hidden inside the abandoned mansion, Tomie's ruined body continued crawling forward. Even after being butchered into pieces, she was still alive, and that nightmare was far from over. Meanwhile, the nightmare was only just beginning. Long before Satoko ever entered that cursed mansion, someone else had already fallen into Tomie's trap. It all started with the youngest of 4 brothers. His name was Hiroya. Growing up, life had never been kind to him. He was shorter than everyone else. His appearance made him an easy target. The other kids mocked him relentlessly, and even his own brothers looked down on him. After years of humiliation, Hiroya learned one painful lesson: trust no one. Then one ordinary day, everything changed. Their elderly father gathered all 4 brothers inside the living room. Standing beside him was a breathtaking young woman. She smiled gently and introduced herself. "My name is Tomie." The old man calmly announced the shocking truth: "This is your new mother." Room instantly fell silent. Every brother stared at her in disbelief. She looked far too young, far too beautiful, to be standing beside their aging father. But Hiroya reacted differently. For the very first time, someone greeted him with a warm smile. That tiny act of kindness was something he had almost never experienced. Still, the oldest brother wasn't fooled. He silently glared at Tomie. In his eyes, she was nothing more than a woman chasing their father's fortune. And from the very day she entered the house, the family's peaceful life completely fell apart. None of the brothers truly accepted her as their mother. Instead, they saw her as a beautiful young woman living under the same roof. Before long, every one of them became fascinated by her, even though they tried to hide it. Their feelings became impossible to ignore. After their father suddenly passed away, the tension inside the mansion exploded. The eldest brother declared himself the new head of the family. Then he made another outrageous claim: since he was inheriting everything, Tomie should belong to him as well. The other brothers were horrified. An argument erupted almost immediately, but before things could get worse, Tomie casually walked into the room. The brothers instantly fell silent, pretending nothing had happened. Watching them panic, Tomie simply smiled. Then her eyes landed on Hiroya. Unlike his brothers, he stayed away from everyone, always alone, always reading by himself. Tomie slowly walked over to him. She invited him to join the others, but Hiroya quietly refused. He wanted to be left alone instead of getting angry. Tomie leaned closer with a playful smile. She gently called him adorable. The room froze. None of the brothers could believe what they had just heard. To them, Hiroya was the ugly outcast nobody cared about, but Tomie was looking at him completely differently. From that moment on, she began following him everywhere. Every night, she knocked on his bedroom door. She teased him endlessly, trying to get his attention. Hiroya ignored every single attempt, which only made Tomie even more obsessed. Seeing this, his jealous brothers finally snapped. One night, they dragged Hiroya into the basement, locked him inside, and secured the heavy door from the outside. Now, he was completely trapped. Days passed, no food, no water, no one came to help. The darkness slowly consumed him. Then, footsteps echoed outside the basement door. It was Tomie. She stood behind the small barred window, Looking at Hiroya with a gentle smile, she claimed everyone upstairs was fighting over her. Then she softly asked, "Don't you like me?" Even a little, Hiroya glared back without hesitation. He rejected her completely. Tomie's expression instantly changed. Her sweet smile disappeared. She coldly laughed in his face, calling him pathetic, and telling him she would never fall for someone like him. With a final wave goodbye, she walked away, leaving him alone to starve night after night. Violent screams echoed through the mansion above. Furniture crashed. People shouted. It sounded as if the entire family was tearing itself apart. Meanwhile, Hiroya grew weaker with every passing hour. Just when he thought death was inevitable, someone finally appeared. It was one of his brothers. He unlocked the basement door and promised Hiroya all the food he wanted. But first, there was something he needed him to see. The brothers slowly led him upstairs. The moment Hiroya stepped into the room, his blood ran cold. Tomie's body had been chopped into countless bloody pieces. The floor was soaked with blood. His brothers stood there trembling. With empty expressions, they confessed the horrifying truth together. They had murdered Tomie, or at least, that's what they believed. Meanwhile, the brothers had only one goal left: hide every last piece of Tomie's body and erase the evidence forever. They stuffed her severed remains into large bags, loaded everything into a van, and forced Hiroya to help dispose of the corpse. As the vehicle raced down the empty highway, Hiroya's heart pounded harder with every mile. The foul smell of death filled the van. He wanted nothing more than to abandon the vehicle, run away, and disappear forever. The sun was already beginning to set. He knew driving through the mountains at night with a van full of body parts was a terrible idea. Then, something behind him suddenly shifted. Hiroya slowly glanced into the rearview mirror. At first, he convinced himself it was only the van shaking over the rough road, but when he looked again, his blood froze. Tomie's severed head was no longer lying still. Her lifeless eyes were staring directly at him, trying to calm himself. Hiroya whispered that it had to be his imagination. After all, she was dead, wasn't she? Then, pale arm suddenly stretched out from the pile of body bags. Another arm followed, and another. The severed limbs began crawling toward him like living spiders. Hiroya screamed in absolute terror. The hands grabbed his shoulder, wrapped around his neck, and clawed at his body, panicking. He completely lost control of the steering wheel. The van smashed violently into a tree. Barely conscious, Hiroya kicked open the door and threw himself outside. The crawling hands still clung to his clothes. He desperately ripped them away one by one, before stumbling deep into the forest. That entire night, he hid among the trees, too terrified to return. 2 days later, starving and exhausted, he wandered into a roadside cafeteria. There, a television broadcast nearly stopped his heart. His own face filled the screen. The police had identified him as the prime suspect. According to the news, he had murdered his entire family. Hiroya immediately realized what had happened. His brothers had framed him before they died. Even if he surrendered, no one would ever believe his story. With nowhere else to go, he returned to the mountains. After wandering for hours, he discovered a quiet cave hidden deep inside the forest. It became his new home one freezing night. As he reached into his pocket, something impossible happened. 4 tiny severed fingers suddenly slipped out. Hiroya stared at them in disbelief. He was certain he had never carried them. There was only one explanation: those disgusting fingers had somehow crawled into his pocket by themselves. Filled with panic, he threw every one of them straight into the fire. Watching them burn, he muttered that Tomie truly was the most horrifying woman he had ever met. A month slowly passed. Life inside the cave became strangely peaceful. Nearby farmers often left food outside, never realizing someone was secretly taking it. Compared to living with his brothers, this lonely cave almost felt like paradise. Hiroya even started believing he could spend the rest of his life hiding there. But peace never lasts forever. One night, while stealing food from a nearby farmhouse, someone spotted him. The frightened homeowner shouted, and the entire village began chasing him. Hiroya escaped by jumping down a steep slope, bruised and exhausted. He barely managed to crawl back into his cave. As he caught his breath, he cursed his own stupidity, but he had no idea that an even greater nightmare was already waiting for him inside. That night, Hiroya finally thought he could rest. Hidden deep inside the cave, wrapped in a blanket, he believed no one would ever find him again. But sometime after midnight, a strange whispering sound echoed through the darkness. At first, he assumed the police had discovered his hiding place. Then he listened more carefully. No, the sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from somewhere deep inside the cave. Curiosity slowly overpowered his fear. Step by cautious step, he followed the eerie whispers deeper underground. Then, he reached a hidden chamber, and what he saw completely shattered his sanity. Several human-shaped figures were half buried in the earth. Slowly, they began rising from the ground. Rotting faces, blank white eyes, decaying flesh. Every single one looked like a horribly mutated version of Tomie. Hiroya staggered backward in terror. He could barely force the words out. "Who are you?" One of the creatures smiled, then answered with a voice that sounded hauntingly familiar. She blamed Hiroya for burning her. She claimed she looked like this because of him. Another laughed, saying she had actually been lucky compared to someone they mockingly called Pinky. They pointed toward another twisted creature, whose body had been burned so badly that she barely resembled a human anymore. The monsters burst into cruel laughter, calling each other by the names of different fingers: index, middle, ring, and pinky. Only then did Hiroya finally understand. The fingers he had thrown into the fire hadn't died. Each one had regenerated into a different version of Tomie, but because they had been burned, their bodies had grown back horribly deformed. As realization hit him, A beautiful face suddenly appeared among the monsters, unlike the others. She looked almost completely normal, beautiful, calm, and unmistakably Tomie. She smiled sweetly while Hiroya stood frozen in disbelief. The beautiful Tomie explained that the burned fingers had all regenerated, but because of the damage, their bodies recovered at different speeds. Some were slowly becoming beautiful again, others, especially poor Pinky, had been burned far too badly. She would probably remain a hideous monster forever. The other Tomies surrounded poor Pinky. Laughing without mercy, they mocked her appearance, called her ugly, a monster, a disgusting lump of flesh. Then they grabbed her, stretching her rotten face, pulling at her skin, laughing harder every second while Pinky screamed in agony watching the horrifying abuse. Something inside Hiroya suddenly changed. Despite everything Tomie had done, he couldn't stand watching anyone suffer like that. He rushed forward, shouting for them to stop. The cave instantly fell silent. Hiroya wrapped his arms around the crying Pinky, protecting her from the others. The beautiful Tomie simply stared at him. Before laughing once again, they mocked Hiroya, calling him a foolish criminal pretending to be a hero. They sneered that people like him naturally sided with monsters, but Hiroya ignored every insult. For the first time in weeks, he wasn't thinking about himself. He only wanted to protect the one Tomie that everyone else had abandoned. And deep inside the cave, a very strange relationship was just beginning. As the days passed, something unbelievable happened inside the cave. One by one, the burned Tomie slowly recovered. Their scarred skin faded away, their beauty returned, and as soon as each Tomie became perfect again, she quietly walked out of the cave, leaving Hiroya behind. Eventually, only two remained, Hiroya and poor little Pinky. Unlike the others, Pinky never fully recovered. Her face stayed horribly burned, her body twisted beyond repair, yet every day, she stayed beside Hiroya's bed, watching over him while he drifted in and out of consciousness. When Hiroya finally woke, Pinky smiled for the first time. They were completely alone. She gently confessed that she understood exactly how lonely he had always been. Then, with surprising sincerity, she whispered, "I love you," weak and broken. Hiroya looked at the hideously disfigured Tomie before him strangely. He didn't feel fear anymore. Instead, he admitted that he loved her too. No one had ever cared about him like this. He begged her to stay beside him forever. For one brief moment, it almost felt like the two outcasts had found happiness together. But Pinky suddenly burst into laughter. She had only been teasing him, mocking the fact that someone like Hiroya could actually fall in love with a monster. Then something incredible happened, without warning. Pinky's burned body began healing at an incredible speed. The scars disappeared, her rotten flesh regenerated, and within moments, she transformed into a flawless, breathtaking Tomie. Once again, the ugly little Pinky had finally become beautiful. That was the end of Littlefinger, but Hiroya's nightmare was far from over. Soon afterward, his wound from the severed finger became badly infected. A raging fever left him barely conscious, as he lay helpless inside the cave. The beautiful Tomies gathered around his bed. They mocked him relentlessly, they laughed at his suffering, and they cruelly reminded him that his punishment had only just begun. Meanwhile, the Tomie once known as Pinky continued evolving, now more beautiful than ever. She calmly watched the others torment Hiroya without lifting a finger to help him. The man who had protected her was no longer useful to Tomie. Kindness meant nothing, only beauty survived, and Hiroya had finally learned that falling in love with Tomie always ends in tragedy. Meanwhile, far away from Hiroya's horrifying fate, a completely different story was about to begin. On a quiet stretch of coastline, a young boy named Satoru spent his afternoon exploring the rocky shore near his family's new home. The peaceful waves crashed gently against the cliffs, until something strange caught his attention. Hidden beneath the rocks, he discovered a dark tide pool. At first it looked like nothing more than seawater trapped between the stones, but then, something floated to the surface. It looked like a human face, then another and another. Satoru froze. Those weren't fish, they were bodies. Before he could even process what he was seeing, one of the corpses suddenly shot an arm out of the water. The lifeless hand grabbed toward him. Terrified, Satoru stumbled backward. Then, the corpse opened its eyes, its cracked lips slowly curled into a smile. In a soft, almost motherly voice it whispered, "Sweet little boy, let's play together." Horrifying woman introduced herself with a single name, Tomie. Instead of attacking him, she calmly explained what had happened. A cruel man had torn her body apart, then dumped the pieces into this hidden tide pool. She begged Satoru not to tell anyone she was there. Instead, she asked him to visit her every single day. She even stretched out both arms, inviting the frightened boy closer. "Come here, let me kiss you, hello." But Satoru couldn't move. He simply stared at the mangled woman floating in the black water. Back at home, his parents noticed he had returned soaking wet. When Satoru nervously claimed he had fallen into a tide pool, they simply laughed it off to them. It was nothing more than another childhood adventure. But Satoru couldn't stop thinking about the woman hidden inside the cave. The next day, he returned just as Tomie had asked. The moment she saw him, her scarred face bright. She praised him for being such a kind, honest boy unlike everyone else. She didn't flatter him with beauty, she flattered his heart. When Satoru asked whether her wounds still hurt, Tomie quietly admitted they were agonizing. She begged him once again to keep her secret. Then she asked for tiny favors: bring me something to eat, bring me some clothes, and most importantly, stay with me day after day. Satoru continued visiting the cave slowly. Tomie's shattered body began healing. The deep cracks across her face started closing, her torn flesh regenerated little by little. Looking at the innocent boy, she smiled warmly. Every day, I'm getting better and it's all thanks to you. Before long, she pulled Satoru into a gentle embrace. She kissed his cheek, then laughed softly for the lonely child. It felt almost like having another mother. But Tomie had already begun planting dangerous thoughts inside his mind. She admired how much he loved his parents. She praised his kindness. She made him believe he was special. Every word, every smile, was carefully chosen because Tomie never gives affection without wanting something in return, and before Satoru realized it, he had already become the next victim caught in her web. Back at home, Satoru's parents couldn't help but notice something was wrong. Their cheerful little boy barely touched his dinner every single day. He disappeared to the beach without telling anyone where he was going. Food had started disappearing from the refrigerator. Even worse, his mother's favorite dress had mysteriously vanished. They tried convincing themselves it was only a childish phase, but deep down, both of them knew something had changed. Meanwhile, Satoru had already become completely devoted to Tomie, determined to make her happy. He secretly slipped into a clothing boutique. After making sure nobody was watching, he grabbed an elegant dress and bolted for the exit. If the shopkeeper immediately noticed, people shouted as Satoru sprinted through the streets with the stolen clothes clutched in his arms, but none of that mattered anymore. Everything he did was for Tomie. When he returned to the cave, Tomie twirled happily in her new dress. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh sweetie, it's just perfect." She laughed like an excited child, then grabbed Satoru's hand. "Come on, let's play." Two of them ran across the rocky shoreline together for a few precious moments. It looked almost like a mother and son enjoying a carefree afternoon, but something about Tomie's laughter felt deeply wrong. Her smile stretched wider, her eyes became strangely vacant, and suddenly, the playful game turned terrifying. She lunged toward Satoru with a crazed grin, chasing him across the rocks while laughing louder and louder. The innocent game of tag had become a nightmare. Just then, someone witnessed everything. Satoru's real mother had followed him. She watched in horror as the scarred woman hugged her son tightly. Calling herself his mother, Tomie cradled the frightened boy in her arms. "You can call me mother." She gently stroked his face. "You really are adorable. Do you want to be mine?" Satoru stood there silently, completely mesmerized. His real mother rushed forward and pulled him away. "What did you do to my son?" Tomie simply tilted her head, as if the question itself was ridiculous. "I'm his mother, Tomie." Then she smiled sweetly. "He begged me to be his mom. Isn't that right, sweetie?" The word struck Satoru's mother like a knife. Tomie leaned closer and asked the boy one simple question. "Tell me, which mommy do you like better?" For a terrifying second, Satoru couldn't answer. His own mother grabbed his hand and desperately pulled him away. "We're leaving. I never want you anywhere near her again." That night, neither parent could sleep. They discussed everything Satoru had confessed: the mysterious woman, the strange scars covering her body, the way she insisted she was his mother. Maybe she had been planning to kidnap him all along. But before they could decide what to do, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the house. Satoru exploded awake in another violent night terror. His body shook uncontrollably, his face twisted in fear, as if something invisible was tormenting him inside his dreams. His parents could only watch helplessly. This had been happening every single night, and they both reached the same horrifying conclusion. Whatever that woman was, she hadn't let go of their son even from miles away. Tomie's influence was already taking control of his mind. From that day on, Satoru's condition only got worse. His parents tried everything to keep him away from the beach, but it was already too late. One morning, his mother watched in horror as Satoru quietly walked toward the front door. "Where are you going?" Without even turning around, the boy whispered, "I have to see my mommy." Then he slowly looked back. His eyes were completely empty. In his hand, he was gripping a large kitchen knife. His mother froze. She rushed over and tore the knife away before he could leave. "Satoru, what are you doing with a knife?" But the boy didn't seem to hear her. He stared straight ahead like he was trapped inside another world. "My real mom is waiting for me. Go play with her." His mother realized she was no longer speaking to her own son. Terrified, she locked him inside his room. When Satoru's father returned from work, he was shocked. "You locked him in." "He kept trying to run to the beach," she replied. "I had no choice." Father sighed. "Talk to him." But the moment they opened the door, they were met with a horrifying sight. The room had been completely destroyed. Furniture was ripped apart, the walls were shredded, the floor was covered in torn pieces of fabric. In the middle of the wreckage, Satoru calmly sat on the floor, using a pair of scissors to cut everything around him. Shick, shick, shick. His parents stood there speechless. Before they could react, Satoru suddenly leaped to his feet. "I want my mommy." Holding the scissors tightly, he bolted straight out of the house. His parents chased after him, but the possessed child was already sprinting toward the beach. Meanwhile, Satoru searched desperately among the rocks. "Mommy, where are?" Searched every cave, every corner of the shoreline. Then he finally found her, but what he saw made him stop cold. Tomie wasn't waiting for him. She was wrapped in another man's arms. The stranger flirted shamelessly. "What a beautiful woman like you doing out here?" Tomie only smiled. "What do you care? Just give me a kiss." Hidden behind a rock, Satoru watched everything. His tiny hands tightened around the scissors. The man leaned in, ready to kiss Tomie, but the instant their lips touched, his expression twisted in pure terror. He suddenly looked as if he'd seen something impossible, and before anyone could understand why, Satoru charged forward with one violent thrust. He drove the scissors deep into the man's back. The stranger collapsed onto the rocks. Dead blood spread across the shoreline. Satoru stood there shaking, staring at the body he had just created. Tomie looked at him, Not with gratitude, not with affection. Instead, she frowned. Why are you carrying scissors? You're not seriously thinking about cutting me up, are you? Then her face twisted with disgust. And stop calling me mom. I'm not that old. Honestly, what do I care about a brat like you? The words shattered Satoru. Everything he believed, everything he had sacrificed, had been a lie. Tomie burst into laughter. She laughed louder and louder. The heartbroken child broke down screaming. Days later, the murdered man's body was discovered. The police had no suspects, no witnesses, no clues except one family. Back at home, Satoru returned completely covered in blood. His parents finally realized the horrifying truth. The murder weapon shown on the news was a pair of scissors, the very same scissors Satoru had been carrying. He did it. Satoru murdered that man. Boy was tied up to keep him from hurting himself or anyone else. But even while bound, he screamed only one word, "Mommy," again, and again, and again. Then suddenly a soft voice echoed from outside the house. "Sweetie." His parents slowly turned toward the front door. Standing there with a warm smile and open arms was Tomie herself, as if she had come to take her child home. Tomie had finally come. The moment Satoru heard her voice, his face lit up with pure excitement. "It's Mommy, she's here to see me." Outside the house, Tomie stretched out her arms with a gentle smile. "Sweetie, come play with mother." But while Satoru saw the woman of his dreams, his parents saw something completely different. His mother instantly recognized her. "That's her. She's the woman who drove Satoru insane." His father reached for the phone. "We have to call the police." But then he hesitated. If the authorities came, it would also discover that Satoru was the murderer. Everything their family had desperately tried to hide would be exposed. After a long silence, the father made his decision. "Leave her to me." Ignoring his wife's frightened protests, he stepped outside alone. Tomie stood waiting with that same mysterious smile. The father tried to face her, but the moment he looked directly into her eyes, his anger disappeared. Every trace of fear melted away. All he could think was, "So beautiful." The story never tells us what she said or what spell she used. It simply reveals the aftermath. The father walked away with Tomie, and he was never seen again. Just like countless men before him, he abandoned everything: his wife, his child, his entire family. As for Satoru, his fate was even more tragic. The little boy who only wanted his mother never escaped the nightmare Tomie created. As he grew older, he became a repeat criminal, one violent crime after another, until the law finally caught up with him in the end. Satoru was convicted and sentenced to death by lethal injection. Even at the very end, his broken mind never changed. Bound by his endless obsession, he continued screaming for the woman who had destroyed his life. "Mommy, Mommy." The story ends there, not with Tomie's death, but with another innocent life completely consumed by her curse. She didn't need supernatural powers to ruin people. All she had to do was make them love her. Even after everything, even after losing his family, even after watching countless lives destroyed, one man still couldn't forget Tomie. Her face, her voice, her beauty. "Love you, Tomie. I hate every part of you." Love and hatred had become the exact same emotion. Unable to escape his obsession, the man finally snapped. He grabbed a heavy metal pipe and brought it crashing down again and again and again. Every bone in Tomie's body was crushed. Every piece of flesh was beaten into a disgusting pulp. He refused to stop until there was nothing left that even resembled a human being. Breathing heavily, he looked at the horrifying pile before him. Surely, this had to be enough. But then, the nightmare began. The mangled flesh moved, not all at once, just tiny little twitches, then another, then another. The pile wasn't dying, it was growing. Terrified, the man immediately called the only person he thought might understand. "Nagaka, I killed her." His friend rushed over, expecting to find a body. Instead, he found something far worse. The room was overflowing with writhing chunks of flesh. "So this is Tomie." The man nodded. "I loved her too much. You would have done the same." At first, Nagaka couldn't believe what he was seeing, but then, he opened the refrigerator. A mountain of flesh spilled out onto the floor. He checked the trash cans. Every single one was packed with more pieces. The apartment had become a warehouse of Tomie's remains. And somehow, a flesh was still multiplying. The killer finally revealed the horrifying truth. "I watched it happen. Every piece tried to regenerate. So I smashed her again, crushed her bones. I ground her into jelly. It still wouldn't stop. Every tiny fragment was trying to become a brand new Tomie. One piece became two, two became 10, 10 became hundreds. It was impossible to tell where the original body had even been." Realizing they couldn't simply throw it away, the two men desperately searched for another solution. Then Nagaka had an idea. "If every piece is trying to regenerate, what if we destroy them faster than they can grow?" The plan was insane, but they had no better choice. Nearby was a sake brewery, a place with enormous fermentation tanks. Working in secret, they carried bucket after bucket of Tomie's flesh into the massive vat. The workers had no idea what was inside. When they asked if it would ruin the sake, Nagaka casually laughed it off. "Just a little won't hurt." Soon, the entire tank was filled with the black, pulsing mass. The two men grabbed long wooden paddles and began stirring round and round, grinding every fragment together. They hoped that if every piece kept merging with every other piece, none of them would ever have the chance to become a complete Tomie again. But as they looked into the swirling mixture, neither of them felt relieved, because deep inside the tank, the flesh was still moving, still twisting, still trying to become whole. And they realized something terrifying. Maybe Tomie wasn't something that could ever be killed, only delayed. The two men stirred the massive fermentation tank without stopping. Round after round, they crushed every fragment together, hoping the endless regeneration would finally cancel itself out. But instead of disappearing, the smell only grew stronger. It wasn't the scent of sake anymore, it was Tomie. Her unmistakable fragrance spread through the entire brewery. Nagyaka covered his nose. It smells just like her. And somehow, mixing with the alcohol only made her scent even more intense. As they continued stirring, the surface suddenly began to bubble. Pop, pop, pop. Tiny blisters appeared everywhere. Then from every single bubble, familiar voice echoed. Ah, ah, ah. The sound came from hundreds of places at once. Nagyaka froze. Do you hear that? It sounds exactly like Tomie's voice. Man looked into the tank and couldn't believe his eyes. The bubbling flesh slowly reshaped itself. For one horrifying moment, a beautiful face emerged from the surface. Tomie smiled at them. As if she had never died, both men instantly reached toward her. Tomie, I love you. The obsession that had driven them insane came rushing back in an instant. Thankfully, the illusion vanished just as quickly. The face dissolved back into the boiling mass. Panting, the two men realized they couldn't keep working together. The tank was becoming too full every second. More flesh appeared. They decided to split the mass between multiple vats before it overflowed, bucket after bucket. They transferred the living mixture into new tanks. Just then, a loud voice shattered the silence. What are you two doing? The brewery workers had finally arrived. Nagyaka's heart nearly stopped. He had completely forgotten the employees were still inside the building. The workers rushed over. What is all this? The owner stared into the tank, his face twisted in confusion. Then, without warning, he leaned forward, scooped up a ladle full of the strange liquid, and drank it. Everyone froze. The old man smacked his lips. His eyes widened. Delicious. Never tasted moromi this good. Workers looked at each other in disbelief. The old brewer calmly smiled. Let's make sake. Nagyaka stared at him. You can make sake from human flesh. The old man laughed. Human flesh? What are you talking about? This is first-rate moromi. To him, the writhing flesh wasn't flesh anymore. It had become perfect brewing mash. Soon the workers began pressing the mixture, filtering it, and collecting the finished liquid one by one. They lifted the cups to their mouths. They all drank without hesitation. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The brewery echoed with the sound of people swallowing what should never have existed. Meanwhile, Nagyaka and his friend could only watch in stunned silence, because they realized something horrifying. Tomie hadn't simply survived. She had found an entirely new way to spread herself. And this time, she wasn't trying to regenerate one body. She was about to enter everyone who drank the sake. The workers couldn't stop drinking cup after cup. They praised the horrifying brew without realizing what they had swallowed. One of them laughed. This is the best sake I've ever tasted. Meanwhile, every fermentation tank around them answered back. Ah, ah. The voices grew louder. The brewery had become alive. Exhausted, Ishizuka collapsed against the wall, but just as he closed his eyes, whisper reached his ears. Tomie, I love you, Ishizuka. His eyes snapped open. The voice wasn't coming from his memories, it was calling him. He stumbled to his feet. Tomie, where are you? The whispers echoed from every direction. Love you, do. Unable to resist, Ishizuka climbed toward the nearest tank. The moment he looked inside, his blood turned to ice. Countless eyes stared back at him. The entire surface had become a sea of blinking eyes. Then, the eyes burst open, and from every bubble, half-formed faces pushed upward. Dozens, then hundreds. Each one whispered his name. Ishizuka, I love you. The flesh stretched higher, melting into towering human shapes. Their bodies flowed like hot wax. Their arms reached toward him. Their smiling faces multiplied without end. Before he could escape, the entire brewery exploded into movement. Long streams of hair burst out of the tanks. Beautiful faces bloomed everywhere. Some floated through the air, others slithered across the ceiling like living vines. The workers looked up, completely speechless. Then the nightmare grew even worse. The endless hair shot outward like whips. The bodies collapsed, only to split into countless floating heads. Then, splash, splash, every head crashed back into the fermentation mash. The liquid erupted into waves. When the ripples settled, hundreds, no, thousands of Tomies filled every single tank. The walls themselves began melting. Faces dripped from the wooden beams. Entire curtains of flesh covered the brewery. The building was no longer a brewery. It had become Tomie herself. The workers screamed in absolute terror. Some tried to run, others stood frozen, surrounded by smiling faces staring from every direction. Hair coiled around the room like living snakes. Everywhere they looked, there was another Tomie, another smile, another pair of eyes. Then, one enormous figure slowly rose from the largest vat. A gigantic melting face emerged above everyone else. Its empty eyes locked directly onto Ishizuka. A twisted smile spread across its enormous mouth, as if it had been waiting for him all along. Just when it seemed like the nightmare had reached its end, everything suddenly stopped. The monstrous faces disappeared. The endless hair was gone. The workers blinked in confusion before bursting into laughter. That was one horrifying vision. Another man shook his head. Sake has never made me hallucinate before. Instead of panicking, they simply shrugged it off and went back to work as if nothing had happened, even after witnessing something impossible. Their greed won. One of them grinned. This sake will sell like nothing else. The brewery resumed production. Fresh sake continued pouring into the vats, while Ishizuka silently stirred the moromi. His lips barely moved. Tomie, I love you. The horrifying visions were over, but the obsession wasn't. Deep beneath the calm surface, the mash slowly shifted. Strange shapes continued moving beneath the liquid. As if Tomie had never truly disappeared, the brewery carried on. The workers bottled the product. The president dreamed of enormous profits, and no one realized that every drop of sake now carried a piece of Tomie inside it. The nightmare hadn't been destroyed, it had simply been fermented, ready to spread far beyond the walls of the brewery. And somewhere inside the endless sea of flesh, Tomie's presence still waited, smiling, watching, growing, because no matter how many times she's cut apart, burned, or dissolved, Tomie always finds a way to return. Just when everyone thought the story of Tomie had finally come to an end, a completely different nightmare was already beginning. Days later, a young babysitter named Irita arrived in a quiet neighborhood for what looked like an ordinary job. On her way, she noticed the charred remains of several burned houses. The destruction was unsettling, but she assumed it was nothing more than a recent accident. Soon, she arrived at a large house where an elderly couple welcomed her inside. They introduced themselves politely and placed a bundled baby in the mother's arms. "Our daughter's name is Marina." At first, everything seemed perfectly normal. The couple appeared friendly, even complimenting Irita and saying they were lucky to have found such a kind babysitter. But the moment they led her upstairs, something immediately felt wrong. The nursery looked less like a baby's room, and more like a prison cell. Every window was covered with thick iron bars. Confused, Irita quietly wondered why a newborn would need security fit for a dangerous criminal. The mother calmly explained that several homes in the neighborhood had recently burned down because of mysterious arson attacks. They wanted Marina to be safe while they went out for the evening. Trying not to question it, Irita agreed. The couple wished Marina good night, then walked outside, but before leaving, they locked the nursery door from the outside. Irita froze. She rushed toward the door. "What's with the lock?" The mother simply smiled through the tiny window. "It's just insurance. Babysitters have a habit of running out on us." Those words sent chills down Irita's spine. She looked back toward the crib. The baby was sleeping peacefully beneath a blanket, or at least, that's what she thought. The mother suddenly shouted through the window, "Oh, come on, just look." Nervously, Irita pulled back the blanket. The instant she saw what lay underneath, she nearly screamed. The child wasn't normal. Tiny body was covered with swollen veins. Its skin looked rotten. One enormous eye stared directly at her, while a massive beating heart had somehow grown into its face. Each heartbeat echoed through the room. Thump, thump, thump. Irita stumbled backward in horror. The parents, however, were completely delighted. "Isn't she adorable?" They explained that Marina had been abandoned on their doorstep and that she always became happy whenever they dressed her in red. Then they gave one final instruction: if she cries, hold her by the window. Without another word, the couple left, now trapped inside with the grotesque infant. Irita tried to convince herself, no matter how she looks, she's still just a baby. She gathered enough courage to prepare a bottle, but as darkness covered the neighborhood, a distant siren echoed outside. Irita walked toward the barred window. Far away, another building was burning. A fire. She could process what she was seeing. Marina suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Panicking, Irita tried everything she could think of to calm the baby. Nothing worked. Hours later, the parents finally returned. Instead of comforting Marina, they immediately blamed Irita. "Why didn't you hold her by the window like we told you?" Confused, Irita explained that the fire outside had frightened her and she thought bringing the baby closer to the flames would only make things worse. The couple stared at her in disbelief. Then the mother smiled. "You fool, that's exactly why you should have. Marina loves fire. If there isn't a fire, she cries all night." Horrifying truth finally sank in. The mysterious arson attacks weren't random at all. Someone, or something, needed those fires to keep this monstrous baby happy, and Irita had just become trapped in a house with it. From that moment on, Irita realized she wasn't just babysitting, she was trapped. No matter how much she begged, the elderly couple refused to let her leave. "Stay until she stops crying, even if it takes all night." The tiny prison window slammed shut, the lock clicked into place, and Irita was left alone once again with the crying monster. The room echoed endlessly with Marina's screams. Hours passed, then morning arrived. Finally, the cries stopped. The couple casually returned as if nothing unusual had happened. Smiling, they thanked Irita and immediately announced they would be going out again that very night. Irita was completely exhausted. She collapsed onto the floor, shaking from stress and lack of sleep. Still, she had no choice but to continue. Trying to act like a normal babysitter, she prepared Marina's meal, but the second she tried feeding the baby, the spoon accidentally bumped her face. Marina instantly burst into laughter, not the innocent laughter of a child, but the cruel amusement of someone enjoying another person's pain. Irita stared in disbelief. "What did I do?" Then she noticed it again. That enormous eye slowly moved, watching her. The heartbeat inside Marina's face echoed louder than ever. Thump, thump, thump. That evening, another fire broke out somewhere in the neighborhood. The moment Marina saw the glowing flames through the window, everything changed. The crying stopped instantly. Her twisted face stretched into the happiest smile imaginable. For the first time, she looked content. Realizing the fire was calming Marina down, Irita picked her up and gently carried her closer to the barred window. Together they watched the burning houses in the distance. Marina giggled happily. "That's a big fire." The first time, Irita almost forgot how horrifying the child really was. Next morning, the parents still hadn't returned. Looking outside, Irita overheard neighbors talking. The elderly couple had been arrested. They had finally been caught. The mysterious serial arsonists responsible for all the neighborhood fires were Marina's own parents. Everything suddenly made sense. They hadn't started fires for money or revenge. They had done it simply to keep their horrifying daughter happy. Now Marina was alone. Irita sighed. "What am I supposed to do now?" She looked down at the strange child in her arms. Then, without moving her lips, Marina spoke. "Those idiots, I told them to do a better job." Irita's blood froze. "Marina, did you just talk?" The baby slowly opened her enormous eye. "I am Tomie." Then she smiled. "Who's Marina?" "That sure isn't me." Truth hit Irita like lightning. This wasn't Marina anymore. Somehow, Tomie had completely taken over the child's body. The nightmare hadn't ended, it had simply found a new vessel. Hours passed. Tomie quickly became bored. Can't we do something fun? Irita carefully picked her up. You want me to hold you? Tomie smiled. Got it, let's play horsey. Before Irita could object, Tomie climbed onto her back. The grotesque child laughed uncontrollably. Faster, giddy up. Despite everything, Irita found herself awkwardly crawling across the floor while carrying the monster for one brief moment. It almost looked like an ordinary little girl playing with her babysitter, but appearances were deceiving. Tomie's body kept growing heavier by the minute. Strange veins spread across her neck. Pieces of flesh slowly expanded beneath the blanket. Even Irita noticed the weight increasing. Tomie, you're getting pretty heavy, Tomie pouted. Oh, so now you're calling me fat? Then her mood changed instantly. I'm tired of this game. I want something red. Irita looked around the locked room. There isn't anything red in here. Tomie's eye widened. No, you've got something crimson. Show me. Now, hurry. Irita's heart nearly stopped. She had no idea what Tomie meant until suddenly, her eyes drifted toward the kitchen, toward the knife rack, and in that terrifying instant, a horrifying realization finally crossed her mind. Irita's hands trembled uncontrollably. Her heart pounded so hard she could barely breathe. In blind panic, she grabbed the largest kitchen knife she could find for a brief second. Tomie stared at the blade with curiosity, then she frowned. That's your blood. It's not very interesting. I wanted something brighter, something burning red. Those words finally shattered what little sanity Irita had left. With a terrified scream, she raised the knife high above her head and drove it straight into Tomie's body again and again and again. Each stab landed with a sickening crunch. Dark blood exploded across the room, but instead of screaming, Tomie smiled. As more blood poured from the wound, it spread across the floor like flowing flames. To Tomie, it wasn't pain, it was beauty. She gazed lovingly at the crimson river surrounding her. So beautiful, such lovely, burning red. Her body slowly collapsed into the growing pool of blood. The giant eye finally closed, and with one final smile, Tomie whispered, "It sure is pretty, my blood." The nightmare was finally over, or, at least, that's what Irita desperately wanted to believe. Because anyone who knows Tomie knows that death is never truly the end. As long as even a single piece of her remains, she always finds a way to come back, and somewhere, someone will inevitably become her next victim. Time passed. After everything that happened, Yumehara still couldn't move on. His friend Miyagawa visited him, expecting to find a broken man mourning the loss of the woman he loved. I can't imagine watching someone you love wither away like that. But Yumehara simply shook his head. There is so much grief in this world, and it's not like I'll ever really lose Nyako. He looked at the photograph beside him with a peaceful smile. I dream about her all the time, in my dreams. She shines brightly like the sun. Miyagawa could only stare at him in silence. Yumehara looked exhausted, almost as if he had one foot in the real world and the other trapped somewhere else. Trying to lift his friend's spirits, Miyagawa suddenly changed the subject. I thought you might be depressed, so I wanted to invite you somewhere. Gathering. Yumehara frowned. A gathering for fun. Although hesitant, he agreed to come along, but the moment they reached the building, something felt terribly wrong. The hallway was packed with people. Hundreds of silent faces sat shoulder to shoulder, all staring toward a single room. Nobody spoke, nobody moved. It felt less like a party and more like a strange religious ceremony. Curious, Miyagawa followed the crowd inside. The room was overflowing. Every wall was covered with desperate messages. Tomie, my love, I love you, notice me. Everyone looked exhausted. Their eyes were hollow, as if every last ounce of life had already been drained from them. At the front of the room stood an enormous throne, empty. The crowd stared at it without blinking, waiting. Then suddenly, someone screamed, "Tomie!" The door slowly creaked open. An elegant high heels stepped into the room. There she was, Tomie, alive, beautiful, completely untouched by death. The moment she appeared, the entire crowd erupted into hysterical cheers. Tomie, Tomie! They shouted her name over and over like worshippers greeting a goddess. Without saying a word, Tomie walked to the throne and casually sat down as if she had ruled this place forever. Two young men immediately rushed forward, kneeling beside her. One gently held her hand, the other admired her beauty. You look prettier than ever today. Rest of the crowd watched with burning jealousy. Why can't I kiss her? So jealous. Tomie smiled arrogantly. Freak out. Only allow it because they look a little more presentable than the rest of you. Then she clapped her hands. Listen, my dinner is waiting. A chef rolled in an expensive meal, but after one glance, Tomie looked disgusted. No more of those. I want something else. She slowly scanned the room, then smiled. You people have any handsome friends? As I said before, bring them to me, and I'll reward you personally. Crowd immediately began searching. Before Miyagawa could react, Yumehara suddenly raised his hand. Got one, he pointed directly at Miyagawa. Miyagawa froze. Tomie's eyes slowly met his for the first time. A genuine smile appeared on her face. She walked straight toward him, looked him up and down, then whispered, "Yeah, you're just dandy." Room fell completely silent. Every jealous pair of eyes locked onto Miyagawa. Then Tomie wrapped an arm around him and softly whispered into his ear, "Hey, how about we go up to my room for a split second?" Every man's face twisted with envy, but Miyagawa's instincts screamed that something was horribly wrong. He violently pulled away. What is this? Get off me. Without another word, he pushed through the crowd and ran out of the mansion as fast as he could. Back home, he sat alone in his apartment trying to calm himself. He picked up the old photograph of Nyako, trying to convince himself that everything he had just witnessed couldn't possibly be real. The next day, feeling guilty about dragging his friend into that nightmare, Miyagawa went to visit Yumehara. He knocked on the door. I'm sorry about yesterday. I only wanted to cheer you up. After a long silence, Yumehara finally answered, it's all right. Door slowly opened, but the instant Miyagawa stepped inside, his blood ran cold. The room was packed. Every single person from Tomie's gathering was already there, standing silently, waiting. The moment Miyagawa stepped inside, his entire body froze. Every single person from the gathering was already there, silent, motionless, staring, and in the center of the room. Yumehara was tied up tightly with thick ropes. Tomie slowly walked toward Miyagawa with a puzzled smile. She tilted her head and asked, what's wrong with you? You've shown interest in me. Somehow you don't feel anything. That's too strange. She couldn't understand it. Every man who laid eyes on her became obsessed. Every man except Miyagawa. Turning to the others, Tomie casually gave an order. Take him to my room. Crowd immediately moved. But before they could touch him, Tomie raised a hand. Never mind, I won't be needing you. Door slammed shut behind them now. Only Tomie and Yumehara remained inside. She crouched in front of the bound man and stared into his eyes. So Yumehara, tell me honestly, do you love me? Yumehara looked completely confused. Love you? We only just met. How could I possibly know that for the first time? Tomie's smile faded, then she forced another grin. Oh, I get it, you're just a little slow. You'll love me by tomorrow. Yumehara frowned. Who the hell are you? What are you even talking? Looked toward the door. What about all those people outside? Don't you think it's dangerous hanging around a crowd like that? Tomie simply blinked. What crowd? What are you talking about? Yumehara's face grew even more confused. Still a teenager, aren't you? What about your parents? Tomie stopped smiling for the first time. She looked genuinely irritated. Without answering a single question, she marched out of the room. The crowd instantly stood at attention. Tomie pointed directly at Yumehara. He insulted me, called me an immature, useless, insensitive hussy. Room exploded. Dare he? Let's get him. Dozens of fanatics charged toward Yumehara without hesitation. They kicked him, punched him, dragged him across the floor like a wild pack of animals. Meanwhile, Tomie calmly watched the entire assault. Then, completely satisfied, she turned around, closed the door, and walked away without looking back. But while everyone else had completely fallen under Tomie's spell, one man still refused to love her. And that impossible resistance was about to make him far more dangerous than anyone in the room. Hours passed after the brutal beating. Yumehara finally lost consciousness. As darkness swallowed him, strange memories drifted through his mind. He remembered walking peacefully beneath rows of trees with a girl named Nayako. She smiled gently beside him. Unlike Tomie, Nayako's smile felt warm, natural. The two of them were surrounded by friends, laughing together beneath the bright afternoon sun. It was a memory filled with peace, a life that now felt impossibly far away. Then Yumehara slowly opened his eyes. His entire body ached. Tomie was sitting nearby, watching him in silence. So you finally come to, she said. You were unconscious for 2 days. Then her expression changed. While you were delirious, you kept calling for someone. Nyako, is she still weak? Yumehara answered honestly. Only woman I've ever loved. Everyone adored her, but she's dead now. For just a second. Tomie's smile stiffened. Oh, so she's dead? Then she shrugged. Still alive. I have problems of my own. Suddenly Tomie's calm attitude vanished. She threw herself toward Yumehara in desperation. Don't you have any sympathy for me? Those idiots outside won't take their eyes off me for even a second. They kidnapped me. They're keeping me prisoner. Please, help me escape. For the first time, Tomie wasn't acting like a queen. She sounded terrified, but Yumehara wasn't fooled. If you're really the victim, then why do you act like their queen? And why are you trying so hard to seduce me? Tomie's face went blank. She clicked her tongue. Worthless man. Meanwhile, outside the room, the obsessed crowd had become impossible to control. They begged Tomie to entertain them. We've prepared a show. Watch us. We love you. Tomie didn't even bother looking at them. Bored. This is exhausting. Can't any of you entertain me? I'll reward whoever makes me laugh. Room instantly fell silent. Nobody dared move. Finally, one trembling man stepped forward. What about the reward you promised? Tomie smiled sweetly. Oh, that's right. She pointed toward the room where Yumehara was lying. That friend of yours. Take care of him. Fun. Man's face froze. What kind of reward is this? But the order had already been given. He reluctantly entered the room and sat beside the battered Yumehara. After a long silence, he whispered, "You're a real jerk, you know." Then his voice trembled. It's only getting worse. Can't stop thinking about Tomie. I want her all to myself. I think I might kill her. Even tearing her apart wouldn't satisfy me. He stared toward the hallway where dozens of obsessed followers waited with hollow eyes. They all feel the same. The whole place is like a powder keg. Everyone's just waiting for the chance to make Tomie theirs. Neither of them noticed that while he confessed those terrifying thoughts, he had secretly pulled out a knife outside. Tomie confidently walked through the crowd, completely unaware of the danger creeping closer. Then the knife flashed. At that exact moment, Yumehara's eyes snapped open. He recognized the murderous look instantly. Without thinking, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Guys, come on." The entire crowd rushed toward Tomie at once. They swarmed her from every direction. She screamed in panic. Have you all gone crazy? Stand your ground. The nerve of all of you. But nobody was listening anymore. They reached for her like starving animals. Using the chaos, Tomie sprinted back into the room and slammed the door shut. Breathing heavily, she looked at Yumehara. "See, they're after me. Please, do something." This time, Yumehara didn't argue. "Then untie me." Tomie quickly grabbed a pair of scissors and cut through the ropes around his body. The pounding on the door grew louder. Boom, boom, boom. Where's the way out? Yumehara demanded. Veranda, Tomie shouted. The door continued shaking violently. And with only seconds left before it burst open, the two prepared to make their desperate escape. But even if they escaped the room, how could they possibly outrun an entire building full of people who had completely lost their minds? Just as the knife came flashing down toward Tomie, a body suddenly threw itself into the attack. It was Miyagawa. He slammed straight into the crazed man before the blade could reach her. "Tomie, you're mine now," he screamed with twisted excitement. But Yumehara reacted instantly. He tackled Miyagawa before he could strike again. The knife flew out of control as the two men crashed across the room. "Tomie, run!" Without wasting another second, Yumehara shouted for her to escape. Tomie hesitated only for a moment, then turned and ran at the exact same time. The door finally exploded open. Dozens of obsessed followers poured into the room like a tidal wave. Their eyes were completely empty, their mouths twisted with madness. Every single one of them reached toward Tomie. She barely slipped through the crowd. But the mob wasn't chasing reason anymore, they were chasing possession. Within seconds, the entire room collapsed into absolute chaos. People climbed over one another, they shoved, scratched, bit, trampled. Everyone screamed the same words. "Tomie is mine. Move, she's mine." The pile of bodies grew higher and higher until it looked like a mountain of living flesh buried somewhere beneath them. Tomie disappeared. Nobody could even see her anymore. Still, the madness only intensified. "Kill her, cut her apart. Where's her body? I've got her hand." "No, that's my leg, you idiot. That's not her hand." Knives flashed everywhere. People stabbed blindly into the pile. Some hacked at anything they touched. Others screamed in agony after stabbing each other instead. Blood sprayed across the room, yet nobody stopped. Nobody even cared who they were cutting anymore. Yumehara stood frozen in horror. "Guys, stop already." But his voice disappeared beneath the screams. The mountain of bodies kept writhing, kept stabbing, kept tearing itself apart. By the time Yumehara finally managed to bring the police back, everything was over. The room was completely empty. No bodies, no survivors, no Tomie. Only a massive pool of blood remained on the floor. The police questioned Yumehara endlessly, but there were no answers. The case remained unsolved. Even after everything, life moved on. Yet Yumehara's dreams never did. Sometimes he still dreamed of Naoko, the girl he truly loved. They walked together beneath the quiet trees, just like before, but then, the dream always changed. From the end of the road, those familiar faces appeared again, smiling, reaching, calling for Tomie. The peaceful memory shattered, replaced by another horrifying vision, a towering mountain of bodies, tearing each other apart in endless madness. And Yumehara could only watch in silence. Ever since that terrible day, his dreams of Naoko were never the same again. Months passed after the horrifying Tomie incident. Life in the city slowly returned to normal. Or at least that's what everyone believed. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood, an innocent-looking little girl wandered down the street, softly humming to herself. People couldn't help but stop and stare. "She's adorable. What a pretty child." Without saying much, the girl simply smiled before continuing toward a large house. Then, she quietly opened the front door. Inside, a teenage boy named Yukio was studying for his entrance exams. A sign on his door even warned everyone, "Studying exams, keep out." But the visitor ignored it completely. Standing in the doorway with a sweet smile, she softly whispered, "Hello again, Yukio." The startled boy immediately recognized her. "Yaka." She walked closer without hesitation and wrapped her arms around him from behind. "I get excited watching handsome boys work hard too." Yukio's face turned bright red. Trying to stay calm, he nervously replied, "I'm studying, could you leave please?" Before the awkward situation could get any worse, Yukio's mother rushed into the room. "Ayaka's, you're here again." She gently pulled the little girl away. "Please, now isn't a good time. Yukio has entrance exams to study for." Ayaka simply stared at her with cold, emotionless eyes. Then in a quiet voice, she replied, "Listen. Keep out of this." Those simple words sent an uncomfortable chill through the room. Eventually Ayaka left. Yukio's mother apologized repeatedly. "I'll make sure she doesn't come here again." Back at Ayaka's house, things were far from peaceful. Her father sat on the floor, completely drunk as usual, while her exhausted mother complained, "Every day you're drunk out of your mind." Ayaka's older sister Yasuko was even more frustrated. She had already noticed how often Ayaka visited Yukio. "You went to his house again, didn't you?" Ayaka calmly smiled. "Oh, big sister Yasuko. Don't tell me you're jealous. I already know about your little crush on him." "It's too late. I claimed him first." Yasuko exploded. "What are you talking about? You're only in 3rd grade." But Ayaka only laughed. "It's a shame you weren't born with my natural charm." Those cruel words struck Yasuko harder than expected. Later that night, unable to hold back her emotions anymore, Yasuko buried her face in her mother's lap and cried. I hate her. Why is she so beautiful? Can she really be my sister? Trying to comfort her daughter, the mother answered. Of course she's your sister. But then, the drunken father suddenly looked up from his drink. His expression slowly changed. You sure Ayaka is my daughter? The room instantly fell silent. The mother stared at him in disbelief. What is that supposed to mean? Still drunk, the man continued mumbling. There's this guy I've seen hanging around the house. The mailman maybe. His wife immediately shouted back. Don't be ridiculous. She's obviously your daughter. But the father refused to let it go. When Ayaka was born, everyone said she looked just like me. But now, she doesn't look like anyone in this family anymore. Those words left everyone speechless. The question lingered in the air. Was Ayaka really changing? Or had she never been normal to begin with? The next day, Ayaka wandered through the neighborhood once again, quietly humming to herself. Suddenly, she stopped walking. From deep inside the trees, a pair of glowing eyes stared back at her. A shadowy figure silently watched from the darkness. Ayaka slowly turned toward it, showing not even a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Yasuko was walking home from school with a friend. The friend suddenly grinned. Hey Yasuko. I found something interesting. Curious, Yasuko followed her. The girl led her to a huge mansion surrounded by iron gates. Pointing through the fence, she whispered. Right there. At first, Yasuko didn't understand what she was looking at. Then, she saw a young girl dancing gracefully among the trees. The moment the girl turned around, Yasuko's heart nearly stopped. It was Ayaka. But how could that be? Just moments ago, Ayaka should have been somewhere else entirely. And what happened next would make Yasuko question everything she thought she knew about her little sister. Yasuko couldn't believe what she was seeing. The little girl dancing inside the mansion looked exactly like Ayaka. But her friend quickly shook her head. No, that's not her. She only looks like her. Then she revealed something even stranger. There are other girls in town who look exactly the same. Not just one, two, maybe three more. They're all around 7 or 8 years old. Yasuko froze. How could several children have the exact same face as her little sister? Nothing about it made sense. Before she could ask another question, a familiar voice suddenly spoke from behind them. Hey, I followed you. The girl spun around. Standing there with a mischievous smile was Ayaka. She looked directly at Yasuko and smirked. Big sister, were you talking about me? Yasuko couldn't even answer. Ayaka leaned closer. Let me guess. You were badmouthing me. At that exact moment, the mysterious girl inside the mansion slowly turned toward the gate. The two girls locked eyes. For several long seconds, neither one moved. Neither one smiled. It felt as if they recognized each other. A strange tension filled the air. Then, without saying a single word, the girl inside quietly walked away. Later that evening, Yasuko rushed home and demanded answers. Mom, tell me what's going on. She explained everything. The mansion. The identical girl. The strange rumors. Her mother's face instantly turned pale. Kinshiro. She whispered. Yasuko looked confused. You know that house? Her mother slowly nodded. Then an old memory resurfaced. It happened when Ayaka was still a baby. The room fell silent. Years earlier, her mother had taken baby Ayaka to the neighborhood park. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. People smiled at the cute baby. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious figure dressed completely in black approached. His face was hidden beneath a wide hat. He looked at the baby and quietly asked, A girl, is it? Before anyone realized what was happening, the stranger suddenly pulled out a syringe. Without hesitation, he stabbed the needle directly into baby Ayaka. The baby screamed in pain. What are you doing? The attacker shoved them aside and disappeared before anyone could stop him. Ayaka's mother desperately held her crying daughter. There was some kind of red liquid. He injected it into her. The police searched for the man, but he vanished without a trace. Doctors examined Ayaka immediately. Surprisingly, they couldn't find anything wrong. The authorities dismissed the whole attack as some sick prank. Then investigators revealed one more disturbing detail. Other children had been attacked the same day, including one little girl from the Kenshiro family. Only then did Ayaka's mother realize something terrifying. It was after that attack that Ayaka started to change. Yasuko slowly pieced everything together. So, are you saying every child who received that injection now has the same face? Before anyone could answer, far away, Ayaka quietly hugged Yukio from behind once again. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she whispered, "That girl is copying me. And she gets to live in that beautiful mansion, while I'm trapped with this miserable family." She tightened her embrace. "Yukio, can't you do something about it?" Yukio sat there in complete silence. His expression slowly became blank, almost lifeless. Meanwhile, the girl from the Kenshiro mansion happily skipped down a quiet alley, humming to herself. Hidden nearby, a young man gripped a knife. The moment she passed, he lunged forward. But before he could strike, the girl screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help me! A slasher!" Neighbors burst from their homes. Several men immediately chased the attacker. "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" The panicked killer fled down the street, barely escaping the furious crowd. Standing safely in the distance, the little girl watched everything unfold. A slow, satisfied smile spread across her face. It almost seemed like the entire attack had gone exactly the way she wanted. And the mystery behind the identical girls was only beginning to unfold. The crazed attacker stood trapped. A furious crowd surrounded him from every direction. Everyone shouted at him to drop the knife. Breathing heavily, the boy's eyes looked completely empty, almost as if he wasn't even conscious anymore. Then suddenly, he swung the knife wildly toward the crowd. People screamed and jumped back. But before anyone could react, the possessed boy suddenly froze. His body jerked violently. Then, he collapsed face first onto the pavement. The knife slipped from his hand. Blood slowly spread beneath him. Everyone stared in complete silence. An ambulance was called immediately. Watching from the crowd, Yasuko's face turned pale. She recognized him instantly. That was Yukio. Just then, she spotted Ayaka quietly standing among the onlookers. Instead of looking frightened, Ayaka simply sighed. Oh well, he messed it up. As if Yukio's collapse meant nothing to her. People around them began whispering. They say the Kenshiro girl from 3rd District was his target. He looked completely possessed. He wasn't attacking randomly. Those words only deepened the mystery. Elsewhere, the Kenshiro girl stood alone in a quiet park. Arms folded, waiting. Moments later, another identical girl appeared from behind a tree. She studied her carefully before speaking. You're not the Kenshiro girl. The first girl narrowed her eyes. So, who are you? Before either of them could continue, a third identical girl calmly walked into view. Now, 3 girls with the exact same face stood staring at one another. The tension was unbearable. The newest arrival smiled coldly. I didn't know there were 2 fakes. Then she pointed accusingly. It was you. You tried to kill me today. You just made it look like a random slasher attack. The other girl immediately fired back. What an arrogant fake. You'll pay for this. Meanwhile, the third girl watched them both silently. Then she smiled. I've got more demons where that came from. You two better be careful. The other girls exchanged uneasy glances. Something hidden moved within the trees. A shadow. Silently observing every word they said. At the same time, another violent incident erupted elsewhere in town. A second knife-wielding young man suddenly charged through the streets. His face was just as lifeless as Yukio's. People screamed in terror. Another slasher. The attacker wildly waved his knife while chasing random civilians. Police warnings quickly spread throughout the city. Residents were told to stay indoors. Random outbreaks of violent behavior among young men were increasing by the hour. Sitting alone on a park bench, Yasuko tried desperately to make sense of everything. Yaka. The identical girls. The possessed boys. Why were they all connected? Before she could organize her thoughts, a familiar figure silently approached. The same mysterious man from her mother's story. The one wearing the wide-brimmed hat. He calmly looked at her. Aren't you afraid of the demons? Yasuko stared at him. You're the one who attacked Ayaka. The man slowly nodded. Then, he admitted everything. Yes. I'm the one who injected them. Yasuko's heart nearly stopped. The old man calmly explained the horrifying truth. I wanted to see what would happen if Tomie's blood was introduced into someone at the very beginning of life. As the children grew, the blood slowly transformed every single one of them. One by one, they all became copies of Tomie. His experiment had succeeded perfectly. But there was one fatal problem. Now, every Tomie clone wanted to destroy the others. Each one believed she was the real Tomie. Each one saw the others as fake. The old man sighed. They're all trying to eliminate each other. Then he looked directly into Yasuko's eyes. I have one favor to ask. Will you protect Ayaka for me? I can't let my guinea pigs die out. The truth finally came crashing down. Yaka. The identical girls. The violence spreading across the city. None of it was random. Everything had begun with one mad scientist. And a single drop of Tomie's blood. But if every clone wanted the others dead, the real nightmare had only just begun. The mysterious old man finally revealed the truth behind his experiment. Years ago, he injected several infants with Tomie's blood, hoping to create children who carried her beauty without inheriting her immortality. Unlike the original Tomie, these girls could actually grow older. To him, that made them far more valuable than the real thing. He wanted to witness something Tomie herself could never experience. Growing old. Watching her beauty slowly fade away. It was no longer scientific curiosity. It had become a lifelong obsession. Looking directly at Yasuko, the old man grabbed her shoulders. Please, protect Ayaka. I can't let my experiment disappear. Before Yasuko could respond, chaos erupted across the city. More and more young boys suddenly attacked innocent people without warning. Their eyes were completely lifeless, as if someone else was controlling their every move. Police rushed from one crime scene to another, completely unable to understand why these violent attacks kept happening. Only Yasuko knew the horrifying truth. The Tomie clones were no longer fighting with their own hands. Instead, they were manipulating innocent people into becoming their weapons. Every new attack pulled the city further into panic. While the mysterious old man watched everything unfold in silence, his experiment had completely escaped his control. The girls were no longer following anyone's plan. They had begun making their own choices, and every decision they made only dragged more innocent lives into their endless conflict. Yasuko stood frozen, realizing that this nightmare was growing larger every single day, and unless someone stopped it, the entire city would soon become another victim of Tomie's curse. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos consuming the city, a completely different story was beginning. A young man named Ryo was living what looked like the perfect life. He wasn't just handsome. He was one of the country's most successful male models. Fashion magazines constantly featured his face. Photographers fought for the chance to work with him, and wherever he went, girls surrounded him. Ryo had become so used to the attention that he honestly believed there wasn't a woman alive who could reject him. After another successful photo shoot, he joked with the crew, I need someone on my level, maybe a supermodel. His photographer laughed, then suddenly remembered someone. There is one girl, she's unbelievably beautiful. Been trying to convince her to become a model. She refuses every offer. The moment Ryo heard those words, his curiosity was instantly awakened. A girl beautiful enough to reject the modeling industry itself. That sounded impossible. Without wasting another second, he asked for her number. His friend happily handed it over, certain the famous model would succeed where everyone else had failed. Not long afterward, Ryo arranged a lunch date. He expected another ordinary admirer instead. The moment the girl walked into the restaurant, everything around him seemed to disappear. It was Tomie. Her beauty was unlike anything he had ever seen. For the first time in his life, the man who had always been admired found himself completely speechless. Trying to recover, he complimented her appearance. You should be a model. A beautiful girl like you would be perfect. Tomie barely reacted. She calmly replied that she had no interest, then she simply stood up, ready to leave. Ryo hurried after her, desperately trying to keep the conversation alive. He couldn't stop staring at her. Her beauty had completely captivated him. At that very moment, he made a decision. No matter what it took, he would make Tomie his. The two continued meeting over the following days: expensive lunches, long walks, romantic conversations. Ryo spared absolutely no expense trying to win her heart. Eventually, unable to hide his feelings any longer, he confessed, "Love you." Tomie looked at him for a long moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed around them. Completely confused, Ryo asked what was so funny. Tomie smiled mischievously, then delivered a response that shattered his pride. When he asked how she felt about him, she casually answered, "Not much." Ryo could hardly believe what he had heard. No woman had ever spoken to him like that. Then Tomie twisted the knife even deeper. She looked him up and down before saying, "So you're a model? I didn't know ordinary-looking people could become famous." Those words struck him harder than any punch. The man who believed he was the most attractive person in every room had just been called average that night. Ryo couldn't stop thinking about her. He kept replaying her insults over and over in his head. His pride was wounded, yet his obsession only grew stronger. Unable to resist, he called Tomie once again. "I can't get you out of my head. I love you." But Tomie showed no sympathy whatsoever. She reminded him that she alone had the right to choose. Then she laughed right in his face. "Compared to her beauty," she declared, "he wasn't even worth measuring." Ryo stood there in complete disbelief. For the very first time in his life, someone had destroyed both his confidence and his heart, and what began as simple attraction was slowly turning into a dangerous obsession. Tomie's words finally shattered Ryo's pride. The humiliation he had been holding back exploded all at once. His love disappeared, replaced by pure anger. Pointing straight at her, he began screaming, "Who do you think you are? You're not the most beautiful woman in the world. Worked with countless supermodels. Compared to them, you don't even come close." The insults kept pouring out. He mocked her appearance, claimed she wasn't fit to become a model, and insisted she was only acting arrogant because she was afraid to compete with real beauties. For a brief moment, Tomie simply stared at him. Then her expression changed. Her eyes turned completely cold. Looking directly into Ryo's face, she whispered, "Be careful what you say to me." Without another word, she turned around and walked away. The instant she disappeared from sight, Ryo's anger vanished. Reality suddenly hit him. What have I done? Regret immediately consumed him. Meanwhile, Ryo tried to return to his normal life. He stepped back into the photography studio, but something felt terribly wrong. He couldn't focus on the camera anymore. His mind was completely occupied by Tomie. Unable to calm himself, he wandered through the city alone that evening. Then, a strange man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man stared at Ryo with lifeless eyes, as if he already knew exactly who he was before Ryo could even react. The stranger pulled out two knives without saying a single word. He lunged forward. The blade sliced straight across Ryo's face. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ryo collapsed onto the pavement, screaming in agony as he desperately grabbed his bleeding face. He survived, but the damage was already done. At the hospital, Ryo begged the doctors to save his face. "A fashion model, my face is my entire career." The doctors did everything they could, but the cuts were simply too deep. When the bandages finally came off, a long scar stretched across his once perfect face. The man who had built his entire life on his appearance watched his career crumble before his eyes. Days later, Tomie appeared before him once again. The moment she saw the scar, cruel smile spread across her face. "So this is what an elite model looks like now. I guess this is divine punishment for acting so arrogant." Then she looked him directly in the eyes. "With that face, your modeling career is finished, isn't it?" Every word cut even deeper than the knife ever had. Ryo's hands slowly trembled. His mind finally snapped. Pulling out a knife, he charged straight at Tomie with one violent swing. The blade slashed across her beautiful face. Tomie immediately collapsed to the ground, covering the fresh wound in disbelief. Breathing heavily, Ryo stared at her with twisted satisfaction. "Now, your face is just as ruined as mine. We're finally the same." He could no longer see the difference between love and revenge. Believing they now shared the same fate, he kidnapped Tomie and locked her inside his apartment. Looking at her scarred face, he smiled obsessively. Now we're a perfect match. But while Ryo believed he had finally won, he had no idea that Tomie's nightmare had only just begun. As night fell, Ryo stared at Tomie, expecting the scar on her face to remain forever. But then, something impossible happened. The wound simply disappeared. Every cut, every trace gone. Ryo froze in complete disbelief. "What happened to your scar?" Tomie calmly smiled. "I heal really fast." Then she looked straight into his eyes and laughed. "So because you're ugly now, you wanted me to become ugly too? You're nothing but an egomaniac and a fool." Those words shattered what little sanity Ryo had left. His obsession reached an entirely new level. "If your face heals, then I'll just have to be more creative." He grabbed ropes, tied Tomie tightly to the bed, and picked up a knife once again. This time, he wasn't trying to scar her. He wanted to destroy her completely. Tomie screamed as the blade came down over and over again. Her cries echoed throughout the apartment, but Ryo didn't stop. By the time he finally stepped back, her face had become an unrecognizable mass of shredded flesh. Blood covered the room. Panting heavily, Ryo looked down at his work and smiled. "Perfect. Now, let's see you heal from that." Days passed, but instead of recovering, something far worse began to happen. The destroyed flesh didn't close, it expanded. Strange lumps appeared beneath her skin. The wounds started swelling, twisting, growing larger every single day. Soon, tiny eyes began opening inside the rotten flesh, then mouth, then entire faces. Riot watched in absolute horror. As dozens of miniature Tomies slowly pushed their way out of her body, the room filled with whispering voices, small, high-pitched, but unmistakable. Every single voice belonged to Tomie. They whispered endlessly, ugly, pathetic. Below average, he's the worst. No matter where Ryo hid, the voices followed him day after day. They mocked him without mercy, driven completely insane. Ryo finally decided there was only one solution. He drenched the entire room in kerosene without hesitation. He struck a match. The apartment exploded into flames. Fire swallowed every grotesque face, while hundreds of tiny Tomies screamed together. The horrifying chorus echoed through the burning building, until everything was consumed by fire. After that, Ryo remembered very little. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself wandering deep inside the woods. His body had been horribly burned. He barely recognized his own reflection then. A familiar voice spoke behind him. He slowly turned around, and there she was, Tomie, perfect, beautiful, completely unharmed. She looked at his burned face and smiled with cruel amusement. My, what a terrible burn. At that moment, Ryo finally understood. No matter how many times he tried to destroy Tomie, she would always return, but he would continue losing everything, and that horrifying realization was only the beginning of his endless nightmare. The fire was supposed to end everything. The countless screaming Tomies had burned to ashes, and Ryo believed the nightmare was finally over. But fate wasn't finished with him. While wandering through the forest, his burned body barely able to move, he suddenly froze, sitting quietly beneath a tree. It was another Tomie, not one he had ever seen before, a completely different Tomie. She smiled at him, as if nothing had happened, and in that instant, Ryo finally understood the horrifying truth. Tomie could never truly disappear. Even if one died, another would always exist somewhere. From that day on, he kept encountering more and more Tomies. Every single one looked at his scarred face, laughed at him, and proudly showed off the beauty he had lost forever. Years passed. The handsome supermodel everyone admired had become nothing more than a burned, broken shadow hiding beneath a hat and heavy coat. Eventually, he approached a young girl sitting alone on a park bench. Her name was Yasuko. Looking at her with exhausted eyes, he offered one final warning. Your sister, Aka, as she grows older, she'll become just like Tomie. Please, make sure she lives to a ripe old age. Only got one last hope, and counting on time itself to defeat her. Before Yasuko could even understand what he meant, a familiar rustling sound echoed from the forest. Ryo slowly turned his head, his expression instantly filled with fear. Then, almost under his breath, he whispered a single name, Tomie. Somewhere beyond the trees, someone was quietly watching, and although Ryo's story had reached its end, Tomie's nightmare. The nightmare was far from over. According to Yasuko, the town had become a battlefield hidden from ordinary people. 3 different Tomies now existed at the same time: Miho Kaneshiro, Maya Hiyama, and her own younger sister, Aka Nakamura. Each Tomie had gathered obsessed followers willing to kill for her day after day. Their brainwashed assassins hunted each other through the streets. The city slowly descended into chaos, while a mysterious man dressed entirely in black silently eliminated the attackers one by one. But no matter how many fanatics disappeared, more always took their place. It was as if the violence could never end, and before long, that nightmare reached Yasuko's own home. One afternoon, a knife-wielding man appeared outside the house. His eyes were completely empty, focused on only one target. Aka panicked. He circled the house looking for a way inside. The moment Yasuko spotted him through the window, she screamed, "Mom, there's another creep outside." Her mother rushed to the window and immediately realized the danger. Without wasting a second, she shouted, "Take your sister and hide. I'll call the police." Meanwhile, their drunken father was too intoxicated to even understand what was happening. As the family desperately tried to escape upstairs, glass suddenly exploded everywhere. The crazed attacker had smashed his way into the house. Knife in hand, he charged inside. Yasuko's mother pushed the girls toward the attic. "Hurry, go!" The sisters scrambled up the ladder, while their terrified mother stayed behind to buy them time. From the darkness above, all they could do was listen. The sounds of screaming, breaking furniture, and desperate cries echoed through the house. Then, silence. Some time later, police sirens finally arrived. When Yasuko and Ayaka came down, their worst fear had become reality. Their mother was lying lifeless on the floor. Their father, still half drunk, could only stare in horror. Shaken beyond words, Yasuko sought out the mysterious man in black. "I can't protect Ayaka by myself anymore. They just killed my mother." Man remained silent, but despite the tragedy, the nightmare still wasn't over. Not long afterward, someone burned their entire house to the ground. The family survived, but they had lost everything. Even then, the mysterious man continued helping them. He gave them money, urged them to move somewhere safer, and stayed in the shadows, watching over Ayaka. Yet every time they started a new life, another obsessed killer would somehow find them. No matter where they ran, Miho Kaneshiro's followers kept coming. Years passed like this, constantly moving, constantly hiding, never knowing when another attack would begin. As Ayaka grew older, she became more and more beautiful. One day, she admired herself in the mirror with a proud smile. There is no greater pleasure than living as a beauty. Suko could only stare in disbelief. "You have no idea how hard I've worked to protect you." Aka barely cared. Instead, she complained about one person she couldn't stand. Filthy father, I wish he'd just disappear. Those words sent a chill down Yasuko's spine because they sounded exactly like something Tomie would say, and that terrifying realization was only the beginning. At night, Yasuko's worst fear finally came true. Their drunken father quietly crept into Ayaka's bedroom for years. He had been hiding his disgusting desires. Now he believed no one could stop him. As he leaned over the sleeping Ayaka, whispering her name with a twisted smile, a knife suddenly flashed through the darkness. Yasuko had been waiting without hesitation. She drove the blade straight into her own father's body. The old man collapsed to the floor, dead, breathing heavily. Yasuko stared at the corpse. I had to do it. But Ayaka didn't seem frightened at all. Instead, she calmly looked at the body and said, "Let Mr. Ugly deal with the corpse." Even after watching her own father die, she showed no emotion. It was as if human life meant absolutely nothing to her. Time passed. Ayaka became even colder, even more arrogant, and one day she decided to leave the house. Yasuko desperately chased after her. "It's too dangerous outside," but Ayaka only laughed. "I can't live like a shut-in loser forever." The moment she stepped outside, a crazed young man suddenly lunged at her with a knife. Thinking, Yasuko grabbed a metal bat and smashed him across the head with everything she had. The attacker collapsed instantly, but before Yasuko could celebrate, she noticed something horrifying. Ayaka's beautiful face had been slashed. Blood slowly ran down her cheeks, leaving deep scars across her skin. For the first time, Ayaka's perfect beauty had been ruined. She stared silently at her reflection and whispered through clenched teeth, "This is unforgivable. Kinshiro will pay for this." Soon after, Ayaka disappeared. Yasuko waited for days, then weeks, then an entire month. She kept wondering, had her sister's wounds healed or had she finally become another monster? One morning, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Still sleeping, Yasuko opened her eyes and froze. Standing beside her bed was Ayaka. Not only had every scar completely disappeared, she looked even more beautiful than before. As if nothing had ever happened, without explaining where she had been, Ayaka simply smiled. "We're moving." Confused, Yasuko followed her outside. They stopped in front of an enormous mansion, the Kinshiro mansion. Yasuko stared in disbelief. "What is this?" Ayaka smiled proudly. "I took it over." She explained that pretending to be Miho Kinshiro had been unbelievably easy. The entire Kinshiro family had become so confused, they destroyed themselves from the inside. Even the mysterious man in black, who had spent years protecting Tomie's, couldn't stop it now. The mansion belonged to Ayaka. Then she turned toward Yasuko and delivered a cruel order. "Today onward, you're my maid." Yasuko had no choice. She became nothing more than a servant inside her own sister's mansion. Day after day, she cleaned the house, cooked the meals, and silently watched countless men fall hopelessly in love with Ayaka. Meanwhile, the man in black appeared once again. His burned face remained hidden beneath his hat, but his words cut straight into Yasuko's heart. "Spent your entire life protecting your sister. Every man who falls for Tomie eventually destroys her. So tell me, don't you resent her? What happened to your resolve?" Those words refused to leave Yasuko's mind because deep inside, for the very first time, she began asking herself the same terrifying question. Yasuko refused to move. Even if her sister hated her, even if she had become nothing more than a servant, she still couldn't let Ayaka walk toward another disaster. But before Ayaka could force her way through, the mysterious man in black stepped between them without saying a word. He spread his arms and blocked Ayaka's path. Then in one swift motion, he tied her up. Ayaka struggled furiously. "Untie me right now. I won't allow this." But the man remained completely calm. Looking at Yasuko, he quietly said, "If she's restrained like this, she'll live. She'll grow old. That's all I want." The first time, Yasuko realized what had driven this strange man all these years. He wasn't trying to kill Tomie. He was trying to imprison her forever, until time itself destroyed her. Ayaka screamed in rage, "You'll regret this. You'll pay for what you're doing to me." But the man answered with an exhausted voice, "I don't even know who I blame anymore. This is the only way you'll suffer." Then, something impossible began to happen. Dark stains suddenly spread across Ayaka's face. The beautiful skin she treasured so much started rotting before their eyes. The decay spread faster and faster, until half of her face looked like a living corpse. Ayaka let out a horrifying scream. The man in black stared in disbelief. "So that's it? She's multiplying on her own." The wounds were no longer creating another body. Instead, her entire body was becoming unstable. Knowing he had no time left, the man chose his final solution. Moments later, Ayaka was lowered into a massive concrete mold. Wet cement poured over her body, slowly swallowing her alive. Only her terrified face remained visible. Before even that disappeared beneath the gray surface, the concrete hardened. Ayaka was completely sealed inside. The man quietly explained, "This is the only way to stop Tomie from multiplying. Don't worry, she won't die." Days passed. From inside the solid concrete block, low groans echoed endlessly. She was still alive, still conscious, still trapped. The man warned Yasuko, "Listen carefully. It's been days." You can still hear her voice. Then, time skipped forward. Months became years. The strange cries from inside the concrete grew weaker, older, almost human. One afternoon, an elderly couple sat beside the block drinking tea. They listened carefully. "I can still hear her, just like us. Tomie is getting old." The old man sighed. "I'm over 100 years old. Don't have the strength left to break the concrete." The old woman smiled sadly. "Suppose I'll do it." Taking a pickaxe, she slowly chipped away at the massive block. But after hours of work, she had barely made a dent. Frustrated, the old man finally exploded. Waited long enough. Tomie ruined my life, she'll pay today. He snatched the pickaxe and smashed it into the concrete over and over again. The floor shook violently, cracks spread across the block. Then, a strange sound echoed from deep inside. The concrete split open, but what emerged wasn't a beautiful woman, nor was it a corpse. Instead, a gigantic mass of tangled flesh, hair, and twisted human tissue slowly pushed its way out of the broken concrete. Something unspeakable had been growing inside. For years, the moment the concrete finally cracked open, everyone expected Tomie to emerge exactly as she had before, beautiful, perfect, immortal. Instead, something far more horrifying crawled out. A twisted creature burst from the shattered block, dragging itself through the broken concrete. Its body was shriveled, its hair had grown into a massive tangled nest, and its face looked like a nightmare that had spent years rotting in complete darkness. It released a long, haunting cry that echoed through the mansion. The old couple froze in horror. The grandfather pointed at the creature and laughed hysterically. Look at Tomie." But when the grandmother gathered the courage to look again, the monster was already gone. Only a dark opening remained inside the broken block. Looking closer, she noticed something strange. A deep crack had been hidden inside the concrete the entire time. It wasn't fresh at all. It looked ancient, as if it had existed for years. The crack stretched downward into the floor itself from somewhere deep below. A cold breeze rose through the opening, its eerie whistle carried away into the distance, and the old woman could only wonder. Maybe that hidden passage was how Tomie had escaped, as the wind continued to howl through the underground fissure. It sounded almost like the saddest cry in the world, but whether that voice belonged to Tomie or to something else entirely, no one could say. And with that, the legend of Tomie came to an end, or so everyone believed, because Tomie never truly dies, she only waits for another chance to return.